Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became a Villain's Protege? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku was running, stumbling over his steps. He didn't try to hide his panic. It wasn't like there was anybody to see it this late at night, though. The moon shined down beautifully on the deserted streets, lighting his empty path like it was taunting him. Izuku's mind pulled up a blank, something he distantly recognized had to be the result of some type or quirk, or maybe it was all his own panic. There wasn't anything physically wrong with him, he knew. Not even a scratch. But he could feel it, his own loss of breath, his sudden tiredness. All from seemingly nothing at all. There was a shadow before he ran. In the dark, it had the head of a snake and the body of a spider. It was growing, he could hear the faint whispers of mutation as the shadow transformed into something. He remembered a flash in the dark, then a spike of cold, instinctual fear before he started running. Whoever was with him didn't follow him, Izuku didn't know why not. He had the sense, almost certainly, he was going to die. It was a villain, it had to be. Izuku had no idea how he got away. Before he had even realized how long he was there, he was bolting down his street, clutching on his backpack still from school for it to not fall as he feared. Izuku ran up the stairs to his front door, slamming it open. Izuku! His mom's voice came before her form appeared, skirting around a corner in haste to get to the doorway. She let out a breath of relief when she saw him. I was worried you weren't coming home. Izuku stood there, panting, and Inko asked again, Izuku? Honey. She rushed forward, crouching down to his height but not touching him. Izuku mustered a smile, suddenly feeling any panic drop out of him at the sight of his mom. Sorry, Mom, he said, I got lost. Izuku didn't know why he didn't tell her he was attacked by a villain. Well, he thought it was a villain at least. He couldn't quite remember it, but he had seen enough of the news to know it was probably the answer. It's nearly 7 p.m., Inko said, now running her hand into his hair. I was about to call the police and ask over you. Izuku noticed then the phone held loosely in her other hand. His heart clenched. He really shouldn't worry her. His mom did enough for him already. He said eloquently. I got really lost. Inko chuckled slightly, half a sob, finally pulling him through the doorway. She closed it gently behind him, careful not to make too loud a sound. Izuku really didn't know why he came back here. He did. Curiosity. Yes. Izuku knew the phrase about the cat and everything, but really, could he be blamed? Yesterday was about the coolest, scariest, most awesome thing that had happened to him, like, ever. He wanted to find whoever had attacked him. It was after school, now, and Izuku was able to slip away from his classmates effortlessly. Most of them dismissed him because of his quirklessness, and Izuku guessed inquiries about their quirks probably wouldn't be missed. The more he thought about last night, the more interested he became. He wanted to know everything about what happened. He bet he could fill an entire journal with the information. What kind of quirk would give him a reaction like that? Was this person in hiding? Where had his lost memory gone? So, Izuku found himself walking a different direction out of school that day. He'd informed his mom he'd be home late, and she had looked excited, asking if he was going out with a friend. He didn't answer, letting her make her own assumptions. He wasn't really comfortable lying to his mom, but saying lies aloud felt like more of a betrayal. The alleyway looked different in the light, at least from the small bit Izuku remembered. He was here to recover his memories. He would get a full comparison sometime soon. He was already filling a journal page with what he saw, despite it not being immediately important. It might be later. Izuku wandered forward, slightly, then jumped at the sound of a crack. He glanced sharply down, then sighed, realizing it was only him stepping onto a piece of trash. He stepped around it, moving through the empty alleyway for some sign of the something he remembered from yesterday. After a few minutes, Izuku's attention waned, and he sighed, glancing once at the piece of trash before he tucked his journal back into his backpack, defeated. He started to move out of the alley. Emphasis on started. Who are you, brat? A gravelly voice spat from behind him. Izuku spun around, surprised to find a teenager standing behind him. He was wearing all black, a hoodie over his head. His hair was a pale blue, covering most of his face, and his face looked almost crusty, lips cracking. For a brief moment, Izuku wondered if he was the villain who attacked him yesterday, but came to the conclusion it most definitely wasn't. The man who attacked him was bigger, his shadow suppressing the wall behind him like he had command of the darkness. Something this skinny teenager definitely could not do. "I'm looking for a villain," Izuku told him. "I don't know who though." Instead of responding, the teenager strangely started to scratch his neck. The skin there was dry and covered in marks, as if this was a normal occurrence. Izuku ignored it as his mother had taught him manners. Pointing this out would probably be rude. What if it was part of his quirk? "I'm pretty sure I'm in the right place," Izuku continued, ignoring the other boy's silence. "I mean, everything here is how I remember, so there must be some indicator of where the villain had gone." "Shut up," the teenager said. His voice came out slightly deep. Before Izuku even realized what was going on, he jumped to find he had moved closer and was now holding onto Izuku's wrist with 4 fingers. Izuku tried to pull it away, but the grip surprisingly held fast despite the boy's skinny frame. The villain yanked Izuku behind him as he threw open a door made of the same material as the building. Izuku would never have been able to find it if the boy wasn't there, and, despite the teenager's weird behavior, Izuku was grateful for his presence. "Where are we going?" Izuku asked him, slightly breathless from the exertion of the stairs. "I told you to shut up, brat," the teenager spat, not looking at him. Izuku took the advice, switching his focus to try and parse their surroundings. They had entered into a dark hallway that descended down into stairs. Izuku had to concentrate to not trip over his own feet going down. The farther they went down, the more light gathered, and eventually they were in a short hallway leading to a large-looking room. The walls were an industrial, desaturated reddish-brown, a mix of different types of metal and grainy concrete or rock Izuku didn't know the name of. "What the F are you looking at?" The teenager scoffed, finally releasing Izuku's wrist. Izuku rubbed the area, trying to alleviate the slight pain he felt. "Sorry, didn't realize I was staring," Izuku told him. The teenager scoffed. "You're FNG annoying," he said. "Now, come on." He moved his ironclad grip up to the loop of Izuku's backpack, hooking it with 2 fingers as he used it to drag Izuku forward. "Hey, you never answered my question. Where are we?" Izuku's protests fell flat as they passed through the archway, mouth falling open in shock. They were in a basement of some sort. Well, it couldn't really be called a basement. There were archways like the one they had just come through. They were branding off into different paths he could peer down but not get a clear picture of. The walls were still the reddish-brown color, but the ceilings here were far larger, around 4 meters high. Izuku could not get rid of the feeling that he had stepped in something gross. It seemed as if it was some mix of natural-formed cave and human intervention. Some of the walls were rocky and formed unevenly, while others were clearly formed by man. Even with this amalgamation of forms, Izuku didn't get the impression it was unstable in any way. Massive, buzzing lights filled the top of the roof, giving off the impression of daylight. Izuku would have found it creepy if he didn't think it was fascinating. What was more so were the people. Villains, Izuku recognized, walking around in group or alone through the different passageways. Some were relaxing by tables or chairs set up in different parts of the room. The teenager pushed him forward, causing Izuku to trip slightly and lose his laser focus on their surroundings. "Hey guys!" the teenager greeted. He sounded excited, yet he still seemed uninterested in Izuku behind him. At his voice, many of the nearby villains turned to attention, moving forward with greetings Izuku didn't catch. He walked forward slightly, wanting to catch the teenager's attention. "Hey I brought down a kid," he yelled to the group now gathered. "Feel free to kill him." "Wait, what?" Izuku spun around himself, noticing a group of villains, all muscular and looking incredibly intimidating. His gaze snapped back to the teenager, and he gawked at the sight. Izuku could no longer see the pulled lines around his features. He had placed a pale blue disembodied human hand onto his face, covering his features like a sick sort of mask. It bobbed with him as he moved as if it was gripping onto him, despite the fact it cut off on the wrist. Wait, what's going on? And what's with the hand? Izuku asked to no answer. The teenager reached behind him, materializing a phone that Izuku didn't recognize the brand of. He held it with his pinky stuck out. He looked at the group impatiently. Go on, brats, I'll get this recorded for boss. Well, he's just a kid, one of the villains started, but the teenager started glaring. And you're just a thug, he snaps. His long hair swayed slightly, revealing red eyes between the fingers of his hand. The rest of the villains fell back at that. Well. The teenager tapped his foot impatiently, swinging his phone camera between Izuku and the rest of the villains. The villains moved forward then in a circle around him, and Izuku stood, desperately trying to figure out a way out of this. Hey, wait. Izuku didn't know if it was the tone of his voice, but the villains slowed down their ascent on him. The only thing that stood between him and most certain death was his mouth. It was the only way he could influence them, get them to spare him. You're villains, right? Izuku asked, continuing before they could answer the obvious. Well, obviously, but are you really villains? What are you doing? The teenager pouted, stomping a foot on the floor. Kill him. None of them moved. Izuku had got their attention. What do you mean, kid? A villain asked. She looked like she could snap Izuku in half with barely a twitch. Izuku gulped, forcing his tone. You go after heroes, don't you? Izuku continued. You're sophisticated, down here, a collection rather than the stragglers that lie outside. You profit off of villainy, rather than let it ruin you. Izuku thought he had read something similar in a comic book once. Thankfully, the villains looked enraptured with his validation. What do you know? A villain scoffed. I mean, what are you, 9? He was 10, thank you very much. And why should we trust what you say? Another villain asked. Izuku noticed the group had gotten increasingly bigger surrounding them, murmurs now forming over the crowd. Because I know everything about villains, Izuku told them confidently. I know all about you guys. I can tell you guys any of your quirks, if you ask. A risky move, but one he would have to take. Izuku had already calculated his success rate in inferring the quirks of strangers, and doing so was probably the only thing he could do that wouldn't get him murdered on the spot. Okay, really, it was the only thing he could do. Izuku wasn't strong nor extremely battle-clever, and there was nobody coming for him, as he hadn't told anybody where he was going. Oh, can you? The teenager scoffed, bringing attention back to himself. He looked extremely displeased. Go on then. Do mine. Izuku's mind moved on autopilot, and he started muttering. Well, there are a couple of indicators you have a 5-finger touch quirk. The unnatural wideness you keep your fingers. Your tendency to cross your arms while holding your pointer finger up, to name a few. Then there's the matter you've stayed away from touching anything, including your own clothing with all 5 fingers, which probably means it's a destructive type of quirk. Izuku blinked back to reality, realizing the villains had stopped moving towards him, now regarding him with apt suspicion. How the hell did you know that? The teenager screeched, fingers flexing in front of him rapidly. The phone in his hand crumbled to the floor at his pinky's touch. A pile of ashes gathered underneath him, floating down gently. Disintegration. Price. That was new, brat. His fingers flexed, jerking upwards then quickly downward as if he was restraining himself from scratching his neck like Izuku saw earlier. Suddenly, the teenager's face darkened, a shadow being cast over his eyes from his hoodie. What are you, some stalker? Stop writing this sheet down. Izuku's eyes shot down to the notebook in his hands. He hadn't even realized he started writing, which happened far more often than one would think. That was not good. The teenager continued, voice cracking with his yelling. Get over here, you effing brat. The teenager approached, and Izuku stumbled back. He tripped over a small indentation on the floor, mind filling with panic. The change in attitude reminded him a lot of Katsuki. The blonde wasn't as dangerous as Mr. Destruction Quirk was, but he was definitely as angry. You shouldn't kill me. Izuku shocked even himself with his interruption. The teenager slowed down in his ascent. Izuku swallowed, keeping up the false bravado. I mean, I have his quirk written out. Izuku gestured to the teenager. Who's to say I can't have yours just as easily? Do you really want everyone knowing your quirk? The teenager's eyes narrowed, wrinkles crinkling under his eyes. You can't do that if you're dead. The teenager started moving again, reaching out with both arms and hands spread wide, and Izuku had only time to close his eyes and wait to die. But somehow, death didn't come. Izuku opened his eyes hesitantly, coming face to face with, instead of the teenager's angry eyes, a suit tie. Izuku followed it up to see a man standing between him and the teenager, holding the other boy back with the scruff of his hoodie. The man was tall, with broad shoulders and body. He had a piece of metal around his neck, some sort of neck brace. The brace had metal arching down from the bottom of his jaw to around the middle of his shoulders, merging seamlessly into a mask with a carved skull on it. He seemed to take up all the space in the... Izuku noticed the group of villains had all paused in their movements, staring at the large figure. Let me go! The teenager ground out. The tall man looked between him and Izuku, then sighed. He reached in front of him, lifting the jet-black skull mask off of his face. It came off with a slight click from the neck brace, which stayed around his neck, mending in with his style as if it was simply part of his suit get-up. Without the mask, though, he still looked intimidating. Beneath the mask revealed a middle-aged-looking face, around 30, or he had white hair, with spots of gray around his temples, but Izuku thought the white, unlike the gray, was most likely caused by natural mutation rather than age. His face had a deep, but slightly amused, frown, while his eyes were green, dancing with some unknown narrative. Tamura Shigaraki, stop this, the man said. That must be the teenager's name. The man's deep voice addressed the group along with the teenager. You heard the kid. You shouldn't kill him. Both Izuku and the teenager, Shigaraki, gaped at him. Why? Shigaraki exclaimed, finally wrangling himself out of the villain's hold. The man walked forward to the group. The kid here just came in without an introduction. Everybody meet. The man paused, assessing him for a moment. Green. Izuku started. Green? He mouthed, and the man looked at him with slightly raised eyebrows only Izuku could see. Did they just name him after his hair? And were they really so welcoming down here? Wasn't this like a group of villains? What was going on? You guys heard the kid. The man addressed the crowd of villains. The boy, the man looked at him. Green has made clear why he should be spared, right? He looked over a few feet to the teenager. Tamura? Shigaraki sighed then, kicking at the ground and shoving his hands into his hoodie pocket. Green more like spleen. If you're to insult someone, find what's hurtful, not silly, Sensei commented, drawing Izuku back into the situation. Izuku tried really hard not to laugh. Of course, boss. A villain exclaimed, nodding as others followed suit. Welcome back. Yeah, another spoke up. We haven't seen you in a week. That's of no consequence. The man smiled pleasantly, and gesturing down at himself standing tall. He nodded at the group. Now, start reconvening, rather than simply playing with a small child. The man's smile sharpened slightly, something dangerous. Izuku understood why he was called their boss from the authority leaking from his voice. Human life should not be treated so carelessly. The air felt thick with the man's control, and for the first time since Izuku was down here, Izuku saw a real villain. Something he would see on front-page news, something come straight out of a magazine or TV show. It was surreal and terrifying, but it fit. None of the villains around them moved for an agonizing few seconds. But finally a man moved forward fearlessly, patting Izuku's shoulder. Green? Fitting, the villain commented. Welcome down under. The lack of a negative reaction the villains spawned other villains to move. A few of them gave him similar greetings before they wandered away, scattering into different places around the room or leaving through various hallways Izuku couldn't catch. Well, everybody except for the teenager Shigaraki. Where are you all going? He yelled shrilly. Can't you see? He waved his hands at Izuku, who was now just awkwardly standing. He's completely defenseless. Perfect for the killing. Tamura, I just explained to you. The man sounded very tired. Well, he's the one who was searching for the underground. Shigaraki threw his hands up, interrupting him. What's the underground? Izuku thought. Why should I be blamed for him probably dying? He was going to die down here, anyways. He was searching for this place, did you hear me? He wanted to come here. The man's eyebrows rose, but he made no other sign of his surprise. I don't think 4 in the afternoon is the correct time to be trying to murder a child, the man continued. You always ruin everything. Shigaraki started scratching his arms, agitated. Throughout this, Izuku said nothing, not wanting to die. Shigaraki scowled, then, turning away and straightening his hoodie over his head moodily, I'm going to go find Kurogiri, he said. Izuku wondered who that was. At least he listens to me. Shigaraki huffed, stalking away. Izuku never wanted to be a teenager. Yes, the man chuckled. It seems a very hard time. Izuku internally groaned, realizing he had said that aloud. He turned to the man who had saved him from the teenager's wrath. Thank you, Izuku said, I mean for saving me from him, boss? I am called sensei otherwise. Izuku blinked. So, why does everybody call you boss then? He turned, glancing at the villains that had scattered around the large room. Sensei raised an eyebrow. What other term would they call me? Izuku threw his hands in wild directions. No. I meant like, I don't know, what are you even the boss of? What even is this place? Izuku didn't expect the villain to answer his questions, but he had to ask anyways. They probably didn't want to offer information like that to a kid, after all. To his surprise, though, the villain nodded in understanding. We're an association of villains, but I gather you've already guessed that. Sensei looked behind them, around at the tunnels and doors they were leaving behind. Rather uncreative name choice, Izuku said, thinking of the name Sensei versus Boss. Wouldn't want to make things confusing. Sensei said, and Izuku laughed. He gestured for Izuku to follow, and Izuku scrambled to catch up with the villain's long steps. Sensei led him back to the boundary where Izuku had come in with Tamura. He was weirdly silent on their walk back, eyes staring sightlessly as if he was lost in his head. They were just at the threshold when Sensei stopped. Moving. Izuku turned around to face him, but the villain spoke first. Why did you come here, kid? Sensei asked suddenly, and Izuku frowned. Is what Tamura said true? Did you come here deliberately? Izuku felt as if he was being scolded by his mother. His voice came out more petulant than he expected it to. Somebody attacked me yesterday, around the alley upstairs. I wanted to come find them. Sensei took a second to inquire. And you don't remember this person at all? Nope. Izuku popped the pea. Well, I'll probably recognize them when I see them, right? Sensei hummed, laughing slightly. Izuku was about to ask him what amused him when the villain spoke. So, you came because you wanted to turn them in to the police? Sensei asked. Izuku shook his head. The thought hadn't crossed his mind. No, I wanted to ask them about their quirk. I mean, what if it's a quirk that's as cool as Kaken's? Or something even better? I couldn't miss up on that, you know? That was rather impressive, Sensei said abruptly. What you did with Tamura's quirk. Not really, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his neck. I do that kind of stuff all the time. Plus, I only guessed the type. Not the disintegration part that really is fantastic, don't you think? He was really kinda obvious in it. Not to most people it wasn't, Sensei said. Words are sometimes the only defense. It was the only thing I figured I could do. Izuku told him, honestly. Sensei assessed him. How old are you, kid? 10. The man gave no outward reaction to the statement. He had already probably guessed as much. Why the obsession with quirks, then? Don't you have more kid-like things to be worrying about? Quirks. Izuku paused, searching for the right words. They're fascinating. They've always seemed to be so cool, he told the man, voice filled with unsuppressed wonder. I've studied them as long as I can remember. Kept journals and everything. I want to be a hero, obviously. The way Izuku saw it, everyone wanted to be a hero. I'm gonna need all this for when I grow up. A hero? Sensei repeated. His voice was carefully blank, but Izuku could hear an edge of contemplation in it. Izuku paused, remembering only then where exactly they were. He looked around them, but thankfully there was no one in listening proximity. Wait, is that, like, taboo to say down here? That I like heroes? 'Cause if so, I totally don't. Not at all, the man replied, and Izuku's breath released in relief. Sensei looked at him, then considered, if you want to be a hero, why are you down here with villains? A hero can't be a hero without a villain, Izuku said, like it was obvious, and you guys don't seem so evil. Young Tamura tried to kill you the moment you stepped down here. And failed too. Izuku grinned. After a moment, Sensei laughed. You said seemed to earlier when talking about quirks? The man said. May I ask why? Not good. His immediate reaction was to start running away, but he paused, considering. Had Izuku really slipped up like that? Usually, when he was around people he didn't know, he made sure to keep it a secret until pressed. He hadn't even thought about it when talking to the man. Sensei, in the short time Izuku had known him, seemed to be like somebody he already knew and could trust openly. It was because of this that, after a moment's hesitation, Izuku answered. Well, I'm quirkless, he said bravely, looking the man in the eyes. I don't know what it's like. Izuku was expecting opposition of some sort. It was what he had always got after he told people he was quirkless. Shock, fear, pity, he had sort of seen it all. Sensei's expression, however, didn't change. He crouched down so they were at eye level, and Izuku pursed his lips, readying himself for some type of outburst that never came. Quirkless and want to be a hero, Sensei asked. Izuku sighed, looking away. I know it sounds fruitless. People have told me as much. But I know myself in my dreams. I know it's a hopeless wish, but I can't help going after it. I think you misunderstand me, Sensei said, and Izuku looked back to him. The man smiled softly as he continued. I mean, being a hero with no training? How do you think you're going to stand out? I was planning on just figuring it out. Izuku told him. Sensei raised his eyebrows before his face changed, subtly becoming more serious, determined. There's a training center the floor below this one, he said. Izuku stared. What are you implying? He asked hesitantly. Why else would I offer the training grounds? Sensei said, expression unchanging. Izuku noticed the man asked questions a lot, deferring to Izuku to answer them for him rather than just stating what he meant. You sound like you're offering to train me, he stated bluntly, staring at the other man for his reaction. Sensei only raised an eyebrow, lips quirking up on the sides. You would train me? Really? But you're like the boss here, right? Don't you have other things to do? You don't even know me, Izuku interrogated. What's your other motive in this? You're pretty smart, kid, Sensei said, smiling slightly. We could use someone like you, especially with the eye you have for quirks. Izuku didn't really see his own appeal, but he wasn't about to correct the man. And you really think I can be a hero? Izuku said, voice tinged with disbelief. Even without a quirk? Sensei's lips twitched upwards again. I think you don't know what a hero is, he said, softly. A hero is someone who saves people. There's no quirk required. Oh. Izuku opened his mouth, completely thrown. He didn't know what else to say. Thankfully, Sensei stood up then from his crouch, slowly, stretching and leaning back on his heels, hooded eyes looking down at where Izuku still stood. I like you, kid. You remind me a lot of somebody I used to know. Thank you? Izuku didn't know if that was a compliment. It is a good thing, I assure you. Izuku stared at the tall man, searching in his eyes for any sign of untruth. He came back empty, which only spawned more questions. You're serious about this? About training me? You could easily be lying right now. You could be trying to get me to come back so you can murder me. I wouldn't say such a blatant and easily unrecoverable lie, Sensei said. Besides, I could get anything I could supposedly want from you right now while you're already down here. Izuku thought it over for a few moments. Sensei was right. If he wanted to kill or kidnap Izuku for ransom, there would be no better time than right now to do so. He might have a quirk that required permission or trust of another party to work, but Izuku doubted literally sharing villainous schemes with someone was a valid way to gain their trust. Then, I guess we have ourselves a deal. Izuku stuck out his hand, waiting patiently in the air. It felt charged with something bigger than the moment. Distantly, Izuku recognized it, as if years ago he had felt the same energy like he felt right now. Midoriya Izuku, by the way. Izuku waited for the other man to shake his hand, but something stopped him. At his words, the older man's hand had froze, stuck halfway forward to greet his own. Maybe he thought Izuku was incarnating some type of spell. It had happened in the past, at least. He paused and rephrased. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Izuku's hand was still out, starting to tremble a bit from the effort of keeping it in front of him. Sensei's gaze shifted from Izuku's hand to his face. He asked. Izuku frowned. Hello. He shook his hand impatiently. I mean, you told me your name, I thought it only fair I tell you mine. Sensei stared down at him as if he was looking at him for the first time. An expression crossed over his face Izuku couldn't parse as he, after a more few seconds and another exaggerated shake from Izuku, finally moved his hand from where it was stuck in the air, competing the professional handshake. Izuku wondered why his hand was trembling. Well, Izuku, Sensei said, skipping straight to Izuku's first name. Izuku went along with it, not really caring. Feel free to come back to here, the underground, anytime. Izuku grinned, pulling back his hand. Of course. He readjusted his backpack, briefly checking to make sure all his journals were inside. But I really better go now. My mom's gonna be so worried I was out this late. Your mom? Yeah, Sensei muttered before straightening himself and nodding at Izuku. You better get going then. Izuku saluted up to him, holding on to his bag with his other hand. Izuku saw Sensei smile softly as he was turning away. Bye, Sensei. Izuku called as he ran back towards where he remembered the stairs were. He felt like skipping with the excess energy he was carrying, wanting to write 1,000 journal entries on everything he had seen in the underground, or whatever they called it. Goodbye, Izuku, Sensei called. On the people he met. All of those villains he wanted to meet, Shigaraki or Tamura, the kid only a few years older than him and very, very rude. And Sensei who had told him he could be a hero. Izuku's heart felt like it was about to burst with anticipation. It felt like something was shifting in the air. Like somehow, by going down into the underground, Izuku had changed something, moved the wind in a different direction. It felt like the start of something. Izuku was pretty sure it was going to be awesome. Sensei seemed like a really, really cool dude. Izuku found himself back in the underground after school the next day. He was never really planning on not coming back, especially because he didn't die the first time. Izuku didn't think there would be anything bad happen should he return. And honestly, he was mostly right. This place is massive, Izuku said, awed. Sensei had met him after Tamura had left to go complain, will you get that demon brat out of here? To no avail. That's incredible. Izuku marveled, eyes fixed on the ceiling and walls. It was like Izuku was staring at a grander version of the glimpse he got of the underground yesterday. It's the same mix of natural and man-made, but it's defying gravity laws of nature. It has to be. The work of a quirk, Sensei finished up for him, or multiple, mixed together. Wouldn't that make it more unstable? Not if done correctly. Izuku's gaze fell from the ceiling to the walls, leading out into tunnels into different parts of the underground. I've never seen anything like it. I don't expect you have. The place should be collapsing, especially if it was underground. The entirety of Japan was overhead, but still the underground was hollow, down here. This is actually the second attempt to create the structure, Sensei said, as if reading Izuku's thoughts. Wait, really? What happened to the first attempt? Fallen in before it could be properly used. But from that, Sensei gestured around him, we were able to create something magnificent. They were at the crossroads, a pathway similar to, but much larger than an intersection. There were hallways going out in multiple directions, leading to other large rooms, which, the more Izuku looked, barely even looked like rooms. The ceilings were high, the area lit by massive lights that gave the illusion of daytime, even so far down underground. His path revealed more connecting tunnels and a room even larger than the room they were in before. It had ropes connected to platforms in the ceiling, some simply holding storage boxes while others had chairs villains were casually talking in, as if at a restaurant. The ground floor had more villains in it, but they seemed like a rather thin crowd compared to the largeness of the space. There were what looked like 5 massive hallways from the room. There were other massive rooms connecting, here, some that traveled back upwards and others going further down. If Izuku imagined the floor lined with people, it rather reminded him of Shibuya Crossing. The streets are wide enough for even cars. Izuku pointed out, tracking down the different pathways as far as he could see them go. Well, I suppose that's useless, since how would you even get a car down those stairs? Izuku looked behind him, where the stars he remembered were. There are hundreds of entrances to the underground. One of them is wide enough. Sensei dropped casually. Izuku had never actually connected the full size of the underground to what he had seen. Sure, it looked and was large, but it felt as if he was stepping into some sort of other dimension, disconnected with that of the outside world. Izuku was so lost in the revelation the conversation only caught up with him a few seconds later. Wait, you actually have cars down here? Sensei chuckled. After thoroughly expressing how cool and weird the fact the underground was still somehow not discovered, Sensei led him down into the true center of the crossroads. This is the heart of the wing here, Sensei explained. There are other connections around Japan, but here is where you find people gather and disperse. Sensei led him around the main crossroads. Izuku noticed that despite how big it was, it seemed rather empty. A lot of space he though could be used wasn't optimized. Izuku pointed this out to Sensei, but the other man just hummed in response, looking at him strangely. What's down there? Izuku pointed to a room off the crossroads. It was slightly lower than where they were standing, but Izuku thought it was far bigger. It had slightly lower ceilings than the rest of the rooms, but the atmosphere was a little more barren, empty. That's the residential areas, Sensei said. People live down here? Izuku gaped at him. It sort of explained the need for cars. Well, not really. Sensei nodded. It's for the villains whose identities have been exposed. Down here is the only option. It still feels a little empty, Izuku said suddenly, then covered his mouth quickly. He hadn't meant to say that so openly. Sensei regarded him calmly. Don't be embarrassed, Izuku, it is a true statement. Izuku hesitantly dropped his hands from his mouth. It is hard to fill the space with a community full only of villains. You only allow villains to live there? Izuku asked. Sensei hummed an assent, and Izuku filed the information away. Why are there windows down here anyways? Izuku changed the topic, pointing to the buildings in the residential area. I mean, I know it looks cool and all, but the name window is supposed to be for blocking the wind, right? Unless it's so big in here that wind is created. Anyways, I mean they do have the illusion of being outside when in the tunnels dash. It's to open the area. Sensei interjected, drawing Izuku's attention. Think of the underground more as an underground city, like something you'd see upstairs. The man led him to the different wings of the underground, the commercial and industrial. Industrial areas worked on maintaining the structure of the underground, and commercial areas held vendors, who sold different items from tents they set up during the day. How can you be sure people won't steal things? Izuku asked. Sensei gave a somehow elegant shrug. Stealing is part of the economy, down here. Izuku pinched his lips, guessing that sort of made sense. The underground was a place with no rules, where people would go to escape them. In a way, Izuku thought them not having any rules really was the rule. This was hurting his head. They were about to move on to a new section when a voice came from a short distance away. Oh, hey, Green. A villain Izuku vaguely recognized called out, waving. Izuku waved hesitantly back, whispering out of the corner of his mouth to Sensei. Why are they waving at me? It's not every day the boss of the underground endorses a child, Sensei whispered back. The effect was somehow lost because of his neck brace, having to turn his entire body slightly instead of just his head. The villain had stopped waving, Izuku noticed, and he drew his hand back, facing Sensei. It's not. Do you see any children running around here younger than Tamura? Izuku glanced around, realizing no, he hadn't seen another kid his age or anywhere near it. But then why? Are they talking about you? Sensei finished, which was not the question Izuku was about to ask. You make a big impression on everyone you meet, Izuku. Oh, and villains? They're pretty big gossips, Sensei dropped, then strode off in the next direction they were heading. Izuku laughed silently, catching up. He thought it maybe had to do more with the fact their boss was paying attention to him, but he didn't say so. As they explored more of the underground, through more of the residential, the commercial, stopping at the marketplace, the bowling alley, Izuku didn't know why that of all things was down here before, a hospital. As they did, some would call out to Izuku, and he would frequently engage them in conversation, pen in hand. Oh my gosh, you have a shark as a face. The shark-faced man stared at him. Well, it was hard to tell if he was. Since, Yes, he said. That's incredible. Is that real skin? Does it need to be watered? Are those gills functional? If so, do they also work in water? Describe the transition. If someone punched you in the nose, would it be as effective as a real shark? Do your teeth fall out? Do you sell them? You could probably make a lot of money, Izuku babbled, coming up closer to inspect the skin. He touched a couple fingers to it, drawing back to inspect the surface. Air boss? Izuku stopped, whirling around. He had forgotten Sensei was with him. Yes, Sharkface. Meet Green. Sensei calmly introduced. My name's not Sharkface, it's... He proceeded to say a name so boring Izuku forgot it instantly. You can speak. Izuku pondered, looking closer at the man's mouth. It certainly opened like a man's. You'd need human vocal cords for that. Never mind lips. Izuku, bookmark the page. We can come back to Sharkface later. We're on a tour right now. Sorry, Izuku apologized after they had left Sharkface, regaining himself. He cringed in shame, looking down. I get really lost in my head, sometimes. Don't worry, kid, I frequently do the same. You do. Izuku looked back up, eyes displaying his shock. Sensei nodded, unperturbed. Yes, well, I've grown out of it, mostly with age. He didn't elaborate further. Izuku thought it an odd comment, considering the man looked definitely less than 40, but Izuku really didn't know anything about aging and its relativity. Throughout the rest of the journey, Sensei had to drag him away from other unsuspecting villains, promising he would have a chance to talk to them later. He guessed Sensei had the power to, since, well, he was their boss. Mentally, Izuku was planning how he could convince his mom to buy him more notebooks. They continued on, looping back to a section a few blocks away from the crossroads. What's that? Izuku asked, pointing to a building squished near the corner. It seemed to be painted orange, but it was hard to tell as the paint was chipping back. It had windows, catching the artificial lights overhead and blocking Izuku's view of the inside. The Dunkin' Donuts, Sensei said. For the first time since he had met the man, there was a touch of distaste in his voice, one different from the way him and everyone in the underground had the basic distaste of heroes. There was something visceral in his hate for Dunkin' Donuts. Nobody goes in there, their food is absolutely vile. Let's go. Sensei continued, staring to veer Izuku away from the building. Oh, okay. Izuku's eyes stayed on the building until he was turned far enough it was painful to look back at it. Speaking of food, are you feeling hungry? It's around dinner time. They went back to the cafeteria, a large room off of the common areas in the crossroads, and had only then finished grabbing some food. It tasted like food in the school cafeteria, which Izuku always loved but the other kids always despised like it had personally offended them. Well, Sensei eventually said. In all, they had been wandering around the underground for around 3 hours, and Izuku had only really seen a fraction of it, and the people that were down here. They were now standing in the cafeteria, a cleaner, off-white room in an area near the commercial area. Unlike the rest of the area, it was more finished, and had a real collection of people gathered. It seemed like the most finished thing in the underground, which Izuku could respect, since, well, food. I think that covers the general area of the crossroads, Sensei said, talking mostly to himself. The tunnel going down to training is over that way dash. But just then, as they were casually standing on the cafeteria floor of the underground, a shock of blonde hair burst in front of him, shoving Izuku backwards. Deku, get down. Izuku fell back, falling down to the floor. An explosion Izuku could recognize anywhere filled his vision, and instinctively the young boy jumped backwards, covering his mouth from inhaling the smoke. As the smoke cleared, a similarly small silhouette was revealed. He stood in front of Sensei, back facing Izuku, staring down the tall man fearlessly. Kaken? Bakugo Katsuki wasn't a Fanji idiot. Deku and him had always been neighbors, always been close, however little Katsuki wanted to think about that fact. Hell, Katsuki's first memory is of the demon nerd and his stupid-looking green hair. He'd grown up with him and was privy to most of his weird experiments. He knew about the awful journals he had and knew there was at least 2 filled with the unwilling tests he'd performed on Katsuki's own quirk. He knew exactly where and when he went after school, every day. So, it was a little FANG weird when Izuku disappeared not 1 but 2 nights after school. Yesterday, he had about 10 of his journals with him, and had an unfocused, stupid look on his face all throughout class. Katsuki tried talking to him, but unexpectedly was ignored. He even offered a sample of his sweat, which he never did, and Deku still didn't register his presence. Deku was always creating hyperfixations on things, Katsuki knew, so the blonde had to find out what it was because in most ways Deku was an absolute idiot. In a way, Katsuki was almost glad Deku was so interested in Katsuki's quirk, because then the quirkless boy wouldn't be trying to get himself killed. It was super disorienting having all the mindless chatter following behind him gone, okay? No, Katsuki did not miss it. He wasn't a pages. But Deku was most probably in really bad danger. Katsuki was near certain of it. Sure, the boy was annoying as all hell, but Katsuki was more a hero than he was a judge of character. A hero was supposed to help everybody no matter how annoying. All Might had taught him that. As any rational, soon-to-be #1 hero of Japan would do, Katsuki decided of course he was going to trail him. It wasn't unusual for him to leave his house at all. Katsuki spent hours a time training to be a hero, whether that be studying, working out, or practicing stealth techniques. It is because of the former that he was so easily able to follow Deku. Well, maybe that was because his childhood best friend wasn't spatially aware at all. Whatever it was, Katsuki wasn't complaining. He was almost surprised when Deku entered into a FNG gigantic underground villain lair. Almost. This seemed like a perfect pile of shit for Deku to step in. The second he followed him, and really, the security here was laughable at best, Katsuki flipped on the camera on his mother's phone. The police would need evidence before he got the place arrested. Izuku scrambled up, staring at the other boy in shock. Kaken? What are you doing here? Izuku exclaimed. I should be asking you the same thing, Katsuki growled, not taking his eyes off of Sensei. I followed you down here, Deku. You were probably going to get yourself killed or something easily as stupid. You were worried? Izuku asked, dumbstruck and a bit warmed. Answer the effing question, Deku. Would you believe me if I told you this was a school project? Izuku tried. We're in the same class, dumbass. Oh, right. Katsuki stared at him, finally looking at him for the first time. Deku, you effing idiot. I get it, Katsuki declared. You were trying to be a hero. Wait until you have enough info so you can turn them in, but you're quirkless, you idiot. You're going to get FNG killed. That's not what I'm doing here, Kaken dash. He squinted before snapping his gaze back to Sensei, declaring lowly. These villains aren't going to give you anything. You're going to die down here before you can even get a FING word out. What the Kaken, wait. Izuku scrambled upwards, walking closer to him. Katsuki completely ignored his advances, stance in an attack position. Kaken, Sensei repeated to himself. Izuku remembered mentioning him before. The villain must now remember that. It's Bakugo, villain, Katsuki said quickly, then increased the spark on his hand in reaction. Of course, young Bakugo. Excuse me. Get the hell away, Katsuki growled, raising both his hands in a slight rumble. I have no idea what the F you're planning, but I don't effing like it. Kaken, no, there really isn't anything happening. Katsuki glanced again at him, staring at him like he was crazy. Which, well, fair. Deku, we're in the largest FING villain base in all of Japan. He waved a hand vaguely around him. Sure, this place looks like a FING sheet show, but this space is effing massive. Cack and dash. No need to save face, the game is up. But we can still get them arrested. Hell, even you'll be a hero for finding this place, I mean. Katsuki sent a brief glance back at Izuku. Come nerd, let's get the F out of here. For a brief moment, Izuku was tempted. However wrong Katsuki might have been about the reason he was there, he had a point. But even in the short time he had been here, turning in the underground seemed like it would be a mistake. There was some unlocked potential Izuku could see in it, something he still didn't even understand. There was something drawing him here other than just the quirks. If he turned the villains in, he would be a hero for the first time in his life, but Izuku thought it would also be his last. No. Izuku's declaration caught Katsuki off guard. The F-. I'm not here to turn in the villains, Izuku said, and Katsuki was facing him fully. Now, interest in Sensei completely dropped. The older man took a step forward, still watching the events. They're criminals, Deku. Organized criminals. FING dangerous to society. I'm not changing my mind. What you're saying isn't fair. Kaken. Katsuki's nostrils flared, his hands sparking involuntarily. You were the one who came down here, shitty nerd. You were the one who followed me. I had a right to. I couldn't simply let you get killed down here from your idiocy. Why not? Why? Katsuki cut himself off, sighing angrily. You know, whatever, Deku. I don't give a shit if they have you under some mind wash, hypnosis bullshit. We're getting out of here. And then turning in all the villains. Katsuki marched forward then, snatching Izuku's wrist in an ironclad hold, slightly burning, pulling Izuku towards the direction of the stars they came into. Bakugu, was it? Sensei strode to where they were in 2 large strides, placing a hand on the blonde's shoulder casually. I don't think you're thinking rashly. Get your hands off me, villain. Katsuki's flinch away dragged Izuku with him. Sensei put 2 hands up slowly, backing away a step. My apologies. FING stupid idiot but adults, Katsuki muttered. Deku. He was cut off by a villain quite literally materializing in front of them. Purple was the first thing Izuku noticed about him over everything else. He didn't look exactly corporal. His body was made out of a purple substance matter that reminded Izuku of the color of space, constantly moving. It took the shape of a tall, adult man, the swirling colors directly contrasting with the elegant-looking gray suit and shoes wore atop it. He had a type of armor around where his neck should be, but it was dissimilar to Sensei's. It was longer, a beautiful, shining silver metal, while Sensei's was a dull black, blending seamlessly into his suit. Were neck braces the new fashion? Well, Izuku had only seen Sensei and this mystery villain with them, but that was more than he'd seen his entire life. Boss. The villain greeted casually. At the sound of his wispy voice coming from a non-existent mouth on his non-existent skin, Izuku jumped backwards, or tried to. Katsuki's hand was still on his wrist. The other boy was still, assessing the villain with narrowed eyes. What the F are you? Katsuki asked lowly, grip on Izuku's wrist tightening painfully. He kept his other hand up, pausing as if assessing this new threat. The villain head turned, body staying still, noticing them for the first time since he materialized. The yellow of his passed over Katsuki, coming to meet Izuku's wide ones. Ah, you must be the famed green. He nodded in an almost bow. Pleasure to meet you. You as well? Izuku didn't really know what to say. Green. Katsuki shot him a glare Izuku ignored. The villain looked back to Sensei. There is a situation in the west entryway, boss. He told him. Katsuki scoffed at this. Can it wait, purple F-? It seems rather dire, sir. The villain said. Of course, Kurogiri, Sensei said. Izuku thought that must have been his name. He looked over to Izuku and Katsuki. Come on, Izuku. Young Bakugu too, if you wish. Let's go. Awesome. What if no? Wonderful, follow me. Sensei nodded, starting to walk towards Kurogiri. Wait, isn't the east gate that way? Izuku asked. Sensei paused his movement and smiled secretly, before literally walking through the other man. What the F dash? Katsuki's surprise sent sparks to his hands. He ripped his hand off of Izuku's wrist, protecting him from the blast. Izuku took the opportunity to slip back, running forward to where Kurogiri was standing. Katsuki cursed and grabbed for Izuku's sleeve, but years of practice of dodging the other boy had taught him better. He ducked away, running straight into the purple villain without hesitation. "It must a portal," he said as he righted himself. He turned to Kurogiri, whose yellow face was forming from the mist. "That's the coolest thing I've ever heard of. What's the range? I mean, it has to be big, right? Since we've traveled all this way." Izuku turned to finally see where they were, but was only met with a wall of people. They were all facing the same direction, circling something in the center. Just then, Katsuki came stumbling out of the portal behind him. He immediately aimed an explosion at the warped man, but the man only swallowed up the explosion soundlessly. Katsuki sent back another glare before grabbing Izuku's sleeve. "Let's get out of here." Katsuki glared. Izuku followed his line of sight back to where the crowd was, and Izuku saw it was shifting, parting for the tall figure that must be Sensei making his way to the center. He's turned away right now. He won't FING notice. Come on, Deku. Izuku fainted backwards, waiting for Katsuki's grip to slacken before he shook off his hold, taking advantage of his smaller form to duck under the crowd. He could deal with Katsuki later. Deku. As he came closer to the center, voices got louder and louder. One pierced through the others though, distinguishable because of its higher, more childlike pitch. A kid, looking to be a boy around the same age as Izuku and Katsuki, with wild, purple hair stood in the middle of the crowd, threatening the villains. "Nobody move or he gets it," the boy said, and Izuku's eyes widened. He must have been around Izuku age, but he was taller than Kaken and even more tired-looking than Izuku was with deep eye bags under his eyes. He had incredibly wild bright purple hair atop his head. Also, weirdly, a swarm of cats at his ankles. Was this related to his quirk? Izuku looked up to see a villain with knives for hands, awesome by the way, holding them to his own neck, face a completely blank expression. Looking back at the crowd, Izuku noticed a few of the ones gathered had that same expression on their face. That is what must be causing all the commotion, Izuku realized, and what Sensei, their boss, was needed for. That must be the kid's quirk, then, not the cat thing. Although that was still pretty strange. Izuku moved his gaze back to the kid. He was smirking, though Izuku could see the hint of a little bit of terror in his eyes. He yelled something else that Izuku didn't catch, but he saw how his weight pressed into the heels of his feet, swaying backwards. Izuku looked back up to his face, noticing then the sweat beading at the top of his brow. He must be at the limit of his quirk, Izuku mumbled under his breath. Sensei emerged then at another point in the crowd to Izuku's right. The man was facing the purple-haired boy face on, standing only a few feet away from the villains he was holding hostage. Izuku watched from the side of the crowd, crouching down so he was out of Sensei's sight. He wanted to see what the man was going to do. "Deku, what the dash?" Katsuki started to exclaim, but Izuku reached backwards, covering the blonde's mouth with his hand. "Shoo!" Izuku whispered, not moving his hand even after Katsuki had liked it. He had used Katsuki's spit in samples for testing before. This was nothing new. Sensei coughed. The crowd quieted down, focusing their eyes on their leader. The boy stopped yelling, staring their leader straight in the eyes despite the evidence he was still straining his quirk. Sensei opened his mouth to speak, but another voice Izuku recognized pierced through the circle of villains first. "Another brat!" Shigaraki yelled, coming up from behind Sensei. He stepped in front of the man, taking over the space confidently and carelessly. The portal villain, Kurogiri, followed the teenager a second like a shadow. He stayed behind Sensei, standing still like he was a bodyguard. Somehow, he looked composed despite the fact he was probably made of antimatter. "Who the F do you think you are, coming down into the underground like this?" The purple-haired boy's face filled with undisguised distaste. "Who do I think I am? I don't think I'm the one bullying a kid 6 years younger than him." You think you're so clever, you and brat dash. As suddenly as Shigaraki had moved to come forward, he stopped in his tracks, arms going him and back going straight. His eyes glazed over. Sing. Anybody else want to come closer? The purple-haired boy challenged, raising his voice to the entire room of villains. For a few breaths, none of them moved. Sensei stepped forward, face diplomatic. You are a threat to the underground, he said. Men, close in and kill him. Izuku's blood ran cold. This was a society of villains. Of course they would think it okay to kill a child. I'll kill them first. The purple-haired boy threatened. His frame trembled slightly, and Izuku knew he must be reaching the quirk exhaustion soon. No, you won't, Sensei said, and Izuku knew he was right. It was written all over the other boy's face. He wasn't a murderer. Now, man, go dash. Wait! Izuku yelled, then cutting him off. Deku, what the F do you think you're doing? Katsuki hissed. Izuku ignored him. Stop. This is all a misunderstanding. Izuku ran forward into the cleared center of the circle, turning to face Sensei. The villains who were readying their weapons and quirks halted in their movements. Izuku? What's the meaning of this? Sensei asked. A mutter went through the crowd, and Izuku heard the word green mentioned several times. He forced through his embarrassment at all the eyes on him, pasting his most innocent and embarrassed smile. Sensei didn't look away from Izuku, and Izuku knew that Sensei knew he was about to lie. Izuku soldiered on, regardless. Sensei wasn't exactly stopping him. He rubbed the back of his neck, looking down. You see, this is really all my fault. I invited him down here. Glad you finally came, by the way. We've been looking for you everywhere. Izuku glanced behind him, briefly meeting the purple boy's eyes. What the dash? The tired boy started to say, but Izuku cut him off. I'm so sorry about all of this. I forgot to tell you about all the guards down here. It must have been terribly confusing. He looked back to the group, lowering his voice slightly. He really doesn't have control of his quirk. It happens when he gets nervous dash. This is bullshit. Katsuki exclaimed, following Izuku into the center of the circle. He's lying. Really? What about? The purple-haired boy was quick to challenge. Who the F even are dash? Like Shigaraki had done, Katsuki's hands dropped to his sides, explosions dying with them. Briefly, Izuku noted how the other boy had spoken first instead of just using his quirk. Was that part of its trigger? He sent a startled glance to the purple-haired boy, who nodded his head slightly, indicating Katsuki was going to be fine. Ignore him, please, Izuku said, smiling sweetly. He's here as a friend too, but he doesn't like the underground very much. What's the point of this, Izuku? Sensei said. Izuku startled to look at him, searching to see if he was going to expose the lie. But Sensei only met his gaze with a small smile. These are my friends from school, Izuku said, talking to both Sensei and the group at once. Green, for whatever reason would you have invited two friends down here? Kurogyri asked, wispy voice traveling over the crowd. Izuku probably should have thought of this before he jumped in front of a crowd. We have he glanced at the boy who met his eyes with two raised eyebrows, history project together. Yes. The purple boy tacked on, chest moving in silent laughter. It's a very important project. Due tomorrow. Worth half our grade. Izuku nodded emphatically. Whispers started up again in the crowd, and under their cover the purple boy leaned forward. What a fantastic excuse. Hey! Izuku whispered back, offended. It was the only thing I could think of. A history project? You sure you couldn't have done that like at school? A villain said then, louder than the rest of the crowd. I know I should have asked permission. Izuku dodged the question, tucking his shoulder to seem more small. A small plan came into his mind, but the project's about the history of quirks, and should I have come down here alone, I wouldn't be able to use my partners. Which of course would mean I'd have to ask you all about your quirks so I could compensate for it. The villains all flinched back at this. The purple-haired boy raised an eyebrow at Izuku's semi-threat. Sensei coughed then, and the villains turned their attention from their own horror onto his boss. Izuku held his breath, knowing now, if any time, was the prefect time to expose the lie. The villains looked between the tired boy and him, trying to gauge the situation, and Izuku silently begged for them to believe him. They didn't relax, looking to Sensei as if for guidance. "Boss?" one of them asked. Izuku only stared more defiantly. "Very well," Sensei finally said. "He can stay." The group of villains, the ones not under the influence of the kid's quirk, turned to each other, whispering. To Izuku's relief, their postures started to relax. It faded until what was left was most definitely an averagely scolding expression. "Boss, this kid really here to stay?" A villain looked to Sensei. Izuku sent him the biggest pouting face he could create. "Seems so," Sensei said. The group of villains sighed almost as if one, the tension releasing. Izuku shrugged, looking sheepish. He turned to the tired boy again, who was staring straight at Izuku. "Hey, you can release them, now, they won't hurt you." The tired boy looked at him skeptically, but finally Izuku saw his shoulders relax and life return to the villain's eyes. The knife at the knife-handed man's throat dropped. Already, the unease in the room had dissipated, and Izuku could see strength returning to the purple-haired boy's features, now unburdened with the weight of his quirk. "Hey, you fucker!" Right. With them, Katsuki was also released. He shook off the quirk faster than the villains, screaming obscenities. "You stop right now." Katsuki's ran forward, shooting himself into the air with his explosions to draw attention to himself. He had blasted himself into the air, creating a frame of smoke and fire around him as he drew the crowd of villains' attention to himself. "Not another one." A villain muttered, and Katsuki sent off another loud explosion, drowning out all conversation. He landed between where Izuku was standing by the tall boy and the rest of the villains, pushing the knife-handed villain aside and taking his front and center place. It was almost ridiculous. Katsuki was so short compared to all of their muscled frames, female and male alike. Izuku guessed that must have been how he'd looked when he had first guessed Shigaraki's quirk. "You villains! You're filthy criminals, and all of your buttes are going to be beat by the police," Katsuki exclaimed confidently. The group of villains gave startled exclamations, starting to murmur with each other. "Cack and dash." Izuku just got this chance to learn from the underground, Katsuki really couldn't. "Shut up, shitty nerd," Katsuki whispered out. Of the corner of his mouth, "I'm helping you, you iffy idiot." "It doesn't really look like you're doing that, mate." The purple-haired boy spoke up, then, watching the event like he was watching a movie play out in front of him. "Who effing asked for your opinion, shitface?" Katsuki immediately dubbed him shitface. Hitoshi repeated, "I don't think you have anything here, explosion boy. That's a shitty nickname. You're a shitty nickname. You're just like every one of these incompetent villains." "What are you trying to imply, young man?" Sensei asked. Just like that, the murmuring in the crowd stopped and Katsuki's attention was back onto the villains. "Exactly what I'm FANG saying, you old FANG creep. There's something not right about you, about all of you," Katsuki's voice cracked. He coughed and spoke in one meant to be much more menacing. "You're all dangers to society. Because of that, you'll find yourselves swarming with police tomorrow." Izuku moved forward to speak. Stop Katsuki from turning all the villains' ire on him, but Sensei met his eyes. He shook his head slightly, and Izuku paused, confused. "You may say you have an underground now," Katsuki continued, "but all I see is a useless collection of criminals who refuse to follow the laws the rest of us do. All of you are pathetic cowards, hiding down here instead of facing the music and heroes upstairs who spend their lives preparing to beat you down." Katsuki's speech was attracting new villains. The circle was growing larger at where Katsuki, Izuku, and the purple-haired boy were still stood in the center. Katsuki faced Sensei without any fear, confident like he was in everything else he did. "And don't even get me started on this FNG underground dash," Katsuki ranted, but Izuku's attention was diverted as he continued to talk. "Does he go on like this a lot?" The purple-haired boy murmured to Izuku. "This is a good day." Izuku answered back just as quietly. "Should I stop him?" If he was being honest, Izuku didn't even think the purple-haired boy's quirk would even work on Katsuki as he was right now. He didn't really want to try. No, let him finish. Izuku tuned back into Katsuki's rant. Your place has literally no security, no good homes, terrible atmosphere, and no organization. There's rats and bugs in every dark corner you don't have lit up. There's a laughable amount of people to what size you have. You, Katsuki was pointing at Sensei now, you wear those fancy suits despite the awful state of your community, trying to cover up from your own failure down here. Katsuki gestured to the entire group, explosions popping with his movement. All of you, you're not even good at being the FING cheaters. All of you villains are to burn in hell. And by hell, I mean jail. Katsuki declared, setting off another wave of sparks. He was panting by the end of his tirade, sparks flying from his hands uncontrollably. In the time Izuku had known him, Katsuki had only rarely gotten this fired up, no pun intended, a couple of times, most of which because of Izuku himself. It was after a couple seconds of rising tension Sensei spoke, sounding uninterested. You can go tell the police. Sensei told him, but I guarantee you none of them are going to believe you. Katsuki laughed loudly. Really? What about with this? Katsuki produced a phone from his pocket, the camera LED blinking red, signifying it was recording. Izuku gasped, realizing this was the end of the underground. Katsuki had a video on him, one that could already be broadcasting to his mom's phone or cloud. Izuku had only one day in the underground, and he had already messed it up. But the villains only paused, air filled with a weird tension. Hitoshi broke first, snorting before falling down into laughter. The villains soon followed, the volume rising. Katsuki met Izuku's eyes, just as confused as he was. You cannot assume to expect your threats will be realized. You, a small child. Kurogiri said, voice slightly chuckling despite his ever-professional attitude from earlier. You believe this a-hole. Katsuki pointed a flaming hand to the purple-haired boy, who just shrugged. The villain seemed to not register his point, and Katsuki continued, sending off more explosions to try and stop the joyful nature of the crowd. I don't care if I've fallen for your pathetic, worthless quirk. You're just the same as all the sheet down in this godforsaken hell pit. The purple-haired boy blinked a couple times before replying, What the hell are you trying to play, explosion boy? Shut up. You're talking to the future #1 hero of Japan. Check yourself. The villains were set off laughing again. In any other situation, Izuku would have laughed at the comment, but Katsuki had footage of the underground. He felt serious. I think I'll be fine, almighty #1. Hitoshi murmured to himself, causing Katsuki to send a glare at him. There was a general confusion around the circle, Izuku noted, one shared by every villain present except for him. Were they not worried about Katsuki bringing a camera down into the underground to send to authorities? Izuku knew about Katsuki's determination. He knew that if Katsuki had set his mind to something, had told people he was going to do something, he would. It felt like that moment years ago, before Katsuki had gotten his quirk and Izuku hadn't gotten his. When Katsuki turned away from the screen showing All Might's smiling face to quietly tell Izuku, I'm going to be like him. I'm going to be a hero. And how, in that moment, Izuku already knew it was going to be true. It doesn't matter if you think I'm bluffing or not. Katsuki yelled, and the villains quieted somewhat, still smiling, listening to him as if this was now some big show. I'll see every single one of you imprisoned by noon tomorrow. And that's on PRDT. Hitoshi murmured and Izuku couldn't stop the snort that escaped him. Katsuki shot them both a glare, then turned back, staring Sensei dead in the eyes as he spoke. You will fall, this place that supports illegal activity will fall. I will make FNG sure of that. Sensei stared him down, quirking an eyebrow. He looked as if he knew something Katsuki didn't. You may try whatever you wish, young Bakugu. Katsuki started, his hands lit up in fire, but a startled, what? Huh? From the purple-haired boy stopped him. The purple-haired boy startled, blinking rapidly. What the hell? Izuku heard him mutter. The other boy was searching through the crowd, and finally Izuku spotted it, or rather, Shigaraki was seething. I told you to release them. Izuku yelled. I didn't know he was still under. The purple-haired boy yelled, sounding baffled and panicked. Forgot about me, did you? Izuku could see him straighten up, then, just like the other villains who were under the purple-haired boy's quirk did. Tamura shook his head and glared upwards with fire-red eyes, the edge of whiteness completely disappearing. Shigaraki had been under the boy's quirk, but somehow, the boy didn't know about it. Whatever it was, Shigaraki wasn't having it. Kurojairi put a wispy hand on Shigaraki's shoulder, but that was shoved off in favor of advancing forward. He cracked his knuckles. You said none of them were going to hurt me. The purple-haired boy cried shrilly. The cats that had gathered around his scattered. I wasn't aware you had gotten Tamura. It's Shigaraki to you. Shigaraki growled. Shut the F up, spleen. Hitoshi's gaze turned momentarily confused at the nickname before growing panicked again. No, I didn't. I didn't mean to, I swear, I dash. Shigaraki's back went straight, his eyes opening wide to show their stark, terrifying clearness. You effing brat. What did you do to me? Shigaraki's eyes were on fire, red glaring something furious as he faced the other boy. Izuku recognized the expression from the first time they had met, when Tamura tried to kill him. Hey, no, I apologize. I really didn't mean to get you too, or keep you under. The purple-haired boy winced at his own words, backing away helplessly. The crowd of people didn't move, eyes too focused on the events happening in front of them as if they were watching a movie. Tamura was stalking closer like a cat to its prey, hands outstretched like claws. The purple-haired boy didn't know his quirk, but an instinctive part of him knew if those hands touched him he would die. Tamura lurched forward, then, the last push towards the boy, hands poised for the chest. Izuku's feet moved on their own. He ducked underneath Sensei's hand, ignoring his frantic cry of, Izuku, wait, as he jumped in front of where Shigaraki's hands were heading. Izuku blinked, hand moving up to shade his eyes from the blinding light that was searing through his skull. His arm felt like he was dragging it through water. Don't strain yourself. Izuku felt a presence above him, calm and collected. Sensei? Izuku's voice came out hoarse, his jaw displacing loosely as if he'd lost control of it. What? He coughed, clearing his throat of fluid that had begun to gather. He tried to sit up, but a firm hand kept him pressed down. As the coughing subsided, Izuku felt much more in tune with his senses, as if moments before he had been controlling a body that wasn't his own and it was only then realigned. Izuku risked opening his eyes, the light far less painful than when he initially tried opening his eyes. He saw a head of messy white hair. Sensei? What happened? And where are we? Izuku asked, blearily. He looked around them, discovering they were in a windowless room Izuku didn't recognize. It was not that large, but he thought it bigger than his bedroom. He was on some type of lounge chair, and he checked around himself to notice a large desk with multiple computer monitors atop it in the center back of the room, a set of 2 chairs facing it and one, larger one, behind it. The room's walls were a mix of desaturated reds and oranges, just like the rest of the underground, but the green colors of the chair and decor didn't stick out like Izuku supposed it should have. They complemented it, giving the room a sort of library vibe. The back wall behind the desk was made of a single massive bookcase, every book straightened to be immaculate and precise. My office, Sensei answered, and Izuku thought he should have known. It's a 5-minute walk from the crossroads. Izuku moved to sit up, then noticed the tingling sensation around his entire body. It felt as if he was pushing against a pressing wall of needles every time he moved his muscles, like his entire body was asleep. Why? The events of what happened in the crossroads came back to Izuku's memory, Katsuki, the purple-haired boy, Shigaraki. Izuku jerked up, brining his hands to his forearms and chest. He could have sworn. You've been out for a couple of minutes, Sensei said then. Izuku pushed through the tingling pain so he could stand up, already feeling the sensation fading from activating his muscles. Sensei mirrored him, moving away from the position on the couch's side. Izuku swung his legs over the edge, standing up and stretching out, feeling the pain leak away satisfactorily. He stared down at his hands, flexing them. Only moments ago, he had gotten in the path of Tamura's quirk. He had felt, or at least thought he felt, the pain of his atoms separating under Tamura's 5 fingers. The blinding, indescribable feeling that came with the separating of the cells, neurons, partials on his arms and torso. The crushing feeling of emptiness and nothing as his body fell into where it once was, no longer supporting itself. "You have a healing quirk," Izuku stated simply, squinting his eyes up at the man. It didn't really make sense to Izuku. If he was really hurt by Tamura, it would have to be something powerful that would heal him. Sure, healing quirks didn't need a physical indication, but they usually came with a sort of price, either from the wielder or the person healed. The famous recovery girl was an example of the latter. Izuku felt tingly, but he didn't feel any different otherwise. "Of the sorts," Sensei said. Izuku opened his mouth to inquire more, but the door flew open. "What the Tamura?" Izuku blinked at the figure, completely unexpected. "I thought I told you to call me effing Shigaraki." Shigaraki growled. He emerged at the doorway, looking extremely uncomfortable. He stepped a few feet into the room, then stopped, head angled down. Between the fingers of the hand on his face, Izuku could see his hair clearly covering his eyes. He imagined a scowl covered his features. "Tamura." Sensei's voice was unyielding. "I think you have something to say to Izuku here." Izuku felt a wave of satisfaction, turning to Shigaraki with anticipation. "Oh, you do?" Izuku drawled, enjoying this too much. "This, I'm not going to." "Tamura." Shigaraki's hands started flexing, and he moved them to scratch at his neck. After a few seconds, he started to speak stiffly. "I'm sorry for trying to kill you, spleen," Shigaraki ground out, obviously not sorry. Izuku beamed anyways, ready to take full advantage of the situation when Sensei spoke. "Izuku, I believe you have something to say too, don't you?" Izuku stopped, blinking as he tried to comprehend the words. Shigaraki's posture shifted, hands stilling on his neck as he breathed out. The tables had turned. "No. Wah," Izuku whirled on him, "but I didn't do anything wrong. Did you not endanger underground security by allowing your friends to come down here? Only to have them publicly embarrass and enrage Tamura and the underground." "Oh no, Izuku saw what Sensei was doing here. Sensei knew that he didn't know the purple-haired boy. He knew that Izuku had lied on his behalf. Izuku thought it miraculous Sensei hadn't called him out on it earlier, but he was wrong. This was his punishment for lying. Izuku could see as much in the glint in Sensei's eyes as he spoke to him. "I'm sorry, Tamura," Izuku said, but his eyes were staring defiantly into Sensei's. "My friends and I shouldn't have been so careless." A soft smirk overtook the side of Sensei's face, the same one he had given Izuku after he guessed Shigaraki's quirk. "Why?" Shigaraki's voice dripped sarcasm. "Thank you. But you still owe me something." Izuku whipped back to him, pointing. "You nearly killed me." Sensei coughed. Shigaraki's posture hunched. "What the F do you want?" "As an apology," Izuku started, drawing out his words, "you could tell me a bit about that quirk." "No." Shigaraki spun on his heel, turning in a sharp 180 as he strolled away. His figure jerked in the doorway, as if he had run into something. "Let me watch it, brat," Shigaraki growled before he stuck his hands into his hoodie pocket and stalked away. Izuku had no time to wonder who it was Shigaraki had run into, as the figure had already approached the door. To Izuku's complete surprise, the purple-haired boy stood as the door bounced off the wall, waving in Shigaraki's departure. It was slightly dimmed in Sensei's office, and the artificial sunlight of the underground surrounded the boy in a sort of halo. "You?" Izuku said, pointing. "Me?" The figure confirmed, then pointed back at him, mirroring his stance. "You?" he echoed, voice filling in surprise. "You're alive." "Yeah," Izuku said, stretching his fingers, fading away the last of the tingling sensation. He was already walking to the door as he turned to Sensei. "I gotta go." "Of course." Sensei nodded sagely. "You boys can go work on your history project, was it?" He asked, eyebrow raised. "Yep," Izuku shamelessly agreed, grabbing the taller boy by his hand and dragging him out of the doorway. "Thanks for asking, by the way." The boy muttered as he was dragged off. He was jogging slightly to catch up with Izuku. My apologies. Izuku muttered back. He could see the crossroads from here, and he started mindlessly heading in that direction. There's something about that guy. He gives me the creeps, the tall boy said, sending a glance behind him to where Sensei's office was. Izuku made sure to file back the location of the office in his head. It was a room not far away from the crossroads, but unassuming and distant enough so it would be usually undisturbed by the noise. It seemed the right place for the boss's office to be, if it was the heart of the underground. Sensei? No, he's cool, Izuku said, remembering how just yesterday the man had told him he could be a hero. Saved my life, remember? That's twice in a row now. Do you normally get into life-threatening situations down here? I don't know, Izuku said honestly, this is only my second day. The purple-haired boy cut himself off and started again. You stood up to the boss of this place on your second day? As if you're one to talk, Izuku said back without a hesitation. You used your quirk on half a dozen villains on your first day. Okay, fair. Izuku glanced back at him, briefly, and they shared a sheepish glance. You're Deku, right? The boy asked. Rather unfortunate name. No, that's just what Kaken says to make fun of me, Izuku corrected. He noticed the other boy mouthed the word Kaken, looking faintly amused. Weird flex, but okay, the purple-haired boy commented, then continued, hunching down a little to come closer to Izuku's height. What's your real name, then? I'm Shinso Hitoshi. The name didn't sound fake. Izuku didn't hesitate when telling his own. Somehow, if through Izuku saving his life or because they seemed to click so easily, the other boy already had Izuku's full trust. Midoriya Izuku, but you can call me Izuku. Izuku stopped, pushing open the door to where he had led them. Same, Hitoshi said, following him in. The door shut and there was a moment of silence. Hitoshi stared at the walls of the room before asking, Oh hey, why the hell are we in a Dunkin' Donuts? Izuku looked around, realizing, indeed, that was where they were. He sighed. It was the first area I thought of? Dunkin' Donuts? Hitoshi repeated. Hey, Izuku crossed his arms. I should be asking you why the room is now suddenly covered in cats. Oh. Hitoshi looked down, as he hadn't realized the swarm of around 5 cats hovering by his ankles. From his reaction, and the fact he had similar cats when he was surrounded by villains, Izuku guessed he was used to it. Hitoshi bent down to rub one behind the ears. No idea, really. They're alley cats, I think. They seem to like me. No kidding, Izuku said. He leaned down, hovering a hand near one of the cats. May I? Hitoshi made a gesture that said go ahead, and Izuku did happily, rubbing an orange one behind its ears that it was calming, soothing traces of his still tingling nerves he hadn't even realized were still active. Thanks, Izuku muttered. So, why are we here? Hitoshi asked, looking at him. Don't tell me we actually have a history project you want to work on? Don't make fun of me, I just saved your life. Hitoshi opened his mouth in a silent mouth, then closed it, looking away uncertainly. Alright. I should probably thank you for that. Izuku laughed then, causing the other boy to look at him in confusion. Is my life an actual joke to you? What? No. Izuku stopped laughing, but was still smiling. Izuku realized he didn't know why he had taken Hitoshi here. It had just seemed like the only thing to do when he came in was to talk to him, which he definitely didn't want to do in front of Sensei. Thankfully, Izuku was saved from answering when the door flew open in a startling swoop. What was it with today and people wanting to make a dramatic entrance through destroying a door? Deku! The voice screamed, and Izuku winced. For a couple of moments, he had forgot Katsuki was down here too. The blonde must have followed Izuku and Hitoshi into the Dunkin' Donuts. He was good enough at espionage to pull it off. What the Hitoshi started, but was cut off with the slamming of the door and subsequent explosions erupting from Katsuki's hands. What the hell are you doing? He roared, stalking forward. He looked ready to murder Izuku, which was only slightly worse than a normal day. I can't even. His voice was cut off with a sneeze. Oh, Izuku thought, dread filling slowly with childish glee. He had forgotten. Sneeze. What did sneeze? He cut off into a fit, unable to talk. Izuku couldn't help it, he started chuckling. He picked up the cat he was petting by its arms, the cat mewing with disinterest as he held it facing Katsuki. The blonde was set into another fit of sneezing. Hitoshi was observing the interaction with an amused smile, shamelessly petting his own cat in Izuku's support. Izuku was sure he remembered Katsuki from his speech earlier. To the underground he had reacted like them, had laughed blatantly in the face of Katsuki's mom's camera. Katsuki glared at both of them, sending a darker eye to the peaceful cats in their hands, then leaned down, covering his nose with one hand as he sent the other forward, sending a loud but harmless explosion. Izuku covered his ears, watching the cats scatter from Hitoshi's legs. "How dare you!" Hitoshi exclaimed, jumping up. Izuku grabbed the back of his shirt, yanking him backwards before he could attack the blonde. "They're just in the corner of the room. You can take it." Katsuki rolled his eyes cruelly. Hitoshi's expression went a little confused, and he looked harder into the corner where the cats were. Izuku took pity on him, sighing. "Kaken's right. Sneezing spreads germs, anyways." "F you." Katsuki automatically responded. Hitoshi took one last longing look at the cats before probably deciding he'd get more answers should the blonde actually have a chance to speak. "Deku, why the F is he here?" Katsuki looked between Hitoshi and Izuku, hands holding explosions as if ready to strike any time. Izuku remembered his childhood friend's fury after he had been under Hitoshi's quirk. He couldn't blame Hitoshi for using it, nor Katsuki for being mad about it being used on him. The blonde had come down here specifically to get Izuku out of the underground, as he believed it to still be dangerous. He was protecting Izuku. Still, he had a really weird way of showing his affection to his childhood best friend. "Why the F are you here?" Hitoshi retorted, gathering Katsuki's attention. "Who the F even are you, anyways?" "Who the F are you?" "I asked first. I asked second. You and Izuku know each other. Are you two, like, friends or something?" Hitoshi asked bluntly, shifting a finger between the two boys. "No, yes," they said in tandem. Hitoshi snorted, eyebrows raised. "You are friends, then?" "No, I just said, look, Kaken, right?" Hitoshi took a step forward. He towered over Katsuki only slightly less than he did Izuku, though he still thought the purple-haired boy must be around their same age. "I don't know who the hell you are, but I really don't like you." Katsuki's face shifted, and Izuku knew it was his pre-murder expression. He had seen it enough times thrown at himself for various reasons. Wait. Izuku didn't want this fight to get nasty. He didn't know what kind of hatred Katsuki and Hitoshi had sparked, but he didn't want it turning ugly. "Kaken's just my childhood best friend. We go to the same middle school." "It's Bakugo Katsuki, not Kaken," Katsuki emphasized. Izuku had heard this time more lines than he hadn't. Hitoshi paused. He was standing next to Izuku right now, both of them facing the blonde. The purple-haired boy's eyes were assessing Katsuki's face, the anger in his stance slowly shifting to confusion. "Is he?" Hitoshi sounded odd. "Lying about his name?" Izuku blinked, then laughed for a moment, completely thrown, before he realized Hitoshi's distrusting expression hadn't changed. What? Did he actually not believe Katsuki about his own name? Izuku didn't know what was going on. Not only had Hitoshi not believed Katsuki when he was going on his rant to the villains, but Hitoshi wasn't believing Katsuki about his own name? Was he just that doubtful of the blonde? What the F dash? No. Katsuki looked at Hitoshi like he was crazy. "Why the hell would I do that? Just tell me why you're lying, man." Hitoshi cried, looking just as lost. It sounded like an accusation. "He's not," Izuku interrupted, sending wide eyes to both of them. Katsuki's met him in an incredulous look, as if Izuku was supposed to agree Hitoshi was mentally impaired. "Kaken's name is Bakugo Katsuki." The name felt unfamiliar in his mouth. He went on clarifying, "He never actually lies. It's like a weird thing he has or something." "It is not weird," Katsuki defended, look turning into a familiar glare. Izuku felt the lecture before it came. Everybody deserves the FING truth. I'm not about to censor myself so you people can live in FANG fantasy. No matter how vulgar, Izuku finished for him, dryly. Katsuki had repeated that probably thousands of times, Izuku thought. The blonde, ever since learning what a lie was, thought it was honorable to avoid them, because if he was going to be number one hero, he was going to be the best number one hero. Or whatever that meant. Izuku, more than anybody else in the world, knew the most about Katsuki's distaste to lying. He had to deal with it his entire life. What? Hitoshi interjected before Katsuki killed Izuku. Why'd I only believe you when he told me the name? Don't even ask me. Katsuki threw his hands up. Izuku thought about Hitoshi's reaction earlier, how the other boy made no reaction when Katsuki was insulting him to his face. Izuku had only met him, but he already knew that wasn't something he'd normally do. He thought further back, remembering how Hitoshi and every other one of the villains laughed in the face of Katsuki's camera, as if it was no concern to them. Izuku guessed they could have some other form of protection, but would they not have mentioned that instead of simply laughing? It didn't add up, Izuku thought. Even Sensei didn't seem at all plussed by Katsuki filming them doing illegal activities, and he would be the one most affected should the police find the underground. It's probably because you're an a-hole. Hitoshi commented, crossing his arms. Nobody believes an a-hole. What the F did you call me? Katsuki started, charging up his hands, but he was cut off with another sneeze. With it, the explosion stuttered in his hands, dying. Izuku thought about Hitoshi's logic. Honestly, it made sense and was really the only explanation they had. None of the villains knew Katsuki's determination like Izuku did, so of course, with him coming off so brazenly, he wouldn't be believed with his dramatic outbursts. Wait, Hitoshi paused then, filled with a genuine horror dawning in his voice. So you really are filming all of this? You're going to send it to the police? Katsuki stared at him as if he was an idiot. Yes. I thought I made that effing clear. Like they'll even do anything, Hitoshi muttered, but for the first time Izuku had seen him, looked apprehensive. Katsuki smirked, noticing the expression. Oh, so you're scared of me now, shitface? Hitoshi's face shifted into an angry smirk, the expression of shock and fear melting off of him at Katsuki's bravado. Of you? And those pretty explosions? Yeah, okay. Pretty. Katsuki growled, scowling as more explosions charged in his hands. I'll show you pretty, you shit-faced motherfucker. Whoa. Izuku got between the two. There was only seconds away from them actually starting to hurt each other. What is with you two? You've been at each other's throats since you met. It's not my fault he's an a-hole. Hitoshi crossed his arms. It's not my fault he's a smart butt, Katsuki retorted. He stared at the other boy, glaring furiously. His gaze shifted, though, before he was panning the room they were in with a mix of disbelief and disgust. Wait. Why the F? Are we in a Dunkin' Donuts? He concluded with complete and utter revolution, scrunching up his nose as if he was smelling something vile. You just noticed now? Izuku was ignored. I know. Daisuke. Hitoshi burst out, sharing a look with Katsuki. They're not that bad. In fact, Izuku paused for effect, facing the two. I might even say I like them. What? The F dash dot. They said in together, then glared at each other for the disgust of them agreeing before switching their looks to Izuku, mutually deciding hating Dunkin' Donuts was more important than their own feud. Even the FING villain agrees, Deku, Katsuki told him, crossing his arms. They SCK but. Hitoshi nodded. I'm entitled to my opinion, Izuku said crossly. Katsuki blinked then, and his glare turned more murderous. He looked as he had when he had barged into the room. Right there. Is that why you decided to sacrifice your FNG life for a goddamned villain? Izuku took a few paces back, feeling the atmosphere shift in the room. Katsuki was finally getting to why he even came here in the first place. Izuku was almost surprised at his anger. Stop trying to play the FING hero, dumbass. Izuku bristled, feeling the animosity in the air. That wasn't what I. We both know you shouldn't be one. And especially not down here. Katsuki gestured at the air around them, probably more at the Dunkin' Donuts than anything. Deku, what the F did you think you were FNG doing? Katsuki growled, reveling in the use of explicative. You self-sacrificing FING idiot. Izuku was thrown back by the ferocity in his voice. Don't try and be a effing hero. That's for the people who can actually not get hurt while doing it. Izuku could tell the blonde was more shaken up than he was letting on, hiding his apparent worry for Izuku under anger and curses. Izuku tried not to feel satisfied at this realization. Katsuki hated caring about people. But I didn't die. Izuku countered, and look, I'm fine. He gestured down at his whole, complete self. Katsuki looked unimpressed, only growling angrier. I swear. And Hitoshi is fine. That's what matters. Hi, what? You mean shitface? The guy with those atrocious-looking eye bags? Awful purple hair? Oh my god, you're such an idiot. Katsuki shot him another glare. I am standing right here, Hitoshi said, blinking. He was ignored. You can't just go throwing your life away, you shitty nerd. Auntie Inko would throttle me if you got hurt. I get it, you wanted to try and be a hero, but you're not going to find any of that down here. These are villains, criminals. They don't seem that bad. They don't. Katsuki cut himself off. He pointed at Hitoshi. You see this FA hole? He's a villain. He used his quirk on me. I couldn't FANG move. I couldn't even breathe for myself. Don't you think he's going to do the exact same thing to you? None of these villains are trustworthy. Izuku spared a glance at Hitoshi, who was looking away, almost guiltily. He would have thought the other boy would snap back at Katsuki for attacking him, but he stayed silent. Izuku bit his lip, turning back to the blonde. I can't speak for Hitoshi, he said, because he still didn't know his quirk specifics or why he came down to the underground. But everybody here. Every villain. Now that I've come down here, I don't want to leave. Why did you come down here, Deku? I only came here because I was following you. Katsuki stressed. His hands had moved to his hair, tugging it backwards. So why did you come here in the first place? Suddenly, Izuku felt sheepish. I wanted to find out the villain's quirks. It felt stupid when it was coming out of his mouth. Hitoshi stared at him confusedly, expressing more emotion than he had since Katsuki had mentioned his quirk. Katsuki, though, had paused, closing his eyes. He groaned, moving up in hand to pinch between his brows as his other one let off explosions Izuku had already categorized as releases of tension. I should have known, he muttered lowly, talking mostly to himself. God damn it, Deku, He took his hand off his brow, opening his eyes slowly as he stared straight at Izuku. With purpose, Katsuki walked forward. Izuku had no time to realize what was happening before the blonde had grabbed a handful of Izuku's arm sleeve. We're getting out of here, he whispered lowly. Kaken. Izuku tugged back on the vice grip Katsuki had around his uniform sleeve. I don't want to turn in the villains. The underground is their livelihood. And they're living here illegally. What the f is wrong with you, Def? I'm going to the police station and getting you the F out of here. He pulled Izuku in another harsh movement, and out of the corner of his eye, Izuku saw Hitoshi open his mouth presumably to use his quirk, but just then, the phone in Katsuki's hand went off, sending an unusually loud beep that had each boy in the room stopping. Hitoshi leaned forward, using his height as an advantage, peering to the phone screen in Katsuki's hand. Looks like your mom wants you home for dinner? Katsuki had snatched the phone out of his view, but Hitoshi had already read what was on the screen. Old hag? Really? Who calls their mother that? Katsuki growled at him non-verbally, shoving the phone in his pocket. In the time he did that, Izuku took the opportunity to disentangle his sleeve from the other boy's fist, and had stepped backwards a bit. For a moment, he was sure Katsuki was going to grab him again and drag Izuku out of here, kicking and screaming, but he only pointed a finger at Izuku, who took another step back at the angered determination in his eyes. Deku, I will get to the police soon. Put you in jail or protective custody, I don't care as long as it gets you the hell away from all these assholes. It doesn't FNG matter what you try or who the F you hang out with. His eyes bored briefly into Hitoshi, then back to Izuku. He is a villain. The other boy crossed his arms, offended. Hey, do you know what his quirk is? He can make you do anything you want. He can get inside of your head and stay there. He's going to manipulate you. He's going to get you killed. He paused, huffing. Don't say I didn't if you warn you. Hitoshi was silent. Katsuki whirled onto him, taking a step closer. The hand he wasn't pointing at Hitoshi's chest started popping with explosions, punctuating his words. Shitface. It won't FNG work again. Katsuki gave a mad grin. Not know I know how it works. Do you hear that? I'm not effing scared of you. Katsuki's voice cracked, and he paused, coughing before continuing. So F you. And your shitty quirk. And your cats. In a move dramatic enough to be Bakugo Katsuki, he left the room, slamming the door on his way out. The Dunkin' Donuts doorbell rang for a few seconds in the wake of his exit. Well, he seems pleasant, Hitoshi commented after a moment. Kaken is very strange. Izuku agreed, eyes still on the door as if the blonde was going to come back any moment. Should we be worried? At this, Izuku moved his gaze to Hitoshi, whose brow had creased in slight tension. You know that he'll actually turn us in? Izuku gave it thought. At school, Katsuki was clearly the most powerful person in their class. Honestly, he was the most powerful person Izuku knew. He was incredibly determined in everything he did to the point of near obsession. But, even with all that, Izuku couldn't see a world where Katsuki would be able to successfully pull what he wanted off. Katsuki didn't really have any other person to tell either. He could go to his mom or Izuku shuddered at the thought. Izuku's mom, but should the police visit fail, those surely would as well, right? The blonde didn't really have anybody their age to tell either. If Izuku didn't, well, already know, Katsuki would have already split to him, but everybody else the blonde was friends with were mostly cronies. He barely tolerated Izuku as it was. He didn't know why, but something told him not to worry. It was instinctual, a feeling like the one he'd had when he decided to come back to the underground after being attacked. Nah, he finally said, attempting to dust his clothes off of the cat hair that had accumulated on them unsuccessfully. Knowing Katsuki, they also probably smelled like smoke, but that was nothing new. Hitoshi nodded, shoulders sagging in relief. Wait. In a sudden movement, Hitoshi had whirled on Izuku, spine stiffening with new tension. His eyes were widened, the eye bags under them looking more pronounced on his pale skin, in his morphed expression. Why the hell are you still talking to me? Izuku blinked, then blinked again. What? You know? Hitoshi shook two hands in the air, growing more frantic. The thing? What thing? Izuku matched his tone, feeling his own heart rate elevate. My quirk. You heard what Explosion Boy said, you know what my quirk does. Hitoshi's voice broke off. At the mention of quirks, Izuku's mind narrowed, buzzing with the possibility of analyzing another one. Your quirk. Izuku's back straight with the challenge, recalling the confrontation from earlier. It's a form of mental control, if Katsuki's statement has anything to say. Izuku ran through his information, elated at the chance to analyze a quirk. Controlled by your voice, right? Since you would always speak before using it, and have just asked me why I'm still talking to you, which automatically implied a connection. Does it work like hypnosis? Izuku turned to face the other boy, and jumped slightly. Hitoshi had shut his eyes in the time Izuku had been talking, like it pained him to do so. He took a step closer to the door, finally opening them to stare at the Dunkin' Donuts dirted floor. It's brainwashing, he said defeated. He sighed, eyes not moving back to Izuku. I get it, I'll go. I won't try and bother you again. He reached a hand to grab the door, but Izuku moved faster, mind hovering in a place between panic and confusion. He knew Kaken and all the kids at school always got really mad or annoyed at his quirk explanations, but he didn't mean to upset Hitoshi. Why are you leaving? Izuku said quickly, using his smaller stature to slide underneath Hitoshi's arm, coming between him and the door. Hitoshi's hurt expression flickered. Because you obviously don't want someone with a villainous quirk around? Izuku blinked. What? Hitoshi took his hand off the door, sounding a bit more unsure. You know, I'm going to become a villain. Why do you think I'm down here, idiot? Hitoshi threw his hands up. Izuku stared at him. You want to be a villain? What? Of course I want to be a hero. Everybody does. Hitoshi shook his head. It was common fact everybody wanted to be a hero, but some people couldn't get it around their minds how cool they were. I just can't because, you know. Hitoshi waved his fingers in the air, then looked at him like Izuku was the one not making any sense. You know. Izuku prompted, lost. Hitoshi sighed, because of the brainwashing idiot. The villainous quirk. You still haven't explained what you mean by that. A quirk a villain too has. A quirk that is villainous. Hitoshi waved his hands around in the air wildly. No. Izuku shook his head. Quirks don't work like that, stupid. A quirk can't be a villain, that's the person's job. Hitoshi's eyes narrowed, he scoffed. You know what my quirk is? Do you know what kind of shit I could do with that kind of power? It's perfect for a villain. I take away others' willpowers the second they talk back to me. I could steal anything, go anywhere, even without any given permission. I can mess with people's minds. I could kill someone with a thought. And have you? Izuku interrupted, tone sharp. What the F dash? Of course not. Izuku smiled, posture relaxing. Then you're not a villain. Hitoshi stared at him for a long moment before his face contorted, scoffing a laugh and looking away from him. Just, never mind, he said, half turned away, you wouldn't understand. Izuku paused. Breathed in. Somehow, it felt much harder to say this to Hitoshi than it did to Sensei. It had slipped out, then, like Izuku wasn't even consciously aware he had said anything, but he actually wanted Hitoshi to like him. He had the coolest and most possibly overpowered quirk Izuku had ever known. Izuku started ineloquently, I think I could. Hitoshi's posture changed, the previous anger and exasperation straightening out as he stared at Izuku. Wait, you have a villain's quirk too? He asked, voice on the edge of being hopeful. Well, no backing out now. Not exactly, now he was just stalling. Izuku straightened out, letting his determination fill his shoulders. Actually, I'm quirkless. Hitoshi paused, his mouth moving open and closed near soundlessly. Oh, his voice was filled with realization, but to Izuku's surprise, not a touch of pity. Oh, he repeated. A few awkward moments passed. Izuku fiddled, wondering if he should have told Hitoshi at all. The reaction of everybody his age had been their usual preferred method of trying to get him to go away, whether that be simply walking or making fake excuses. Hitoshi broke the silence. He wasn't looking at Izuku anymore. At the orphanage, after they found out my quirks, they kids started pretending I wasn't there so they didn't have to talk to me. His mouth quirked up in a self-deprecating half-smirk. It doesn't stop me from talking to them though. I could talk as much as I wanted to, and they couldn't tell me to shut up. Izuku's mind stopped, for a moment not realizing what Hitoshi was doing, was offering. His heart leapt up to his throat, and for a moment, it was all he could do to stop himself from crying. It was different than when Sensei had accepted him. Sensei was an adult with a weird secret quirk. He was awesome and super cool, but he was old. Well, older than Izuku. Quirkless people grew less and less prevalent as years passed, so they were more used to seeing people like him. He sat down on one of the Dunkin' Donuts stalls, staring down at his hands. Kaken always tries to baby me even though we're the same age. It's annoying. Hitoshi's eyes moved up to meet his, and they shared a tentative smile. Izuku continued, he's a bully, but it's just his messed up way of trying to care about my safety. Slowly, Hitoshi moved forward, sliding into the seat opposite of him. My parents gave me up for adoption after my quirk presented, he said, almost like a challenge. Izuku smiled. My dad went on a business trip. After I didn't get mine, I haven't seen him since. Hitoshi smirked playfully. Don't tell me you have daddy issues. Izuku reached across the table, shoving Hitoshi's shoulder, like you don't. They devolved into helpless laughter. Izuku realized then how similar their situations were, Hitoshi having a quirk that drove other people away, and Izuku's lack of one doing the same thing. Hitoshi, even thought he had a quirk, understood what it was like for Izuku. Hitoshi knew, even in a different way, what it meant to not have a quirk, or not have a conventional quirk. They didn't fit in their own respective norms. It felt secret things about himself he'd never really told anybody else, at least not in a setting like this. I've been at a lot of foster homes, Hitoshi told him. They've all been doing it for the money and stuff, but I've always managed to get myself kicked out insolence. You were kicked out? Isn't that like bad practice? Izuku didn't know a lot about orphanages or foster homes, but he figured they were at least supposed to keep the kids they were protecting. Hitoshi shrugged in an answer. Why didn't you go to the police? Or, child services, Izuku asked. You sound like Explosion Boy. Izuku snorted. That name fit Katsuki perfectly. Hitoshi continued, sighing. What were they going to do? Magically transfer me to a foster home that accepted and loved me. Hitoshi rolled his eyes, and Izuku remembered the way he criticized Katsuki earlier for going to the authorities. Yeah, me and all the hundreds like me. What was it like there? Izuku asked. He realized after the words left his lips it was probably a personal question, but Hitoshi didn't seem fazed. Last time, he laughed slightly, the lady in charge of me took down all my hero posters and told me to go get more realistic dreams. Same, Izuku said, after a pause. But it was my mom. Hitoshi cringed. Ouch. His eyes widened, and he straightened slightly. Wait, let me show you, he trailed off, reaching behind him and pulling an object before fiddling with it. Izuku balked, leaning over the table. Is that a phone? Izuku didn't know anyone at his age that had a phone. Hitoshi's smile turned slightly smug. I stole it off one of the foster parents before they kicked me out. Izuku's eyes narrowed. I wasn't wrong when I said you weren't a villain, right? Hitoshi looked aghast. I'm going to return it, he said, bringing the phone slightly closer to his chest like he was sheltering it. I just wanted it so I could, actually, get into this place. It wasn't that hard to find. He paused, looking at Izuku with incredulity. Did you know they have Wi-Fi here? Izuku did, but he also learned today it was password protected. You know technology? Izuku asked, leaning over the table trying to look at the screen of the phone. Not really, but I want, Hitoshi said, shrugging. It got really boring at all the foster homes, especially with the he swirled a hand in the air. But look, he stopped fiddling, moving to turn the phone around so the screen was fully in Izuku's face. Izuku backed off, slightly, letting the image come in focus, and his eyes widened comically. You're like All Might too? He exclaimed, putting a hand forward so he could grip the phone. The image on screen was of a wall and desk, covered head to toe in hero paraphernalia. Izuku could tell some of it was second-hand, some homemade, but it was incredibly impressive. Who doesn't? Hitoshi scoffed. Izuku agreed, even Katsuki adored All Might. I'll have to show you my own room, he said, mumbling as he searched through the half-blurry photo. It was mostly All Might and unfinished as of yet, but he had information about all heroes in his journals. Hitoshi would like those too, he thought. His eye caught on another prominent figure. Wait, is that Eraserhead? He's so cool. You know who Eraserhead is? Hitoshi shifted so he was sitting on his knees in the stall. His face lit up, causing his features to look distinctly less tired. As long as he's staring at someone, he can stop their quirk. He has strength with one-on-one and stealth attacks, but has weakness when against more than one opponent. He's so cool, Hitoshi sighed wistfully, staring upwards. He basically fights quirkless. It's he met Izuku's eyes again briefly before looking away. It's why I came down to the underground to become a villain. Izuku eseked in a breath at the admission, but Hitoshi continued. Eraserhead was such an amazing hero, but I could never be like that. Everyone always said I couldn't be. So, well, I guess it was more revenge on my side when I decided to come down here and be a villain, Hitoshi said. I thought, well, that if you couldn't beat them, prove them right? Izuku finished, mouth twisting down in realization. Yeah, Hitoshi said, sighing. Izuku knew what it would hurt more to think those people were the cause of Hitoshi's and whatever victims he had sufferings. His tormentors would blame themselves for his evil villainness. It was a rather unjust cause to become a villain, but it wasn't built on any real desire for breaking the law, simply to be noticed by those who dismissed. So is that why you came to the underground too then? Hitoshi asked. No, Izuku said, honestly. The thought of actually becoming a villain hadn't even crossed his mind before Hitoshi brought it up. Izuku liked all the people he'd met in the underground, but he was sure he'd be awful at deliberately causing others harm. I came for the quirks. Like I told Kaken. For what? The quirks, Izuku repeated. You remember how I figured out your quirk? Hitoshi nodded and Izuku continued. I thought villains might have interesting ones I could analyze. His expression turned sheepish, and he rubbed the back of his neck. I had already analyzed all my classmates and every hero I could find, and sort of ran out of strangers who lived close by, so. You're stupid, Hitoshi said, but he didn't have any maliciousness in his voice. He leaned back in his seat slightly. What are you going to do then? Izuku asked him. I mean, if you don't want to become a villain, where are you going to go? Stay here. He shrugged. As long as it takes for them to kick me out. Izuku pursed his lips. Well, I don't think Kaken's gonna manage it, at least. Hitoshi sighed, frustrated. He leaned back in his seat, back hitting the wall of the Dunkin' Donuts. I don't want to go back to the orphanage, and there's no doubt I'm on the ladies. Izuku was beginning to feel similar distaste to the unnamed woman, Radar, 'cause of. He waved the phone in his hand around. Staying in the underground is, like, the only option, he snorted self-deprecatingly. I don't even have a place to sleep. I wish this place had an orphanage in it. The words came off sarcastically, but Izuku paused. A plan slowly formed in Izuku's mind. The ideas slotting together like puzzle pieces, clinking together a picture he had thought but hadn't voiced. Like the thought had just been on the tip of his tongue ever since he saw the underground. Hitoshi! Izuku gasped, pushing up from the table and jumping up to his feet. He pointed at the other boy, eyes wide. You're an absolute genius. I'm a what? Hitoshi fumbled with the phone as he tried to match him, but Izuku wasn't looking at him anymore. He was pacing around the Dunkin' Donuts, hands flexing in and out with excess energy. You're a genius, Izuku repeated absent-mindedly. He was staring at nothing, thoughts flowing faster than his mind could keep up with. Izuku, what? In a sudden movement, Izuku twisted to the other boy, who was now standing by the table, mouth open in bafflement. Izuku bounced on his feet, not caring how crazy he must seem. Hitoshi, what if we put in an orphanage? Hitoshi's expression didn't change, still lost. What the F dash? Listen to me. Izuku was getting more and more excited the more and more he talked. He started pacing again, a journal and pen materializing in his hands from his backpack. You said there were other kids in the system who are like you. What if they should come down to the underground too? It could be a place for you to sleep, for one. What's so bad with an orphanage? I mean, an orphanage itself is great and all, but how the hell are you going to convince the literally villains down here to go through with it? Hitoshi said, shrugging a shoulder. It can't be that hard, Izuku said. I mean, we were able to trick the villains only half an hour ago, weren't we? Hitoshi paused, clearly replaying the situation in his mind. Oh, fair. They are kind of stupid. You were awful out there, even if you were technically saving my life. Hey! But, say we can do that. What's the endgame here? Why not just make an orphanage, like, above ground? It's not just the villains who are stupid, after all. Hitoshi was right. If they simply wanted an orphanage, there were other more gullible adults on the surface they could totally take advantage of. However, Izuku saw more than that. Why stop at an orphanage? Izuku asked, this place needs a hospital, transportation, a pool somewhere, I don't know. He shook his head, waving a hand to dismiss the thoughts. He could figure that all out later. We can fill all the empty space down here. Make a use for it all. But wouldn't we be helping the villains then? Hitoshi pointed out, I mean, even though I came down here to be a villain, I definitely don't want to actually be one. We won't need to. Not if we're helping the villains do good things, Izuku said, and at Hitoshi's look of confusion, elaborated, like an orphanage or a hospital. Those are, like, an objectively good thing to do. What if we tell the villains doing so will, help them murder a ton of people? I doubt those are going to murder a ton of people. Besides the point. Izuku waved his hand, but it would do good, right? It would help a ton of kids and sick people and whatever. And what? The villains would do it out of their own evilness? We'd be tricking villains into doing good things by, making them think they were doing bad things. Exactly. You do realize how convoluted that is, right? It's what a hero would do. Izuku defended, helping out people. I think helping the villains would be the wrong way to be a hero, Hitoshi said. Izuku rolled his eyes. And making an orphanage would be the wrong way to be a villain. Hitoshi shook his head, a laugh on the edge of his features. You know, I think this might actually have a shot of working. It can't be too hard. Izuku grinned. Not with the two of us. Slowly, a matching look formed across Hitoshi's features. I like you, Izuku, he said, holding out a hand. Let's be friends. Izuku shook it vigorously. He tapped his pen to the notebook, now unsurprisingly filled with notes. He looked around them. I say we fix up this place too, he said, beaming excitedly. It's still fully functional and everything, but I don't think anybody comes here. Yeah, for good reason. Hitoshi wrinkled his nose, glancing suspiciously at their scenery. That's your opinion, Izuku told him quickly, pointing. Why did everybody hate Dunkin' Donuts? They weren't that bad. They really are, Hitoshi answered, and Izuku frowned, realizing he was talking aloud. Well, he sniffed. Coffee of any kind will get people on our side. True. I guess you're right. We can set up here as base. Hitoshi conceded. He sidled up to Izuku, bending down to look at the notebook in his hands. What's this for? Izuku smirked. I have a plan. Hitoshi laughed, grinning down at him conspiratorially. Say, how long do you think the history project cover will last? Izuku couldn't stop his snort. Somehow, sitting in that dirty Dunkin' Donuts crammed in between a cesspool of villain hideouts, Izuku found a friend. Just like that, Hitoshi Shinso entered Izuku's life. Hey, Hitoshi asked, do you think Explosion Boy's the villain of this story? No, Izuku pondered, I'm thinking more of a reluctant ally. Hitoshi laughed. He'll hate it when you tell him that. Oh, I know. Bakugo Katsuki wasn't a liar. In fact, he had gone out of his way to tell the truth, because the truth is what people deserve to hear. Didn't matter if they didn't want to hear it, it was fact and someone had to say it, so it might as fing well be him. For him, it was a matter of pride. He didn't have to lie to others in order to get them to like him. If they didn't like him, that was their fing problem in the first place. It also meant that if he said he was the best, he meant he was the best, and everyone in his class knew it. A few of them, like Deku, even shared the sentiment with Katsuki. Thus, Katsuki did not lie. He did not know he could lie. It wasn't like he needed to, though. He would never do something he wouldn't openly admit to. Other people would just have to handle him. Katsuki would never be caught lying to save his butt, ever. So it really was surprising when his carefully crafted reputation was destroyed in less than a goddamn day. It was destroyed, and it was 100% the mother FNG curly green-haired freckled sweat sample stalker idiot Deku's fault. Katsuki could never catch a break with the DMN nerd. Katsuki had seen common sense. He had tried to slap Deku in the face with it while he was getting him from the villain base, but he could not see reason. No, he was too blinded by the proximity of new quirks. All Katsuki wanted was to keep Deku away from the villains, so he acted like a responsible kid and told some fing adults. Most days, Katsuki wished he never followed Deku down there. It would have made his life about 1,000 times less complicated. Of all things, every situation he could imagine, Katsuki had not expected this. Cursing, definitely. Disbelief, probably. Anger, most likely. But out of everything, Katsuki had not expected full-blown laughter. Oh my god, his mom breathed between wheezes. Wait, so you just walked into, she diverged into a fit of laughter again. Why the hell are you laughing, old hag? Something funny to you? Katsuki started to feel a heavy pit forming at the bottom of his stomach. She wouldn't laugh at such a serious situation. She loved Deku almost as much as she loved Katsuki. Her and Auntie Inko were best friends. She must be worried, right? Yeah, you brat. Nice story you're telling. She devolved into laughter again. The story? His mother thought this was fake, But that didn't make any sense. To Katsuki, this was perfectly in character for Deku. What the F dash? I'm not lying. Katsuki was starting to sound desperate. She just laughed in his face again, completely unconvinced. Katsuki felt that pit in his stomach plummet. For some reason in that moment he knew that no matter what evidence he showed her, whatever proof he had, she would never believe him. She was still laughing as he walked away. Yeah, try and get someone to believe you, brat. He if I would. She'll see. Old hag. Bakugu, I wouldn't expect this from you at all. The teacher shook her head down at him. What do you mean, wouldn't expect this? Katsuki asked, the part of him he was ignoring already suspecting his teacher's answer. Well, lying of course. She started busying herself with her class grading again, trying to gesture to him this was the end of the conversation. Really, Bakugu, there's no reason to make unprecedented claims about your classmates, especially not Midoriya. She shifted her gaze across the room to where Deku was. He was talking animatedly with one of their classmates, a bright smile on his face. Well, talking to one of their classmates. He hadn't paused long enough to give them a chance to speak, yet. Unprecedented? Katsuki asked, the same feeling from when his mother laughed him in the face starting to form in the pit of his stomach. It's never nice to play pranks on your classmates, Bakugu, she told him. You may think it's just for fun now, but serious claims like that can get both you and Midoriya in trouble. Katsuki knew that. That was why he was telling her in the first place. This isn't some prank. Bakugu cut it out. I'm not listening to your idea of a joke, she said sternly, ending the conversation. Yes, sensei. Katsuki grumbled as he sat down back in his chair. Deku was watching him carefully from the other side of the room, face a neutral expression. Katsuki glared at him until he turned back to his notes. Deku is hanging out with villains. Katsuki stated, loudly interrupting the class. All eyes in the room turned to look at him, including Izuku. Izuku's eyes started to dart around the classroom. Suddenly nervous with all the scrutiny Katsuki was setting into his peers. Izuku couldn't help but feel completely exposed. Everyone in class heard this. Was this how the underground was going down? In a school classroom? One person broke the silence with a laugh. Midoriya? And suddenly, it was everyone in the class who was laughing, excluding Katsuki and Izuku himself. Izuku's eyes widened. The class didn't believe Katsuki. They thought it was a joke. Izuku looked over to Katsuki, who was looking resigned and not surprised. He looked as if this had happened before. Did he tell someone before and not get believed? The teacher speaking confirmed his suspicions. Bakugu, what did I tell you about playing pranks on Midoriya? He clearly looks upset. She gestured to Izuku's wide-eyed look, misconstruing its actual meaning. Katsuki glared at him, not saying another word, and sat down. To Izuku's surprise, he didn't even look shocked that the class didn't believe him. Izuku couldn't help himself. He started to laugh with the rest of his classmates. Mostly in relief. He was going to like this year, he could already tell. The police. The police had to take him seriously. He was trying to report a villain. Multiple villains. They couldn't ignore that. Hey, kid, you don't say you're up for sorting through these files? I'll give a look through the, evidence again afterward. Katsuki had decided he officially hated the police force. He reached for their shitty piles of paper, the officer patting his hair as Katsuki resigned himself to his fate. They were his only shot at getting the underground and all the villains in it and Deku and Shitface arrested and/or safe. Didn't matter to Katsuki, honestly. He just needed to get over himself and SCK up the police's shitty bullshit. Katsuki steeled his nerves. Those same ones that had let him train to be a hero since before he even got his quirk. The same nerves that let him tolerate Deku, of all people. He knew what he was going to do. He was going to gather as much evidence as necessary to get the police to believe him. Is this your F-ed-up way of telling me you're interning at the police station now, brat? No, old hag, I'm telling you. Well, congrats, kid. Maybe there they can teach you some actual manners. She ruffled his hair, hard, and Katsuki set off loud explosions until she walked away. Bakugu Katsuki? An intern? Yeah. Likely. Hitoshi had become a new frequent resident at Izuku's house. Inko had cried the first time Izuku had brought Hitoshi home and declared him his best friend. She cried again when Katsuki reluctantly joined them and wasn't as much as an a-hole to Izuku. Well, Inko at least thought so, since she, as well, now didn't believe a word out of Katsuki's mouth. "I'm so happy to see you growing up and making friends," Inko said, crying, which, of course, made Izuku cry as well. "Getting away from that dangerous quest of yours to become a hero. Oh, we still plan on that, Mrs. Midoriya," Hitoshi told her, patting her arm. "You share interests too," Inko whispered, devolving into tears again. Izuku didn't know if they were from happiness or worry. Probably a mix of both. Hitoshi had ended up living in the Dunkin' Donuts, which he complained at length about but never did anything to change. Izuku dragged a futon into the room, shoving it unceremoniously into one of the corners. Hitoshi put up his hero posters again and Izuku brought down some of his own that didn't fit in his room. Izuku suspected he secretly liked it, however bad the donuts supposedly were. Because Izuku was the only one who actually liked the donuts in there, the back room made an amazing secret base of their anti-villainous but also villainous operations. "They're disgusting, Izuku." "Yeah, well, so are most things, including you, so." Katsuki also came along to most of their meetings when they had them. He said that it was boring and suspicious out there with all the villains. Izuku was just happy he came by his own will. Izuku was visiting the underground almost every day, as it was the easiest way for him to see Hitoshi. It was so freeing to him to have a friend who was just as into heroes as he was. Hitoshi even knew more about the underground heroes. And no, Kaken, that knowledge was incredibly useful and important to being a hero. "Stop talking about laws. Auntie Inko, I want you to listen to me." Deku and shitface that. "Oh, Katsuki," Auntie Inko said, reaching down and caressing his cheek, shocking Katsuki speechless. He looked up to find her eyes full of unshed tears and pity. "I expected so much better from you." "I'm not lying." Katsuki couldn't muster his normal anger around the woman, and everything that came out of his voice was frustration. "I have all the proof, I've been collecting it." "Auntie Inko, you and Izuku have always been the best of friends," she cut him off again. "I'm disappointed, Katsuki, you try and accuse him like this. You know he's not that kind of boy. He loves heroes." "I know. That's why I'm concerned." Katsuki burst out, a pang of guilt at her disappointment despite the fact he most certainly should not feel guilty because he was right. Her lips pinched. "Young man, I'll be talking to your mother about this." Internally, Katsuki rolled his eyes. Like the old hag would even care. "But I want you to talk to Izuku? Hitoshi too," she continued. "I've seen how close your group has grown recently." Going to Auntie Inko was his last option. He had hoped that like Deku she would believe him. She didn't know him as well as the shitty nerd, but it might have been some genetic thing that made it so Deku was the first one to believe him after everything happened that first day in the underground. Katsuki's hands tightened into tight fists as she hugged him, perfect and comfortable just like every time she had held him. After a moment, he returned the embrace, holding on to her so tight it must have been a painful. Katsuki stared ahead, his mouth tightening with his resolve. He would get Deku and Shitface out of there. If not for their own stupidity, for Auntie Inko. She didn't deserve this. Izuku was there when Katsuki realized Hitoshi wasn't actually getting any schooling. Katsuki had started screaming, insisting Hitoshi spend more time outside the underground. Or at least, Katsuki's version of insisting. "Are you effing stupid? Oh wait, I guess you are, since you aren't going to school." "No really, it's not like I'd need school to become a hero." "You think a hero school is going to accept a kid who dropped out in secondary school?" Kaken laughed meanly, but Izuku had to admit he had a point. "You should just come to our school." Izuku jumped and smiled at the purple-haired boy. "What? No." Hitoshi's eyebrows furrowed. "Come on, why not?" Izuku put his best pout on. "A kid can't just show up at school. The teachers would do something. You can be my cousin or something." Izuku shrugged. "Who are they gonna believe, Kaken?" Hitoshi looked over at Katsuki, snorting. "He is not going to school with us," Katsuki declared, turning to Izuku. I already have enough putting up with you, how the F am I going to survive with you both? Katsuki pinched the bridge of his nose, as if trying to dispel a headache. I'd rather effing you die. Kaken didn't end up dying, but rather, Izuku won the argument, and soon Hitoshi had joined them at school. He was in the same year as they were, and after the first day where he kept his head high and acted like he belonged with them, the teachers didn't even bat an eyelash at his presence. It was a little strange, actually. Hitoshi just kept coming to their school, and soon it was odd for him to not be there. Katsuki tried to call attention to the fact, but, as expected, it didn't work. All adults are incompetent, Katsuki muttered, weirdly, and Izuku didn't want to think about the story behind that. Hitoshi didn't tell anyone at school about his quirk, and obviously no one believed Katsuki about it, so it was the general consensus in their school he was also quirkless. Hitoshi told Izuku he liked this arrangement better, though, since he could actually talk to other people without them being really weirded out. Izuku was sure through a combination of his charms and Katsuki's weird liar thing, they could get the other kids to not be scared of it, but Hitoshi refused. I like it, he said, both of us being quirkless. Why? 'Cause it's like, we're slapping their prejudiced faces each time they look at us. Hitoshi grinned, they know we're FA cooler than them. And quirkless. Izuku couldn't help but smile giddily. It was also Hitoshi's first time actually seeing Katsuki's attitude at school, how the class treated him like some kind of best friend when all he did was shout variants of the word F-. Izuku could finally laugh about it with somebody else. I take it back, Hitoshi said. He's no ally. Just a comic relief. I'm the effing what? One of the effects of having everyone believe Katsuki was a liar meant people, especially the kids at school, liked him more. He'd say something scathing, cruel even, and it would just get laughed off. That's just bakugu, for you, they'd say, doesn't mean a word he says. Izuku thought that maybe if Kaken decided to treat others better, they might actually realize he means what he says, instead of it all being burned out. Katsuki was stubborn. He didn't want to lie, especially not now, when it'd prove those shitty extras right. Kaken was always really weird about lying. Izuku didn't really want to push it in fear of him exploding. Pun intended. In the underground, Katsuki made no secret of going to the police station regularly, either. The villains either didn't seem to care or, like most things, simply didn't believe him. It was after a while when Izuku realized as long as Kaken was in their vicinity, Hitoshi and Izuku could talk openly about their operations and have it be ignored by both the villains and their classmates at school. Katsuki's lying was becoming really useful to Izuku and Hitoshi. Hey, Kaken? Izuku asked tentatively. Spit it out, Deku. Katsuki grumbled, trying to alleviate the headache caused by the nerd's sheer presence. Well, I just wanted to say I'm sorry, Izuku stated. I mean, for worrying you that first day? When you first came down into the underground. Why was Deku apologizing now? Has it really been on his mind for this damn long? What? You didn't worry me, shitty Deku. Well, you did say you followed me. No, Katsuki hissed. I said I came to the hellhole villain pit because it was dangerous, and a weak shitty Deku like you would never be able to defend yourself. Fing idiot. Wait, but isn't that? Deku cut himself off and shook his head, a fond smile overtaking his face. You know, you really are such a hero, Kaken. Katsuki scoffed, dismissing the compliment. Deku was being disingenuous, like usual. I better if ain't be. Deku was quiet after that, looking down at the floor. The shorter boy broke the silence soon again. You know, Kaken, you really didn't have to, stay. Katsuki scoffed again. I don't do anything I don't want, Deku. Which was completely true. He certainly didn't like having to get Deku out of this hellhole, but he couldn't ignore it, like he said earlier. It won't matter soon anyways. Katsuki grumbled, mostly to himself, but loud enough for Deku to hear. I'm going to get this place arrested, and you're going to be kicked out of it. I don't think the underground is very convinced on that. Deku glanced backwards, once, even though Katsuki had already checked the perimeter, checked for any other villains. Katsuki scowled, shoving his hands into his pockets. They will be. The first thing Hitoshi and Izuku tried was small, but surprisingly effective. We must kill those pros, Shigaraki yelled to nobody in particular, throwing down this week's edition of Heroes magazine. Understandable, a villain agreed sensibly, but for why? Because of this. Shigaraki ummed, waving the page in the air. The BSRs went and donated $1 million to children's hospitals. The villains all made protesting noises. EW. They ACK. That's the worst. Oh, how inconvenient. Sensei added, frowning down at the article. Well, why don't we? Izuku interjected loudly, drawing the room's attention to him. Izuku met eyes with Hitoshi, briefly, ignoring Katsuki's double take. The F-green? Spleen. What do? Sensei looked almost at a loss for words. He coughed, curiosity filling his posture. What do you mean, Izuku? We have enough money to do it, surely, especially if we raid a bank or something, Izuku said, talking to Sensei then the room at large. Banks were a tool of the capitalist society. There's a lot of work to do down here, yet no hands. Beating the heroes at their own game would certainly spread the word of more people. Right? Izuku looked up. Sensei? The villain was smart enough to catch on to what Izuku was trying to do, but he just raised his eyebrows. Interesting. But that's exactly what the heroes are doing, Shigaraki said, glaring at Izuku sharply. Why would we want to be like them? The group of villains muttered a few agreements, grunting a bit, interest fading in their eyes. He was losing them. Izuku waved a hand in the air. Tamura, that's exactly what I mean, Izuku said to Shigaraki. He turned back to the whole group, grinning slightly when he saw their attention was regained. What if we do it better than them? It would, Izuku faltered briefly but regained the tone. It would show those nasty pros that we're better than them, if we donated more money. Sensei's lips quirked up. He crossed his arms. It certainly would, wouldn't it? The villains hummed in acknowledgement, faces going slack with consideration. Hitoshi shot Izuku an impressed eyebrow raise that Izuku returned with an eye roll. What the F are you doing, Deku? Katsuki's asked, voice low. Right. Katsuki hadn't been actually informed of Hitoshi and Izuku's plan to turn all the villains good. Oops. Izuku opened his mouth to talk when Shigaraki's angled face filled his vision. The teen had stood up, 4 fingers on his hips as he pointed an accusing finger at Izuku. How could we show it to the pros when the pros don't even know we exist? They can't be jealous of our hospital if they don't know about it. His face scrunched up. Spleen's just trying to get us to trick us into donating money to charity. Okay, Shigaraki was kind of dead on. The group of villains looked to Izuku, then, as if watching a scripted debate. Izuku cleared his throat, spreading his arms in welcome and walking forward. It is true that the pros don't know about us, but isn't that better? Izuku whispered the last word, enrapturing the villains in his tone. The heroes don't know that we're better than them, will go on unaware of us. Still thinking they're the top of the world, they will go on not only worse than us, but ignorant. We'd be taking away every advantage they had, while strengthening our own systems. The villains nodded along. Izuku met eyes with Hitoshi, who moved closer. That was bullshit, right? Hitoshi asked, a slight laugh in his whisper. Every word. Izuku laughed just as quiet. The villains were now discussing the best locations for the donation collections. Suddenly, pale, wrinkled eyes were close to his face. Shigaraki's 4-fingered grip held firm to his shoulder as he whispered menacingly, other hand pointing to Izuku's chest. I know what you're trying to pull here, Spleen, and I won't let you do it. He put his finger down, slightly disintegrating a small patch in Izuku's school uniform. Izuku started, but a cough from behind them alerted Shigaraki. Sensei pet an eyebrow, and Shigaraki sighed loudly, backing off. Sensei's gaze traveled to Izuku again, who just shrugged sheepishly at the villain. Sensei wasn't going to help them, it seemed, but he certainly wasn't going to stop them. That seemed enough for Izuku. Shigaraki called for Kurogiri. As he stormed away, Izuku fiddled with the new form hole with a frown. That a-hole, Hitoshi said, grumbling, you'll have to get a new shirt. Nothing worse than Kaken has done, Izuku shrugged, looking up to find the blonde in question. When they met eyes, Katsuki huffed, turning away. You're not coming? Izuku asked. I'm going to the police. Katsuki answered, waving a slightly smoking hand. Hitoshi grinned. Don't you want to know what Izuku and I were doing? Katsuki stopped. Hitoshi walked forward. Come on. I know you're curious. We'll tell you. I swear it on my father's name. Katsuki sighed, head tilting upwards as if the beings up there had already decided his fate. You're an orphan, he said. So? Hitoshi replied, a little song in his voice as he stuck his head in front of Katsuki's path. Katsuki stopped and turned around slowly, looking like every step he took was physically paining him. His explosions went off as he joined their walk back to the Dunkin' Donuts. Katsuki tried to bodily drag them to the psychiatric hospital after they told him. He failed. It was great. When I told you not to become a hero, this is not what I meant. Katsuki told Izuku very, very tiredly. I'm still going to be a hero, you know. Izuku told him defiantly. Katsuki sighed again, pushing his fingers into the corners of his eyes as if dispelling a tension. It doesn't count if you're helping the villains, Deku. Katsuki said, throwing his hands in the air. A hero is supposed to help everybody, Explosion Boy. Hitoshi grinned, and Katsuki flipped the bird at him, stalking the other direction. Wait, Kaken, where are you going? Back to the police station, he called back. I'm going to pound reason into those incompetent fools. Get me a coffee while you're at it, Sparky. Hitoshi called, completely ignoring the fact he lived in a, however awful, coffee shop. Katsuki just flipped him the finger, not deigning him a response. Wait, there's a gaming setup here? Izuku exclaimed, running towards the console. The latest model. Izuku guessed they stole it. Do you think we're heathens? Shigaraki scoffed, appearing out of nowhere and plopping down on the couch and grabbing a controller with 4 fingers awkwardly. Go away, spleen. Do you have Super Smash Bros? Izuku asked, peering into the cabinet next to the screen. Shigaraki growled, trying to swat him away. In his struggle to do so, his hand relaxed on the controller, disintegrating part of it away. Shigaraki cursed, glaring at Izuku as if this was his fault, then grabbed another one of the controllers, lifting his pinky up in the air. Well, that explained the insane amount of controllers he spotted in the cupboard, Izuku thought with slight amusement. Shigaraki forced him into player 2. Izuku thought it was fair enough. Tamura's quirk is pretty powerful, you know? Anything he touches with 5 fingers is automatically separated from itself, shriveling down into ash. It's incredibly painful, I remember. Do you remember when he almost killed me? Man, that feels like ages ago. Time really does fly. Anyways, the changes depend on his mood, so if he's sulky or non-engaged it happens slower than when he's angry or happy, you know? I've stolen some of his skin from his hand, wasn't hard, but it showed no sign of disintegration even when Sensei shifted in his seat and Izuku was abruptly brought back to the present, sitting up in his sensei's office seat he'd forgotten he was even in. Oh my gosh! Izuku exclaimed, blinking up and moving a hand halfway to his mouth. Realizing only then he had a journal in his other hand. Great, so he was transcribing this too. I didn't mean to. I lost track of what I was saying. I'll stop bothering. No. Sensei shook his head, and Izuku met his eyes for the first time since he realized he was going on about quirks. To Izuku's utter bemusement, Sensei wasn't looking at Izuku with estrangement or that weird pity the teachers always had. No, the man seemed almost charmed. I don't mind it at all, he said, still smiling softly, and Izuku short-circuited. Why? He realized a second later how dumb that sounded, and wished he'd asked an actual question or reacted better so Sensei wouldn't think him some kind of freak. But, to Izuku's bafflement, the man just laughed, not critical at all. I had a similar habit myself when I was your age, Sensei said, looking away, classically sheepish. It is not an attribute to be reprimanded. Wait, you're into quirks too? Izuku asked, suddenly extremely hopeful. Sensei looked at him, lips forming a small smile. You have no idea. Sensei was awesome. Is that a gun? Yes, Izuku, Sensei said, still holding out the weapon for him to take. Izuku did not. But it's a gun. Those are illegal, Izuku said. Sensei looked up and around them. Okay, he had a point. They were in the training area. It was beneath the underground's first main floor, and was more full than any other area Izuku had seen before. It reminded him of the hero training areas he had seen on TV and documentaries, though it seemed a lot less safe. Sharp objects littered a wall on the left side, right by different swimming pool-like pits of water, acid, and other substances he suspected he didn't want to know. Many villains were simply doing training down like somebody would do in a gym, but many other were training their quirk, and to get him into the corridor off to the side, Sensei had to physically drag him away from the quirk training villains. It had led to a long hallway-looking room with different stalls. Izuku, stupidly, didn't really realize it was a shooting range until Sensei brought out his gun. He must have been holding it on in under his coat this entire time. I thought you were going to teach me stealth moves. Izuku punched the air in a mock imitation of how he had seen All Might do it on TV, like punch, punch, kick. He lost his balance, and Sensei nudged his shoulder, righting him. Sensei sighed. That will come later, Izuku, when you're strong enough to start work. But for now, this is more important. Can you tell me why? Because I don't know. Izuku looked away in defeat. Then answer me this: what advantages does a gun give to an average person? Izuku's brows wrinkled in concentration before his eyes lit up. It's because it can be used quirklessly. Sensei smiled down at him. With, of course, a few exceptions. Sensei shifted the gun in his hand as he spoke. It levels out the playing field between the quirkless and the not. It's an equalizer. Izuku stared in rapt attention, already suspecting the man was about to lecture. As more and more people got quirks, they started taking over the use for modern technology. While it is still used, the progress was put on hold in favor of advancing quirk research. Izuku knew this. Sensei continued. It is because of that people now pass off anyone who is quirkless as useless. Izuku looked down, only a slight move, but a touch on his shoulder by Sensei brought him back to the man's earnest expression. But they are wrong. Izuku straightened fully up, listening. Every villain, every hero, every human being on this planet has power. For some it's what they're born with, but for others, it's what they make, Sensei said. By allowing everybody power, he looked down at the gun, we make it so only the most persistent and knowledgeable can make it on top. No man cannot die. No man has no weakness. Sensei quirked a lip upwards at Izuku, reaching on the wall, pulling down a pair of earmuffs. He leaned down, setting them around Izuku's head, before putting another set on himself. The villain faced forward, again, spine now. Completely straight. His eyes gained a glint Izuku couldn't categorize as he raised the weapon up with both hands. The shots were fired as if all at once. Izuku took off his earmuffs and looked forward but couldn't see the target he had fired into. A buzzing sound came from above, and Izuku looked up, noticing a bar that had started moving forward. Sensei took off his glasses and earmuffs as the sheet finally came into Izuku's line of view. How did you? Izuku started to say. The sheet of paper with clustered holes in its center was pulled down, replaced by a fresh target, slowly moving backwards. Want to give it a go? Sensei clicked a button on the side, holding the handle of the gun out to him. Izuku stepped backwards. No. Aren't handguns, like, an American thing? Izuku didn't want to be like the Americans. Their terrible management with them are, Sensei said. And you want me to shoot that thing? Izuku was pretty sure he'd fly backwards from just the knockback. I never said training you to be a quirkless hero was going to be easy. But it's a gun. No hero but like Snipe uses guns. I can't do that. I'm into quirks, remember, not weapons. Izuku stared at the device in horror. Sensei brought his hand down to his side, shaking his head. There's a reason handguns are illegal in Japan. A gun is like the opposite of a quirk. Sensei explained. To discover more about how quirks work socially, we need to understand what humans are capable of without them. Like what the world was before quirks? Izuku had only really heard about the war and conflict. Exactly. Sensei looked away. The truth is, Izuku, no human is defenseless or useless. I've learned, more than anybody in the world, how true that is. Izuku wanted to ask, but it didn't seem like the right time. So, what do you say? We can train with something else, if you really don't want to use one. Like before, Sensei held out the gun, handle first, to Izuku. He had given him an out. Izuku could say no if he wanted to decide to simply work on natural strength or whatever else Sensei had planning, but a part of him, staring at the weapon, didn't want to. Izuku hesitated slightly before he grabbed it, cradling it with both hands. Sensei knelt down, coming to eye level with Izuku. He too stared at the gun. You now hold the power of life and death in your hands. Do not take that lightly. Izuku stared down at the gun, and for the first time in his life, felt like he could be a real, powerful hero. Okay, he said. Okay. He copied Sensei's movements. The villain readjusted his stance in small increments until Izuku felt like he was in some sort of action movie. Sensei put his hands onto Izuku's shoulders, steadying him so the recoil wouldn't knock him off his feet. Izuku took a deep breath and, Izuku? Stop sulking so much. Nobody shoots perfectly their first time. Leave me alone. I want to die in peace. You realize that's not what I meant by, no man cannot die? Right. Stop making fun of me. Are you sure about this? I'm sure about everything. I'm being serious here, Izuku, Hitoshi said, scratching his arm. I mean, you can really back out at any moment. I won't take it personally. Hitoshi. Izuku stopped him. He set down his new pile of journals. I trust you. You don't need to worry about anything. Hitoshi, ignoring him, worried his bottom lip. Like this, the bags under his eyes looked more prominent, more tired. I told you what I can do, Hitoshi said. And I told you I want to, Izuku emphasized. To me, your quirk isn't scarier than any other quirk. In fact, it's less scary, it's yours. But, no buts. He continued, holding a finger up menacingly. If you really don't want to do this, that's fine, but I want you to know I really want to, and I think this will help you become a hero like it helped Kaken. Katsuki would beg to differ, Hitoshi said, the corner of his lip finally tugging up in a smirk. You know how much I like quirks. Yours is like, his voice dropped down in a whisper, the most interesting one I think I've ever seen. Other than All Might's, of course. Hitoshi finished, nodding solemnly. Why are you whispering? I didn't want to offend the other quirks. I'm sure All Might is seething right now. Izuku laughed, placing a hand on Hitoshi's arm, eyes glowing. So, what Daya say? And you're sure? Hitoshi confirmed, voice serious again. Izuku rolled his eyes. Yes, whatever. Hitoshi mock-scowled at him, and Izuku backed off to go get his journals from the Dunkin' Donuts table. Okay, I'm thinking we start with something more simple. You're going to kidnap someone? Isn't that just pointless? Izuku wore an innocent expression, staring at the villains in front of him with the most charm he could muster. What do you mean, Izuku? Izuku moved his eyes to Sensei for the split second. Having the man specifically ask for his opinion went a long way in getting places with these little chats with the villains. Well, like, he flicked his gaze back to the group of villains, you'd kidnap someone for ransom, right? But if you were to do that, you'd need a high-profile target, one with money. Izuku rubbed his chin in thought. Doing that would create chaos and get even more heroes coming after you. It's just not worth the risk. He shrugged. The villains bristled, not liking their plan getting torn apart. They were lost from what they needed to be doing. Why should we listen to you? A villain crossed her arms. The others stopped, watching the interaction. You should listen to him, Sensei said before Izuku could defend his position, and Izuku's gaze flicked to him, not letting his shock show on his face at Sensei's support. The other villains looked to this boss as well. Has Izuku's input not led to the underground's prosperity in the past? Izuku felt his cheeks start to turn red from the praise, ducking his head down to hide it. So, Villain turned to him, and Izuku looked back up, face composed again. What do you suggest we do? Izuku frowned, head now back on the problem. You could just steal from them, probably. Take from their bank or credit or something. It'd probably be seen as helping the economy too. Most of the villains seemed satisfied with this, but one spoke up. Wait, so just no more kidnappings? They're too risky and costly? The other villains frowned in agreement. Izuku faltered for a second, not knowing what to say. Thankfully, Hitoshi saved him. No, of course not. Hitoshi's tired drawl was placating. If you're going to kidnap someone, you got to do it to someone who won't be missed. Huh? A villain asked. Like who? Someone no one would notice was even gone, Hitoshi said darkly. Katsuki snorted. Everyone ignored him. Or, Izuku added, someone who would want to be gone. Then if you kidnap them, they won't try to escape. What would we do with these kidnapped people, then? The skeptic asked. How do you think villains are made? By chance? No way. Well, yes, but whatever. Get people to train them. Make room in the underground. Put them to paid work if they're up to it. Inflation, Katsuki muttered under his breath, not loud enough for any of the villains to hear. Yeah, Izuku added. Kidnapping somebody who doesn't want it will just lead to escapees, which cause a lot of drama, especially if you don't want anybody finding out about the underground. The villains contemplated this. One spoke up first. I do need a new worker at the weapons factory, which prompted the group to start listing all the help they need down in the underground, from a new villainous hairstylist to a person to hold the fan when taking photos for villainous propaganda posters, which were apparently a thing. All of the villains, perhaps, forgetting the fact that kidnapping was probably not kidnapping if the kidnapped person was going willingly. Sensei met Izuku's eyes once, a slight glimmer in them before he looked away. Izuku, Hitoshi, and Katsuki, resignedly, left the group like that pondering willing kidnapping victims. Guess what? The only other person who seemed remotely upset by this whole chain of events was Hans McGee, the stupid-looking teenager who wore a severed hand over his face all the time like a FNG douchebag. He had glared openly at Deku and Shitface, said nothing and stalked off. The two of the idiots didn't even notice. God, why was Katsuki now relying on a villain to see reason with him? After the next incident, in which Deku and Shitface somehow convinced the underground to donate their raid money to charity, Hans McGee snapped, openly whispering to Deku that he knew what they were trying to do. Shitface, the BSRD, just smirked, telling him to do his worst. You know, explosion boy, Shigaraki, Shitface had prompted, smugly looking at Hans McGee, then to Katsuki himself, you guys should work together. Both want us to get out of the underground, don't you? Katsuki had tried to channel the strongest aura of an expression could direct. Not any chance I'd work with a villain. Hans McGee, thankfully, was similarly disgusted. I'd never work with a filthy cheating liar. Shitface put both of his hands up in mock surrender, laughing slightly. I was only trying to help you guys, but whatever. Katsuki wanted to bash his face in, but resisted. The BSTRD could get his face bashed in after getting arrested, like he deserved. The old hag refused to let me borrow her phone anymore, Katsuki said, hefting up the device. So I got this from the police station. The camera had a leather casing and strap, wrapped once around Katsuki's neck and settling beneath his chest. There were variously colored buttons on its side and a large, currently black, screen covering the side opposite the camera. The leather was a red-brown color, slightly darker than the color of the walls of the underground. It was hilariously disproportionate to his body. Even to someone the size of an adult, it seemed far too big. The police station? Hitoshi asked. They just had that lying around? From where? A lucky find, Katsuki answered, which was his way to say he wasn't going to tell them. He probably thought Izuku would go and send to raid the place, which, well, fair. I want to see, Izuku said. He reached out wanting to touch it. He could probably write a journal entry about it. Katsuki jerked it away from him, holding it above where the green-haired boy was too short to reach. Hey no, don't effing touch it, Katsuki said. You're most likely going to break it the second you do. True, Hitoshi tacked on. Izuku glared at his friends for ganging up on him. Sure you're not going to explode the thing, though? Yes. Katsuki hissed back. And besides, that's what the leather is for, dumbass. He wiped his palm down the side, no doubt spreading nitroglycerin in its track. Izuku made a mental note to grab a sample of the leather for testing. It's going to be recording all the time. Katsuki continued, so none of you fuckers will be able to get away with anything. We seem to be getting away with a lot already. Izuku commented. Katsuki sent an explosion in his direction. Izuku dodged. What's next? Hitoshi laughed. Setting up security cameras all around the underground? Katsuki grinned then cruelly. He swung the camera so the strap went through his right arm, going over his shoulder. I'm working on that actually. Hitoshi blinked. Izuku groaned. Of course you are, Kaken. Katsuki had found it in the back of the police station. The policeman shrugged at him when he asked. Nobody would really care if you took it, Sparky, he said. It was the nickname the police had given them after they refused to believe him about his name, keeping it even after he had his mom call to tell them. I mean, you can use it to take those cute videos you show too. Cute. They had apparently grown fond of him during the time he'd been slaving to bring them eating coffee and Krispy Kremes. God, the police force were the FING worst. The camera was clunky, huge even, but it was extremely high quality. The screen on it was somehow high-tech, the camera even more so. It fit around his neck, coming down to rest on his stomach to cover the area. Katsuki suspected he would grow into it. With that and his bag of evidence he kept with him most of the time, Katsuki, childishly, felt a little like a detective. He hated it, he thought, admiring the camera. Sparky? Hitoshi was on the floor, dying. Sparky? Holy shit. I should have never effing told him. Katsuki closed his eyes. No, you shouldn't have. Izuku was grinning like a madman. Hey Sparky, would you go fetch me another coffee? Hitoshi mocked, now rolling with his laughter. Yo, Sparky, you gotta stop going on about this underground of yours. Now Izuku was laughing, peeling over with the contagion. Well, me I guess. Katsuki left them there. They didn't even notice. Izuku and Hitoshi walked up to the meeting door, a sweet smile on the green-haired boy's face, a smirk on the purple-haired boy's. Behind them, they had Katsuki, who was only there to prove they weren't going to get into the meeting. And, of course, to film the event for the authorities. Young wards, I'm sure you know you can't be here, there's an adult meeting going on. Kurogiri said, standing in front of the hallway, shaking his head slightly in apology. Oh. Izuku said, Sensei gave us an invite. Kurogiri pursed his lips. Boss? He did? I doubt that, young Midoriya. Have you got papers? Hitoshi shook his head confusedly. No, he just said we could come along. Kurogiri sighed. Here I can call him and ask. He began to take out his phone. Wait. No, that's not necessary at all. Izuku shouted too loudly. He had reached out to stop Kurogiri from getting out his phone from whatever dimensional pocket he held it in. Katsuki snorted. Really, Deku? This was your plan to sabotage the meeting? You know you weren't actually FNG invited, right? At his words, Izuku's smile grew large and he turned to the guard. Katsuki's face pinched, confused. Kurogiri had his yellow eyes open slightly wider at them. I guess you were invited, then. Katsuki shut his eyes, looking like he wanted to punch himself in the face. You can come in. Katsuki started muttering under his breath. Of course Deku would find a way to use me to further whatever agenda he was FNG making. Izuku couldn't help but giggle. Hitoshi mouthed a playful, got you, to the blonde and kept walking. Constantly, Katsuki said, slightly louder as they entered the hall, I want to set you two on fire and piss on your pitiful graves. But then you'd have nobody to talk to, Hitoshi said. Katsuki scowled, shifting his attention pointedly to his camera. F you too. After a while, Izuku was finally able to convince Katsuki to sit for experiments. Hitoshi had to provide a fully recorded confession of his crimes in the underground, but it was totally worth it. In Katsuki's hands, the film was useless anyways, so it didn't matter. So I'm not believed any time? Katsuki said faintly. He sat down. His nearly calm voice sounded alien to Izuku's ears. If the person does not already know what you're telling them, yeah, Izuku said. They had taken a random bystander villain in the underground, testing out the same way Hitoshi had realized Katsuki wasn't a liar by having Izuku tell him. Afterward, Hitoshi brainwashed him, telling the villain everything he just heard was a lie and to go F off. to somewhere else. Mentally, Izuku made a note to investigate that in Hitoshi's quirk it got more and more overpowered every day. Why didn't it work on you, then, shitty nerd? Katsuki asked, annoyed. Well, Izuku shrugged, I'd already categorized your not lying thing as a fact of your personality. It was something I already knew. Creepy but useful. Hitoshi snorted. Annoying, Katsuki corrected. This is the work of a quirk, Izuku interjected. It has to be. Then stop it, Katsuki rolled his eyes. That's what you're good at, nerd. Was that almost a compliment? Good. I'm more concerned who did it, Izuku said. It sounds to me like it's one of the hundreds of goddamned villains down here. Katsuki growled, hands sparking. You forget I'm quirkless, Kakin. Izuku rolled his eyes. I can't do more than what science allows. Then just effing. Do you think if you lied it would go away? Hitoshi suggested, pushing himself off of the wall. This only happens when you're telling the truth, right? That, Katsuki said, face contorting unpleasantly. He stood up from the chair in a huff, crossing his arms. I'm not going to become a liar just because of some god-awful quirk. But Kakin, don't tell me what to do. Katsuki glared, looking down his nose. I'll get you guys arrested, and I will do it without lying. You'll see. Izuku put his hands up, trying again. So you really don't want to at least try and see if it works? I'm not going to lose to a petty quirk, dumbass, Katsuki said. Why aren't you asking us to tell people? Like how I told Hitoshi you weren't liar and now he believes everything you say. Izuku asked. Izuku. Hitoshi hissed, elbowing his side. I'm just putting all the cards on the table, okay? Izuku retorted, facing Katsuki again, who scowled. I know you actually wouldn't sacrifice your underground just because I asked. Katsuki rolled his eyes, looking at the two of them contemptuously. Besides, it would be FNG cheating. Hitoshi and Izuku blinked at him. Because I don't care, Deku, if nobody but you and Shitface believe me. Katsuki grabbed Izuku's collar, then, dragging him so their faces were barely centimeters apart. You and the underground are going to be exposed, I'm sure of it. You sound like Candace from Phineas and Ferb. Hitoshi stretched lazily behind them, and Katsuki slackened his grip on Izuku, who used the moment to jump away. What the F did you? Well, Hitoshi grinned, dodging the blonde. Who's up for some Super Smash Bros? Izuku stared down at the burn mark on his shirt with a frown. Not another one. I call all might, he spoke up. You do not, Katsuki and Hitoshi said at the same time, Katsuki's earlier anger forgotten for a new one. They glared at each other, then at Izuku, together. Izuku smiled, then started running to the common room's game area. He heard his friends curse as they scrambled to catch up. Smiling at the turn of events. Having Katsuki around was actually the perfect cover. Ironically, Izuku thought if he wasn't there, they would have been found out 10 times over. He wasn't going to mention this, though. Best to keep Katsuki on his toes. Well, you guys were talking about your plan to attack the Support Corp factory buildings, yeah? The villains nodded in confirmation, still very lost at Izuku's sudden appearance. It wouldn't work the way we need it to. You see, the Endeavor Hero Agency has been specifically hired for Support Corp. Well, and one of the villains interrupted, we already knew that heroes were going to come. We could take that. Izuku shook his head. Hired agencies are different actually. They'll be the first agency to come, possibly the only one, since by hiring an agency negates the need to tax for public protection. Sensei hummed, that's correct, Izuku. They'll want to avoid getting other heroes involved. Izuku shrugged, using the confirmation to continue talking, yeah, it's actually a pretty safe plan, most of the time because of the constant surveillance, but there's a pretty exploitable flaw. None of the villains said anything, so Izuku took that as his cue to continue on. Agencies have a lot of different ways to deal with threats, but they only have a limited number of people. So, Izuku explained, if we launch 2 attacks, he trailed off. We'd only get half the agency, Sensei's eyebrows raised, impressed. That's right. Izuku smiled. If we have a group of people create a distraction for Endeavor, only superficial of course, and then have another team move in, they'd have to call for backup. And backup means money lost, a villains chimed in. Yep, Izuku chirped. If we time our infiltration so the police have to come as well, the insurance will only cover the damage to the building. They wouldn't even try and get the stuff. Izuku smirked. It'd destroy the company. For real? A villain exclaimed, the group dispersing into excited chatter. One clapped him on the back. Green, you're always full of good ideas. Izuku met Sensei's eyes then, the villain's lips moving up, head falling in an almost imperceptible nod. Later, when Izuku, Hitoshi and Katsuki were away from the group of villains, he got bombarded with questions. What? The Deku? Izuku, why the hell would you help the villains? What plan could mean that? Yeah, Deku, you planning on going villain or some shit, dumbass? For once, I agree with Explosion Boy. Katsuki snarled at Hitoshi, but turned back to Izuku with an even more intense glare. Izuku shook his head and smiled. Support Corp has been underpaying their workers and is involved in cover-ups of employee abuse. Izuku shrugged off his backpack, holding out a journal. I wrote about it in here a while ago. There wasn't much I could have done then, though. Katsuki snatched the journal, probably burning the cover, scowling as he said, but there's something you could do now. Capitalism is crumbling under you. Hitoshi smirked. They shared a manly fist bump. It's still FING illegal, though. Katsuki grumbled. Oh, shove off. Hitoshi laughed in high spirits. Like us being here isn't illegal by itself. Katsuki frowned. That doesn't count, not for me at least. He held up his camera, espionage and all that. Do you even count as a spy if you have no cool mafia boss? Izuku pondered. I'll make it count. Just like you're making us get arrested? Hitoshi said cheekily. Do you want to die? Did those kids just come into our meeting, grab the attention of everyone here, and use that attention to change all the attacks to allow for a more stable villain economy for the direct future? Who the f are they? I see you haven't met Green and the others, yet. A villain blinked, unsurprised. Another villain nodded. Those kids, one said knowledgeably, they're effing crazy. Sensei smirked to himself, watching the proceedings around him with amusement. He couldn't have been happier with Izuku's progress, down here. It was nowhere near the last time the villains would be seeing him. Hey Izuku, Hitoshi asked him. I know we're stopping a lot of actual crime and stuff, but why are we leaving out bank robberies? They're pretty illegal too, if I'm not completely insane. Izuku shrugged a little. People that run banks are corrupt. Worse than most villains, honestly. Hitoshi furrowed his brows. Well, they can't all be corrupt, can they? Izuku shrugged again. Sure, but enough of them are. We'd honestly be teaching them a lesson and rebalancing the economy in the process. Take from the rich to the poor and all that jazz. Robin Hood style. Hitoshi smiled, playful. You know, if you keep robbing every single bank, the police and heroes are going to notice soon. Izuku grinned. Sounds like a challenge. One camera wasn't enough proof? Fine then. Katsuki gathered more cameras from the police station, who didn't seem to bat an eye, and place another dozen around the underground. He'd even gotten Sensei's office and the Dunkin' Donuts the fuckers spent all their time in. Sensei had walked in on Katsuki setting it up, and initially Katsuki had frozen out of something like fear. He shook it off, though, like a hero. He couldn't get stage fright from a petty villain. However, when Katsuki turned around to face the music, Sensei was back behind his desk, shaking his head in an exasperated smile. He hadn't believed him, Katsuki realized, slowly turning back to his camera. He hadn't believed he was setting up a camera. The next day, Katsuki returned to find it fully intact and exploited the sheet out of the villain's disregard of him. Sure, he'd love to intimidate them, but he'd heard a quote about underestimating an enemy being their greatest strength or something, so he was in favor of the advantage. In Katsuki's opinion, it was the villain's fault for getting spied on, since they were literally there to see him. Shitface and Deku. They'd also seen him set up the one in the Dunkin' Donuts. Shitface had fell into laughter, and neither him nor Deku took it down after he'd left. In fact, they continued scheming like Katsuki couldn't hear them. Whatever, Katsuki thought. He'd just need more cameras. And as I was saying, you can find one of the entries in the alleyway behind. Hey, Sparky. A police officer interrupted. What? Katsuki grunted, said it getting cut off. He had a stack of printed out photos in his hand and concentrated slightly on not setting them on fire. Could you go get me a coffee from the rec room? The officer asked. What the F dash? No. Great. The officer clapped him on the back too hard, and the papers slipped from his hands to the office table. Katsuki turned away, offended. Sparky, another officer, female, called out. Can you get one for me too? An espresso. Oh, me too. A donut for me as well. Katsuki listened to the lazy officers rattle off their orders, resigning himself to this lazy work if it meant they would at least give his roleplay game a try. What the F? Was a roleplay? The officers smiled at him when he brought back their drinks. Caffeine. It's a DMN drag. One ruffled his hair when he handed it over. You really are our little intern now, aren't you, Sparky? The officer, 2 sugars, said. Katsuki just scowled, not wanting to verbalize how right she was. He grabbed his stack of papers and his camera, returning to his task of trying to get the incompetent adults to listen to him. The old hag must have FNG cursed him. Katsuki glared at him, picking up his camera from the position around his neck and bringing it to cover his face. He zoomed in, aiming where Hitoshi was standing. What are you doing? Izuku asked. Katsuki turned the camera, now facing Izuku. Getting footage I can play during your funeral. Katsuki told them. Sparky, you do realize you're like our mom, right? Hitoshi leaned back in his chair, putting his hands behind his head. I mean, only moms are this uncool. What the F did you call me? Katsuki lunged for him, and Hitoshi laughed, ducking the explosion. I'm not some FNG mom. R2. Hitoshi said. All the idiots down here believe you'll become a hero, and are somehow rooting for you? It makes no FNG sense, holy shit. So you approve? Hitoshi asked. No, Katsuki emphasized. I'm saying there are stupider people than Deku in the world, and getting them put in jail is the most important thing. So you approve? Hitoshi filled in, gaining a mysterious smirk. I never. Thanks. Izuku cut in, grinning happily. Katsuki stared at him, glaring silently before turning in a 180, walking away. And things got better, somehow, over time. With the influx of new people came new buildings, stores for the vendors rather than simple tents, bathrooms and bathroom cleaners, a trash pile Izuku really didn't want to think too hard about, and of course, the core of the underground's purpose, the headquarters. And who could forget the massive amount of security cameras Katsuki seemingly placed in every single corner of the underground were completely ignored by literally everybody. Katsuki had godlike powers over them all. While there were now a lot of non-villain active people in the underground, there was even more active villains who would go out on raids. They kept up a hearty success rate while the majority of members in the underground worked almost normal jobs in support of that. Well, if one could consider weapon making and villain costume designing normal jobs. And Izuku made sure to stagger the raids, keeping the crime rate relatively the same, as so no hero would suspect a thing. Izuku and Hitoshi, themselves, were only allowed out on planned raids if Shigaraki was allowed out, as well, which every party, except Sensei, thought extremely unfair. Reluctantly, Katsuki would join them every time as well, mostly to film the entire event. Whenever he had tried to call the police, they would just start cooing at him, which Hitoshi found endlessly entertaining. The underground also ended up looking nicer too. Izuku convinced Katsuki to fly him up to the ceilings so he could hang up more lights there, if only through telling him it would make the video footage he produced look a lot nicer. Wait, Explosion Boy, you can fly? Katsuki and Izuku both stared at Hitoshi. This wasn't common fact? Izuku blinked. Hitoshi's mouth moved without making any noise. But Izuku. He can fly. It's not FING flying. I'm using my explosions to project myself into the air. That is flying, Kaken. When did you even have the chance to learn that, anyways? Aren't you always, gathering evidence or talking to the police? That's what I've been asking, Izuku said. I mean, he's probably gained the balance for flying from his weird phase he had when he tried to be a ninja. His what? Hey, that was FNG necessary to being top hero. But I have no idea how he learns all this other stuff, Izuku finished. Well, maybe it's because I'm not a lazy kiss but like you, Katsuki scowled. Hey, explosion boy, Hitoshi interjected, mind teaching me how to become a ninja? It's imperative for me to become a hero, after all. Katsuki glared at him, then pointedly flew away. Why are we doing this? Izuku backtracked. I love that I'm learning more about the underground, he gestured to the 4 journals he had with him, but specifically why are you bringing me around here? It's a part of your training, Sensei told him. You've said that, Izuku ummed, but what does that mean? Look there. Sensei pointed, ignoring the question. There was a bridge-like structure ahead. It reminded Izuku of a smaller version of the crossroads. The bridge was made to keep separate the corporate businessmen and the thieves. They hate each other. Dutifully, Izuku wrote the information down. See that? He said, gesturing vaguely at the juxtaposed figures of the well-dressed and shady and simply just shady. That's what I mean. This is incredibly awesome and useful information, but why do I need to know it? Sensei sighed, leading him forward. You see, Izuku, you have become a prominent figure in the negotiations of the underground. Wait, I have? Izuku didn't know why this was relevant, but awesome. Sensei shot him 2 raised eyebrows. Yes, you have. Your influence is all around the underground, and no doubt everyone here knows the name Green. That's still kind of stupid name, Izuku accused. Sensei just shrugged. I didn't have a lot of time to think anyways. Because of that, I think it's important you educate yourself on the underground face-to-face if you're going to make changes down here. Oh. Izuku glanced around at the environment around him again, the colors looking more vibrant with the promise of knowledge. He knew Sensei, even if he never explicitly said so, was supportive of what he, Hitoshi, and Katsuki were doing in the underground, but he still didn't understand what was happening. How does this have anything to do with training to be a hero, though? Izuku kicked a stone, watching it clatter against the mix of metal and dirt that was the underground's floor. Knowledge of a villain base can't help me be a hero, can it? Sensei pursed his lips. You're practicing the ability to pick up and convey information. You're practicing good politics. Wait, I am? Izuku asked, now excited. Oh, you're so right. He hit his own forehead. I kept thinking about the pow, slam parts of being a hero, but it also has politics in it too. Like Endeavor he Esikus, but has gotten so far because of his good politics. Sensei was staring at something, likely another building they were going to visit. If you want to look at it that way, he said distantly, then sobered, seeing something. Hey, check that out. Huh, what is it? Izuku went on his tippy toes, craning his neck to see where Sensei was looking. Sensei's side grabbed his shoulders, moving him so there wasn't a giant pole blocking his vision. Oh, thanks. Izuku mumbled before he gasped, breaking off of Sensei to run forward to the massive fountain in the middle of the plaza-like area. It had 3 layers with clear water flowing down each one like a mini waterfall. The sides of it were covered in scratches and graffiti, but it seemed to only make it fit more into the environment of the underground. Izuku leaned over the side, a few droplets hitting him from the fall of the water. He looked at his reflection in the pool. This is so cool, he said as Sensei strode up on his right side. There were other people around the fountain, too. It looked like smaller cafeterias and vendors. A couple of them were waving at their boss as he came down there, others backing away slowly in slight fear of Sensei's presence. It is a main attraction down here. Been here since near the beginning of this place. Even I don't know when it was made. But you know everything. Sensei laughed. That is most certainly true. Izuku frowned, looking at the fountain again. Wait, you guys have running water down here? Of course, we have bathrooms after all. Oh, right, Izuku said, then leaned down, creating ripples in the water from his hand. Hey, wait, he looked up at Sensei, who was watching him. Why aren't there any coins at the bottom? Sensei crouched down. Well, it's the underground. What do you think happens to the coins? Really? Izuku laughed. Don't tell me stealing coins down here is another business. Sensei's eyebrows rose, and he nodded his head, pointing it to a stand Izuku hadn't noticed before. On it titled, Magical Wish Coins from the Fountain, in bold. Izuku gripped on to the edge of the fountain, holding it to keep his balance as he started laughing loudly. Soon, Sensei was joining him to... It was a little funny after all. Come on, Izuku, Sensei said after a few moments, checking his watch. He stood up, putting a hand on Izuku. We're going to be late. Late for what? I'd rather stay here, Izuku pouted, glancing around at all the people and landmarks gathered around them. This place is so cool. Do you want to come into the board meeting or not? Sensei asked, raising an eyebrow. We're going to a board meeting? Izuku jumped up then. The pencils and journals balanced in Izuku's hands, nearly toppling into the fountain from his excitement. The man continued in a sing-song voice. I heard the villain representative from the South District has an invisibility quirk. Come on. Izuku was already running back from the fountain. Let's go. Other way, Izuku. Oh, right. Even with all the wonderful things now grown in the underground, Izuku's favorite were the quirks. Many people in the underground, like him, were quirkless, turned to the underground or villainy because of other unemployment, but another surprising amount of people just had societally unconventional quirks. Snakes for arms or legs, or an inconveniently long neck, or a really, really scary face. What are you at? Like 200 different journals? Around 180, actually. Wait, how the F, do you know that explosion boy? He's submitted nearly everyone to the authorities, Izuku grumbled moodily. It takes days to get them back. It's really annoying. Wow, really? At Katsuki's silence, Hitoshi broke down. The blonde eventually kicked him out of the Dunkin' Donuts because he was laughing too effing loudly. Stop, I am too weak. Mercy. Izuku ummed, slumping over. He shut his eyes against the now blaring lights of the training room. Were they always that bright? Izuku. A shadow cast over his eyes, and Izuku peeked up to see Sensei standing over him. The villain, even though they were training and fighting, was still wearing his normal three-piece suit and tie. Go away, Sensei, Izuku said, shutting his eyes again. I can't train hand-to-hand anymore. It's too hard. Sensei clicked the side of his mask, shifting a hand to take the skull off of his face. Izuku, what have I told you about training? Izuku groaned, sitting up and mumbling, that you can't talk to your enemies if you can't also sock your enemies. Exactly, Sensei grinned, holding out a hand that Izuku reluctantly took and let drag him up. There's no point trying to negotiate with someone who knows they're stronger than you. Why can't they just guess I'm stronger than them? Izuku complained, rubbing feeling into his arms again. I lie to people all the time. Sensei shook his shoulder, which, while you're excellent at, is not a foolproof way of guaranteeing victory. What do your statistics say about victory for heroes? Izuku scowled and admitted reluctantly that like 90% of it is from combat. Sensei grinned, snapping his skull mask back on. Excellent. Let's go for another round, then. You're evil. That's a compliment, down here. Ugh. God damn it, Deku. For the last time I'm not going to. Katsuki cut himself off, eyes on something around the corner of the hallway. Kaken? Shoo. Katsuki doubled back, and a second later Izuku's backpack was trapped between him and the underground's hall. Kaken, what are you? A hand covering his mouth cut him out. I said shut the F up, Deku. Katsuki hissed, still in a whisper. Izuku liked the hand pressed to his mouth, tasting a pretty gross flavor he recognized from experiments he'd done doing the same thing. Katsuki, though, didn't react other than to send Izuku a scathing, "Who the do you think I am?" glance. Fair enough. He grabbed his camera, zooming it pointedly onto a pair of villains walking in an adjacent hall. Izuku squinted, eye bulging when he saw Shigaraki's distinct hand mask thing. The other villain, however, he didn't recognize. He was wearing an atrocious red and neon pink costume. It had a cape Izuku thought was supposed to look something like blood. His hair was gelled back unpleasantly. The villain was gesturing wildly to Shigaraki, hands moving exaggeratedly. The teenager, however, was curing into his hoodie. Izuku thought he could see the glow of his phone screen hidden up his sleeve. They could hear him when they moved closer. And of course, the villain was saying, "That's when I went in for the kill. Just a mincemeat. I have to go now." "Oh, of course," the villain said, nodding, but Shigaraki had already turned away. He made a shrugging gesture. "I'll catch up with you later, I mean, only if I have time. My schedule's busy." "Yeah." Shigaraki drew out, walking faster, "Okay?" "A mincemeat," Izuku said, still muffled by Katsuki's hand. The blonde growled. Mincemeat nodded to himself, staring at where Shigaraki had stalked off to. He started walking down a distant hallway, one Izuku knew contained a dead end, with purpose. Katsuki's camera flicked through many photos of the villain's extremely ugly costume. They reminded Izuku of the trash photos they had Katsuki take of Endeavor. Each one was framed in the most unflattering light possible. Izuku understood it though, looking at the guy. He gave off the worst energy, like he was that kid at school who always made jokes about burying bodies, like he wanted the class to think he was a serial killer. Katsuki dropped the film into a folder named Mincefucker. When he was far enough away, Izuku clawed at Katsuki's hand until the blonde released him. "I hate that guy." Katsuki spit out. "Mincemeat?" Izuku repeated. "His name makes me want to set myself on fire," Katsuki said as an answer. "I mean," he began to gesture angrily, coming out of him like he had had this held in for weeks, "if you're going to be a villain, you could at least name yourself something that isn't an insult to humanity." "It's not that bad," Izuku tried reasonably. "Yes," Katsuki interjected, staring him straight in the eyes, "it is." Izuku pinched his lips but didn't argue. Katsuki had a point. "Mincemeat. Mincemeat. Shouldn't you be more scared?" Hitoshi near pouted. "I mean, I could brainwash you any moment." Katsuki glared at him, huffing. "No, you couldn't." "Was that a challenge?" Hitoshi stood up. "Go ahead, try." Katsuki put out. A few seconds of silence passed before Hitoshi looked away, cursing. Katsuki's smirk turned triumphant. Hitoshi glared. "Fluke," he said, "that's never happened before." "Really?" Izuku asked, pen already in hand. After much cajoling from Katsuki, and a written admission of guilt he could send to the police, Katsuki agreed to try again, which also failed after a much shorter period of time. Izuku tried, himself, and after a long struggle, was finally able to resist one moment from the quirk. "Friends are weaknesses," Sensei told him when Izuku had asked. "It's no wonder your young Shinsu's quirk doesn't work on young Bakugo. The boy is too familiar with Shinsu's personality to take orders from it. But Kaken can resist way easier than I can." Izuku pouted. "Wouldn't it be the same for both of them?" Sensei chuckled. "Do not fret, Izuku, I doubt it means Shinso prefers Bakugo over you. Young Bakugo is simply less trusting than you are." "He is." Sensei adjusted his glasses, looking down onto his stack of papers he always had. "He lies all the time, doesn't he? Have you ever considered why?" "Oh, the liar thing, right?" Izuku spent enough time with the two of them it was hard to remember no one else viewed Katsuki the same way he did. Nevertheless, why? Izuku knew why Katsuki wanted to be a hero. But more than that, Katsuki was proud, he wanted to do it alone. Katsuki wasn't just a liar, he wasn't a cheater, either. He wouldn't want to cut corners to get to the top. Is that what he thought about Hitoshi's quirk, that it was cheating? Izuku guessed it didn't matter what it actually was, since the blonde had gotten very good at convincing himself he was right. The next time Izuku tried resisting Hitoshi's brainwash, he was able to do it faster, barely. Hitoshi had grinned at him, and Izuku got a new journal for the differences it could make for testing the quirk. Izuku feared he wouldn't be able to withstand it again, though. It really wasn't easy trying to think like Bakugo Katsuki. But all this would be so much easier if I had a quirk, like Kaken and Hitoshi. Izuku complained, sagging. "Oh, you'll get one eventually." Sensei shrugged. "For now it's imperative you train your body." Izuku started. "Okay, wait, what? What did you just say? You should start training?" Sensei repeated. "No, the other bit, you know, the one about me getting a quirk," Izuku said, the weights now dropped to the floor. He wouldn't be able to focus on training with Sensei's words still banging around his head, sking out all other sound. Oh, well of course you will, Sensei said, nodding at Izuku's skeptical look. He repeated again more seriously, there is no doubt in my mind. But people don't just get quirks? Izuku argued, they don't work like that. And I've been tested. Izuku lifted up his foot, pointing a finger down to his pinky toe, which definitely had an extra joint in it. He checked himself by sneaking into the underground's hospital. Sensei watched his foot with something like amusement. I wouldn't believe everything everybody tells you, Izuku. At Izuku's raised eyebrows, he walked forward, ruffing Izuku's hair. Just trust me, kid. When have I ever lied to you? Izuku made a grumbled protest, batting away Sensei's hand. Sensei chuckled softly. Just put it out of your mind, Izuku. And pick up that weight. I saw you drop it. Fine, Izuku said moodily. He glanced once more at his mentor, a small feeling of hope growing in his chest which he shoved purposely aside. Sensei was right, he really had to get back to training. It's like dark mode for a phone. Hitoshi explained, but villain mode. Don't tell me you're using the FING dark web. Katsuki stared. Ooh no, I'm not that cliché. Hitoshi rolled his eyes. I made this server for underground users, and, of course, cool people who want to find the site and want to join us down here. They could do it on a library computer, if they want. Nice. Izuku and him fist bumped. Katsuki just sighed, aiming his camera so he could copy the instructions for the authorities. Hey, Hitoshi, when did you get that good with computers, anyways? I'm pretty good at creating commands. Hitoshi winked. Izuku paused. Was that a pun? About your quirk? Hitoshi put his hands behind his head. Nah, I'm just a fan of messing with your mind. Katsuki groaned. That was even worse. Izuku laughed. Agreed. When shooting, he explained, demonstrating on a graph he'd brought for their training, hitting the most vulnerable parts of a victim would be the surest way to incapacitate them. Incapacitate? Guns are fatal, Izuku. When you're using a weapon against somebody, you have to always assume it's fatal. I don't want to kill anybody though, Izuku said, fingers stalling on taking notes in his anxiety. He wasn't that kind of person, even if he did spend all his time in the underground surrounded by people who were. Heroes have to do the same every day. It's part of the job. Sensei told him solemnly. Have you? Izuku asked, suddenly extremely curious. Yes. Sensei answered, meeting Izuku's eyes and holding them. It didn't really change anything, Izuku realized, surprised. His subconscious must have already guessed Sensei had done something like that. Maybe associated all the villains down here with murder, too. He knew Shigaraki, too, had killed people before Izuku suspected it was he'd done it to his own parents. I don't like it, Izuku said, eventually. Sensei ruffled his hair. Nobody does, kid. Not even villains. This is... Katsuki erupted out of nowhere. This is outrageous. Izuku asked, unconcerned by Katsuki's outburst. He was yelling about 80% of the time, anyways. Izuku was lying down on one of the Dunkin' Donuts stalls, back aching from a training he had with Sensei the day before. Hitoshi was engrossed in a laptop he'd purged from the tech dump, fixing it. All these villains. They're so effing dumb. Hey! Hitoshi sat up, offended. They weren't villains, but Katsuki thought they were. No, not you, you the idiot. Katsuki huffed. You actually go to school. The education system is bullshit, though. Hitoshi rolled his eyes. Sure, but it's pretty necessary, don't you think? Katsuki said, gesturing. Even for you villains. You'll never blend into society and go do criminal activity if all of you are incompetent. Wait, explosion boy. Hitoshi stared. Did you just suggest something to help the underground? I was pointing out one of its flaws, dumbass. Izuku grinned. Hey Kaken, Izuku piped in then casually, still staring at the ceiling. How'd you feel about a school? Katsuki paused, a dawning look of horror and realization on his face. Katsuki got excited, in Izuku's personal opinion, about the project. He wrote up a blueprint for the school's construction, and Izuku was very unsurprised to find it littered with traps to get the underground exposed. Even so, he still believed. For some reason, Katsuki actually wanted this school. He's a 70-year-old cat lady at heart. He's allergic to cats, Hitoshi. He's a suicidal 70-year-old cat lady at heart. He corrected. Well, fair enough. Katsuki ended up tutoring him and Hitoshi, too, claiming they were going to need it for UA's entry exams. And to Izuku's surprise, which really shouldn't have been such a surprise, looking back, Katsuki was right. A large majority of the people in the underground never had proper education. Kaken actually gained a following of villains who didn't know their times tables and the like. After a lot more pressure from Izuku and Hitoshi, his lessons expanded, other educated villains even stepping up to teach themselves. And somehow, if Katsuki was teaching, the villains believed him. When Katsuki tried to tell them about things other than school, though, he'd be seen as a liar again. Izuku was baffled by this, theorizing maybe it was because they were already facts in a textbook or that they were facts in general, but when he approached the blonde for testing, Katsuki, with something haunted in his eyes, told him not to experiment. He didn't want to jinx it. Izuku, for once, backed off. Well, maybe, Katsuki said, if I could get them to educate themselves enough, they'd stop falling for your FNG schemes. Ha! Hitoshi laughed. Good if in luck? Yeah, Katsuki muttered, I'm gonna need it. It was quite comical, really, seeing a young boy teaching a group of adults, and, of course, Izuku and Hitoshi. To some, it was just surprising seeing how calm he was. Even with his foul mouth, he wasn't trying to openly attack any of them, despite threatening to do so on several occasions. It was clear, through it all, he was extremely bitter over the teaching arrangement. This, fuckers, is the water cycle. See this? Condensation? Remember that. Get that word into your tiny, condensed brains. Even with his shortcomings, Katsuki was surprisingly a decent teacher, even assigning homework and grading it himself. Izuku wondered when he has the time to do that. Maybe he just liked getting believed over something, even if it was just basic math. Whatever it was, Izuku was glad Katsuki looked like he was enjoying himself. Oh, do you have any more evidence for the underground? An officer, two-shot Mocha, slid over on her chair to Katsuki. Kyoko and I have a bet that Kurogyari has a collection of high heels he isn't letting the villains see. What the F? Because he's embarrassed he's not masculine enough to be a villain. Katsuki flipped her off and ignored her for the rest of the time he spent at the precinct. Later, before he was about to leave, Katsuki sighed and turned to Espresso and two-shot Mocha. Because they thought this was all a fantasy, they would believe him. Yes, you were right. Happy now. Wait, what? Two-shot Mocha blinked, as if grounding herself, and then her eyes shot to Katsuki's with a manic gleam. Please, Sparky, are you telling me Kurogyari? She pointed to his photo on the whiteboard. A giant, wispy, professional-looking man has a high-heel collection. Katsuki hated they believed this, of all things. He nodded. He only has one set. Shitface and Deku accidentally found them when they were trying to install a better cable system down under. Katsuki pointed down. Seriously, don't ask for any more detail but that. Two-shot Mocha looked absolutely delighted. Kyoko owes me $20. Criminal activity shouldn't be being used for your gambling addiction. Bah? You kids wouldn't understand. Two-shot Mocha laughed and gleefully added the new information to the whiteboard. The whiteboard had about quadrupled in size since he'd last seen it. Well, at least the police were doing something about the underground, even if it was gambling over it. I want you to try something, Izuku started, and a blink later he was falling forward. Disoriented, he caught himself with a foot and hand, a feeling of disconnect between his movements and body slowly dissipating. He looked around himself, noticing he was in a completely different part of the Dunkin' Donuts. Hitoshi was standing across from him, and Izuku remembered they were just working on testing out his quirk. What? How did I get here? Don't tell me your quirk can teleport too, Izuku said, staring at him with shocked eyes. It can. Oh my gosh, we'll have to. No, Izuku. Hitoshi cut him off, mouth still half open. His eyes had something a little like fear. You asked me to brainwash you and erase your memory. Izuku looked down at the journal in his hand, realizing, indeed, that was the last thing he had written down. He glanced at the clock on the far wall, noting the 2 minutes had passed. No way. Izuku bounded over to Hitoshi, pen in hand and crowding over to the taller boy, who had to lean back with Izuku's close proximity. Tell me everything. Hitoshi let out a breath in relief, putting a steadying hand on Izuku's shoulder. You crazy goddamn Sure. What about mine? Sensei inquired. Izuku ripped out a journal from his backpack, showing Sensei the page he had filled with theories. I just can't understand it, Izuku had told him. I mean, it's like I said before, there has to be some type of detriment involved. Or, at least, some type of action cause. A healing quirk always had something that was of cost, either to the quirk user or the injured party. And I don't get it, anyways. It's just, Izuku trailed off, pouting. Sensei quirked an eyebrow. What? I would have thought the leader of the underground to have a more intimidating quirk. Izuku's pout grew and Sensei let out a laugh at his expression. As I have told you before, Izuku, he said, a quirk's power is superficial. It is what you do to inspire power that stays. A man with the most powerful quirk in Japan is nothing should he not use it. Izuku didn't really follow, but he smiled. Fine. I have another theory, then. This one is on alternate universe manipulation. Remind me, Spleen, what the F you think you're doing? Upgrading the houses, obviously, Izuku said, hefting up a piece of wood he was dragging across the street. The residential area was a place of activity, the air buzzing with the charge of machines and the chatter of work. Izuku had convinced the stronger villains to help him with the project, leading to the construction crew working busily at the houses. Izuku thought the progress was impressive, even more so as more people joined in. Really, it was to attract more people into the underground. Nobody wanted a shabby-looking house, and besides, they were making more homes, too. Izuku suspected he could lure part of the homeless or quirkless network down here, which would give them astoundingly more manpower. Even the Dunkin' Donuts stood off to the side, the outside coated over with fresh paint, still as unappealing to the villains as ever. Izuku was brought out of his thoughts with a strong pull at his hair, and Izuku recognized the forefingers pulling him backwards. He ducked out of Shigaraki's strong hold, dropping the piece of wood in the progress. Hey! He exclaimed, taking a few steps back from the teenager. Shigaraki's hands flexed on his neck. Spleen, why? Suddenly, a hand flew forward, gesturing wildly. There was supposed to be a raid today, remember? At the jewelry store. We can postpone that, can't we? Izuku said, I mean, it's not time sensitive. Shigaraki stared at him. Are you effing dumb? No. Izuku questioned back, frowning slightly. He bent down again to pick up the piece of wood. Shigaraki made a growl of frustration, and Izuku only saw his blur charge at him at the last moment. Izuku planned to duck away using a technique Sensei had taught him recently, but his motion was propelled into itself, and soon Izuku found his body cut in half by purple mist. Kurogyri! Shigaraki exclaimed angrily. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku could see the teenager ineffectually clawing at Kurogyri's portal. Sorry, young Tamura. Kurogyri apologized. Boss told me to stop you if you were trying to kill young Midoriya. We can't actually go killing children. That would be bad for our image. We're villains. Shigaraki stressed. Yes, and even we have to bend to the whims of capitalism. He sighed wistfully. Izuku bit his lip to keep himself from grinning. It was pretty easy to convince the villains of that, especially because it was rooted in fact. With the comment, Kurogyri released them from their prison, letting them both sprawl onto the floor. Shigaraki stared at Izuku, apparently deciding attacking again would lead to nothing, and he growled from frustration, staring at him with contempt before barking to Kurogyri in order to leave. Izuku watched him go, thinking about capitalism. Katsuki always thought the new people that came to the underground were annoying, not just because they were villains breaking the law. No, it was also the DMN trouble of introducing himself. And who's this kid? I'm Bakugu. No, seriously, who is he? The villains in the underground already knew Katsuki's name, but the new ones didn't. Unless they heard it from another villain, they wouldn't believe Katsuki when he introduced himself. Izuku thought it was hilarious. Katsuki found it irritating. You know, Hitoshi pondered, looking up at the ceiling of the Dunkin' Donuts, half a burger from the cafeteria in his hand as he gestured. A lot of the heroes upstairs would probably fit in down here. And the entire police force. Katsuki muttered, eating the sandwich he had pointedly made his mom make for him rather than eat anything from the underground. All adults are incompetent BSs. Hitoshi moved up to look at Katsuki in shock, but the other boy just scowled at him. I'm not FND blind to heroes like Deku is. At least heroes are under law protection. Hey, I'm not blind to heroes, Izuku protested, finally joining their conversation. I like to think I'm blind to villains too. They both threw their food at him. I'm serious. Izuku smiled, then pet his head, remembering something he'd recently made a journal on. Have you guys ever heard of the number 2 hero, Endeavor? Izuku was about to explain everything terrible about the guy, but Katsuki, unexpectedly, beat him to it. That guy. Katsuki yelled, as if just in response to hearing the name. He has a fire quirk, but he isn't even cool about it. Fing dumbass a-hole. You know we could say that about you too, Hitoshi stated, bluntly. Don't compare me to that misogynistic, classist, piece of DM and government trash. And, somehow, there started the Anti-Endeavor Squad, which Katsuki was almost a willing member of. According to him, this was the one thing that they were doing that wasn't FING illegal. Also, that guy. Luckily for them, the villains of the underground loved hating heroes, forgetting they were accidentally taking the high road in doing so. Why am I even here again? Because you also want to be a hero, Toshi. And I forced you to. Yeah, like you could force me to do anything. Actually, Sensei interjected, causing both boys to look over at the villain sheepishly. They were in the training area, over in the corner that looked the least like a bowling alley. I wanted to talk about that quirk of yours, young Shinso. Sensei continued. Hitoshi tensed up slightly, only noticeable because Izuku knew him so well. The purple-haired boy crossed his arms. Yeah, what about it? No need to get so defensive, Shinso, Sensei said, laughing slightly as he held up his hands. I share Izuku's passion with quirks, and I have a theory your quirk can be used in offensive situations. Hitoshi's gaze was still guarded, but now more curious. Okay, and what's in it for me? Izuku hit him upside the head, causing the other boy to grin. Come, Hitoshi, please, Izuku asked, employing his best puppy dog face that always worked on Sensei. Fine, fine, Hitoshi said, then turned to Sensei. What did you want me to do? How did you? Hitoshi threw his hands in the air. I just told you to take control of your body but still be connected to brainwashing. And that worked. Izuku stressed, eyes wide as he copied Hitoshi's movements, marveling at his ability to move his own body. It seems Shinsu's quirk is as powerful as I imagined it was, Sensei said then, nodding to himself. His eyes looked far off. Sensei? You good? Izuku asked. You have a weird face right now. Sensei blinked. Oh yes, yes of course. He smiled, and Izuku could tell it was more genuine now. Shinso, there are a few more things I'd like you to try. He handed a notebook to Hitoshi, who took it and frowned. A second later, a command was being whispered into Izuku's ear and Izuku's left arm disappeared. Okay, no, it didn't actually disappear, but Izuku could no longer feel it. What the whoa? Izuku picked up his appendage with his right hand, shaking it a bit and still feeling nothing. He looked excitedly at Hitoshi, who looked shocked again, then at Sensei. It worked then? You asked him to tell me to stop feeling my arm. That's so cool. Izuku shook his numbed arm with his other in emphasis. This was better than any numbing device Izuku had ever tried. How? Hitoshi asked. Why can I? Wait ya. Izuku flopped his arm down. I mean, everything I've tested with Hitoshi has all been physical things, you know. How is, Izuku gestured at his limp arm, even possible? I made a theory after you told me about Shinsu's ability to remove memories. Sensei explained. If that was considered a physical ability, So would anything else done by the brain. Izuku finished, eyes wide. He looked over to Hitoshi, who looked both terrified and extremely excited. Your quirk's so overpowered, Toshi. We're gonna be punching all the villains. Izuku started at a finger on his shoulder, the connection with Hitoshi abruptly breaking as feeling flowed all at once into his arm. Izuku lost his balance briefly, but the hand connected to the finger caught him before he could fall down. Not completely overpowered, Sensei noted, it still stops whenever there's external contact. Izuku frowned, he had forgotten about that. So, wait, Hitoshi interjected, if Izuku has control over his own body, I'll lose contact with him whenever he hits a villain. No, Sensei said, remember, he was able to walk around just fine. It would be whenever something external hits him. So I can punch the villains, but they can't punch me? Izuku summarized. Sensei laughed slightly, ruffling Izuku's hair. Yeah, kid, exactly. He backed away, back to where he was observing them earlier. Now, let's do another test. Hey, Hitoshi raised his hand. I'm still confused how this is an offensive thing. I mean it's cool, but you can't exactly use that in battle. That's where you're wrong. Young Shinso, Sensei said, this next test, I want you to do the same thing you did with Izuku's arm, but instead of vanishing it all, try focusing specifically on vanishing pain. Hitoshi blinked. Oh shit. Izuku was vibrating now with excitement. Sensei, you're an absolute genius. You know, it helps out Izuku when I brainwash him. Hitoshi pouted. My quirk is overpowered and everything. I don't need some other person's quirk to make me the best hero. Katsuki scoffed. I'm going to become the best on my own. I don't need anybody else. That's a toxic mindset, Kaken. Izuku spoke up. Don't they call my mindset toxic, a-hole? Katsuki yelled, lunging towards the smaller boy. Izuku dodged, then ran, Katsuki and Hitoshi falling behind. There's that Seo again. Why is he always on our trail? A villain rolled her eyes. He hires villains to do his work, does? Yeah, and then he turns them in for the cash. Another person said in outrage, this can't go on. Let's get rid of him. A loud man shouted, slamming his hands on the table. The room let out a cheer. Izuku named him cheerleader in his head. Dumb enough to follow along with an idea, but charming enough to get everyone else to follow along too. Murder? Izuku asked innocently, after the sound had quieted. Well, yeah, Green. He has to go. A villain shrugged. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku could see Hitoshi's leg bouncing nervously, his mouth was in a thin line. Izuku shot him a reaffirming glance before looking back to the adults. Izuku pet his head. Well, isn't that a bit, messy? Messy? What do you mean? Well, if you kill him, he'll be seen as a victim. People will be trying to get rid of you. Then let's make him kill somebody. The cheerleader from before shouted, eliciting another shout of cheers from the group. Izuku waved his hand, drawing attention to him again. He could feel Hitoshi's leg bouncing faster than before. Well, he said, nonchalant, I guess you could do that, but there's a far easier way to remove this man. Izuku smirked. It was just about as mad as sunny his smile was. We ruin him, socially. The villains, Katsuki, and Hitoshi all looked at Izuku with confusion. Izuku carried on. I mean, he emphasized. We turn the public against him. You said he's been hiring villains, right? What if we were the ones to turn him in, this time? Sensei, for the first time of the meeting, spoke up. Izuku, are you suggesting turning the villain's own methods against him? Revenge, Izuku affirmed. The cheerleader pumped a hand in the air. Let's give him a taste of his own medicine. The group cheered this time, Izuku along with them. God, Izuku, why are you so good at that? Manipulating? 'Cause he's FNG Deku. Do you even know him? Well, then how do you know he's not manipulating you? I could have always brainwashed him to ask about me. Because he wouldn't FNG dare. I'll turn his face inside out before he tries. Izuku laughed. Kaken's smarter than he looks. What the hell did you say about me? It was a compliment. I swear. Izuku and Katsuki were neighbors. Sometimes, with all the time they spend down in the underground, Izuku forgot they didn't just live together. And other times he remembered why. Little sheet. Get your lying butt out of this house. I plan to old hag. Katsuki yelled back. Izuku winced, hearing a sound that was definitely Katsuki storming away, wrenching the closed door open with a force that made Izuku jump. Katsuki didn't turn, gazed solely ahead. Izuku glanced back at the door once before running up to catch up with him. Kaken. Izuku knew Katsuki and his mom, his family, always talked like that it was normal for them, but Izuku couldn't help the twinge of guilt in his stomach thinking about the fact his parents didn't believe him. He must have showed it on his face, since Katsuki punched him in the arm. Don't go on another rant, Deku. Katsuki rolled his eyes, pace slowing slightly. I'm pretty used to not being believed. Yeah, but, Izuku bit his lip, it's your mom. Katsuki looked forward again. He scrunched his eyebrows in concentration, as if he was debating saying something. Well, Katsuki paused, not everyone thinks I'm a liar. Izuku blinked, then slowly grinned, a light feeling filling his stomach. Guess you're stuck with us, then. Kaken scowled, but agreed in a voice almost soft. Yeah, guess I am. Why do you always wear a suit? Sensei was moving around a pile of papers. Izuku guessed they were the documents approving the bouncy house Hitoshi wanted to add on the playground near the orphanage. Your suit. Izuku waved a hand at him and his suit. Why are you always wearing one? I've never seen you without one on. And that neck brace thing. Izuku gestured to the object. It was the same as the first day he had come into the underground. It sloped down, connected by silver-gray metal tubes. Is it your kind of villain costume? You know, when you add on that creepy skull mask to it and everything? Izuku pondered, looking up at the sky and fiddling with the edge of one of his journals. You know there are some of those down here. I'm sure you can get Miss Scary Scissors to make you a new one if you wanted it. You are technically her boss, after all. Izuku, Sensei interjected. He sounded very tired. He sighed, rubbing a hand down his face and pushing up his reading glasses. Just go, make some anti-Endeavor posters, or play video games with Tamura, or go plan another tyranny with young Shinso. Just go. Izuku smiled, standing up and saluting. Yes, sir. He caught Sensei's small grin as he left. Where was Hitoshi? That tyranny idea sounded promising. It's beautiful. Wait, dude, are you effing crying? Katsuki asked incredulously. Shut up. Hitoshi snapped, petting the cat in his hands with more ferocity. The cat purred, turning over on her stomach. Izuku stared up at the villainous creature detainment center, with pride, starting to laugh at his friend's antics. I can't believe this actually worked. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Almost everything you FING nerds do works. I have the stats written out. Who are you calling a nerd? Wait, really? Can I? Shut the F up. And no, Deku, you cannot see them. Izuku pouted, grabbing a cat of his own. They finally had a place for the cats to go out. They were easily accepted in the underground, mostly because cats, themselves, were like villains on their own. Katsuki rubbed a hand over his eyes, wondering why the actual kids he hangs out with were more mature than every adult in the force, combined. I'm leaving, Katsuki stated, fully intending to follow up with his word when an alarm came from a speaker ahead. Sheet, an officer stated and grabbed his badge and gun. Huh, what's going on? Katsuki asked lost. We're the closest prescient to a villain attack, that's what. One of the officers, Two Sugars, patted him on the head. Katsuki shook him off. Don't they have patrols for that kind of sheet? Not when it's a block away, they don't. Two Sugars started to leave, but Katsuki grabbed his arm. Let me come along, Katsuki said. Commands weren't facts, after all. Two Sugars looked hesitant. It's not safe. I'm not asking, Katsuki said, asking. Two Sugars hesitated for a second, then looked back at the alarm, deciding he really didn't have the time to argue right now. You stay in the back, you hear me, Sparky? Katsuki grinned. When they arrived at the scene, there was already a crowd of civilians gathered. A couple of the people from the office were already trying to wrangle in the crowd. Christ, Ron, you brought the kid? Espresso said with an exasperated expression. Her hands were busy keeping people from crossing the police tape. A couple other officers looked over in annoyance at Two Sugars. Katsuki felt a small bit of satisfaction. Two Sugars waved his hands in the air. I'm sorry guys. There wasn't enough time to argue. Stop looking at me like that. Just get to work, Ron. Sparky, you stay out of the way, okay? Yeah, screw you too, Katsuki said, which seemed to satisfy Espresso. Finally, Katsuki got a chance to look at the scene. At his height, though, he couldn't see past 20 feet. He settled for looking up, which was where most of the crowd's attention was above them. A useless hero was using his energy manipulation quirk to fight. The F-dash? Was that mincemeat? Katsuki said, not realizing how loud he was. At the sound of his name, the villain turned to the crowd. Oh, hey kid. Mincemeat waved at him, then dodged another explosion of purple particulars from the useless hero getting back into the fight. The F-dash, right? The villain fight today. Whatever they called them in the underground. Raids? Stupid. Katsuki didn't think he would even be near it, since he was going to the police to report it, but he probably should have checked the location before he turned in the calendar as evidence. Katsuki sighed, readjusting his camera. This was going to be an even longer day than it usually was. What, Kaken? You were there? Actually there? Fuff, Deku. Wait, Explosion Boy, wasn't that villain you hate there? Mincemeat, whoa. No need to start throwing things. You have a film of it, don't you? You have to give it to me, you have to. You know, you could probably get paid a lot for submitting that stuff to a news site. You shitface, I'm not some sellout. Aren't we all, though, in this society? Shut the hell up. Can't you just give it to me then? Kaken, please don't walk away. Come on. Izuku, help me prove Katsuki is deaf. I'm not deaf. All those explosions have to mean he is, right? Hitoshi said. I mean, I think I'm losing my hearing from them. Deku, don't you if you dare. Well, scientifically, Izuku interjected, prolonged exposure to loud noises like your explosions would lead to damage to your hearing. But I'm not effing deaf. Katsuki screeched. Then why can you read lips? Hitoshi challenged. Because it's useful. The blonde stressed. Oh really? Hitoshi mouthed. Yes, real dash. Katsuki cut himself off, scowling. Sensei could probably fix your ears, Kaken, Izuku offered. Oh, no effing way is that a-hole coming near me. Ha! Hitoshi pointed. That was an admission. What the F-dash? No. Yes. Izuku said, you didn't deny your ears needed fixing. Only to Sensei doing it. No, Katsuki sighed, clearly deeming them a lost cause. I'm effing leaving. Izuku stole some broken hearing aids and made Hitoshi fix them. He was sure the blonde noticed them the second he woke up with them on, but, to Izuku's complete surprise, he didn't actually destroy them. He kept them somewhere. Izuku theorized he used them while nobody else was watching, somehow needlessly embarrassed about it. Neither Hitoshi or Izuku mentioned it again. They didn't want to jinx it. Let's expand the Dunkin' Donuts business, Izuku said one day, out of the blue. He was met with silence. Kid. A villain rubbed the back of his head. The donuts there are sheet. Nothing on Krispy Kremes. Who would even buy them? Goddamn horseshit. You know, Izuku, Sensei said, just because you like them doesn't mean the rest of the world does. Okay, shut up. Izuku waved a hand in the air at the group at large. It doesn't matter if you guys think they're awful. This isn't about the donuts. This isn't. Hitoshi mocked. Izuku elbowed him in the ribs. No, we have control over the shops, right? Izuku turned to the villains. Well yeah, we use them for profit. The villains looked very lost to what Izuku was saying. But the donuts, in your opinions, are sheet, right? Izuku said, eliciting gasps from around him. Deku, did you just FING swear? I didn't even know you were capable of that. You kiss your mother with that mouth. No, Izuku interrupted. That doesn't count because I was quoting you guys. And yes, I kiss my mother all the time. Oh, Scandalous. Hitoshi laughed, and Izuku elbowed him again, harder. Hey, ouch. Shut up, you deserve it. Izuku shook his head, then got back on topic. Anyways, what I was trying to get to, before I was so rudely interrupted, was that it's stupid to try and get profit from a store no one wants to go to. So what do you want to do instead? A villain asked, not following. I'm saying that we can convert them into, he paused for dramatic effect, entry points. One could audibly hear the crickets that sounded after Izuku revealed his plan. What? What the hell, Deku? That's really dumb even for you. No, shut up. Izuku was getting tired of having to defend himself so much. Think about it, you already have control over the buildings, right? No hero or passerby will even dare to go into them, so if we spread the word to want to be villains, they'd have an easier way to get down here. Hitoshi's hacking method was great, but not all villains had easy access to technology. We were looking for a better way to get connections upstairs, anyways. It's perfect. I guess we could transfer a lot of things inside donut boxes. Like drags. A villain shouted. No doing drags. Izuku said quickly, then tooted. Remember what Professor Bakugu has told you about drags? The villains all sighed, then mumbled as one, drags aren't villainous, drags are stupid. Katsuki nodded, back in teacher mode. Get that into your thick FNG skulls, dumbass, or I'll crack them open to show you how. As Katsuki scolded them, Hitoshi whispered to Izuku. Dare. Hitoshi mumbled, not to do drags. He shook his head, he's got them well trained. Izuku nodded, solemn, you only live once. YOLO, Hitoshi agreed, don't do drags. No, Sparky, for the last time, we are not investigating at Dunkin' Donuts. But I've been telling you, this is the easiest way to get in the underground. The underground that doesn't exist, kid. Straight Black because he thinks he's cool sipped his coffee, then shook the cup. Hey, looks like this is empty, mind getting me another cup? God, you guys. Katsuki took the offered cup and delicately exploded the sheet out of it. The officer who gave it to him, Frappuccino but the guy one, just laughed. Besides, Frappuccino Bon said, the donuts and coffee they have is gross. The opposite of what a police officer would want. Don't run your life off of stereotypes. Other Frappuccino said, pursing her lips. But those guys in the other precinct, ugh, they're the worst. Two-Shot Mocha rolled her eyes, they always come in with Krispy Kremes and shove it in our faces. Oh yeah, F those guys. Espresso piped in. And murmurs of agreement flew around the room. Katsuki had met them in attempt to get the word out for the underground. Somehow, they were more annoying than this group of officers. Hey, maybe we should go to the Dunkin' Donuts just to give them a taste of their own medicine. Straight Black because he thinks he's cool pondered, a hand to his chin. Katsuki jerked his head up, hopeful. Really? He said too eagerly. No, then we'd be going down to their level. Two-Shot Mocha said, ignoring him. Besides, I wouldn't want to step inside a Dunkin' Donuts, anyways. Espresso shuddered, and most of the officers in the room did as well at the thought. Katsuki thought there must be some god that really liked FING with him. Whoa. Izuku rushed forwards, looking at the two muscular villains who were trying for each other's necks. Go away, Green. One with a feather-looking augmentation on his forearms hissed. You can get away, the other guy snarled, shoving the first shoulders, and in a flash they were back to scuffling. Izuku floundered. They wouldn't listen to him, not in whatever angered state they were in right now. Hey! Hitoshi came up from behind him, walking nonchalantly with his hands in his pockets. The villains, possibly at the calm tone of the boy, stopped, staring at Hitoshi with incredulity. What? The feathered man snarled. You both effing hate each other, don't you? They paused, then nodded. Then use the villain's sight, he said, punches. They heal, but smearing someone's repetition is due to cause more harm. Hitoshi showed them the smear forum, a site he made specifically for the underground's web. Izuku, if he was being honest, forgot about its existence. Hitoshi met his eye, ping a triumphant eyebrow. But The other villain said, pointing. He deserved to be if he's socked in the face. Hitoshi smiled, his brow crinkling in false cruelty. That sounds painful, but, oh, words can hurt so much more. The villains blinked, then stared at the phone screen with renewed interest. What did you, Izuku started? Hitoshi smirked at him. You always want to defuse a situation, he shrugged. Sometimes it just doesn't work like that. Izuku pouted, but there's always a middle compromise. Not for anybody but you, Zuku, he said. You're too much of a softie. Izuku puffed his cheeks out. I'm not. He was about to protest more when a ding pinged in his pocket. For once, shitface is right. Izuku groaned, putting a palm to his eyes. Hitoshi burst into laughter as he looked over Izuku's shoulder to read the text. Izuku lifted his eyes, scanning the room for the most visible camera. They were everywhere. Katsuki probably had at least 3 set up in this room alone. Izuku had no idea how he kept track of them all. He scented a glare, while Hitoshi matched his look with one of glee. You omnipotent Ivinci, he said, and broke down laughing again. Phew. Come, Sparky. Hitoshi swung a hand around the blonde's shoulders. We all know you use that camera for more than just taking photos of the underground. Hitoshi wasn't just talking about nothing. Izuku guessed if anyone was constantly using a camera so often, they would get attached to photography as well. It was quite amusing. It was Katsuki, though, of all people. Katsuki shoved Hitoshi's arm off of him. Shut up, shitface, or I'll make you wish you were never effing born. Hitoshi put his hands up, backing away slowly. I'm not saying anything. He denied shamelessly. Izuku glanced again at the collection of artistic photographs Hitoshi had collected from Katsuki. You know, Kaken, Izuku said genuinely, these are really good. Even the photographs he was taking for the police were incredibly well framed. I told you to shut the F up. Katsuki yelled, a faint pink appearing on his cheeks. He held his camera protectively. I'm effing leaving. Under Katsuki's name, Izuku entered them into their grade's junior photography contest. Katsuki won. He won in all the other ones, too. And here I show you. Hitoshi drummed his fingers on his laptop screen, the anti-Endeavor website. Izuku and Katsuki leaned over the taller boy and he scrolled through the website. This is the list of offenses. There's the slogan. Endeavor can be a hero, but we can be unhappy about it? Izuku quoted, lips quirking up. It was displayed at the top of the website. Better hero than FANG villain. Katsuki grumbled. Well, what's that? Izuku asked, eyes squinting as he got closer to the screen. Hitoshi pushed him away. That, he introduced, is the Endeavor tracker. And no, it doesn't show where he is in real time, so none of the villains could use it. It just tracks embarrassing moments. Like when he scratches his butt or something. How did you? Explosion Boy graciously offered some of his cameras. Hitoshi smirked. Izuku stared at the blonde in shock. Kaken, why? Shut up. Izuku thought he could see the blonde almost blushing. If it would get that sexist a-hole said I would offer giving more. Izuku raised his eyebrows in a distinctly Shinsa-like gesture. Fair enough. Katsuki huffed, his eyes focusing as he caught to another point on the screen. Izuku followed his moments. Katsuki pointed to red button on the side screen. What's this? Dress up. Hitoshi replied, voice filling with pride. He clicked on the button, the image changing to a doll-like version of Endeavor. There were different outfits on the side, some serious, others, like the clown wig and princess dress, clearly satirical. Izuku stared at it for a moment before collapsing into laughter on Hitoshi's shoulder, catching the edges of Katsuki's malicious grin growing out of the corner of his eye. He's gonna hate this, Izuku said, panting between breaths. The website's gonna be gone in less than a day. Nope. Hitoshi exclaimed, I'd like to see his team destroy my protections. Shitface, Katsuki said, still smiling evilly. I think this is the only productive thing you've ever actually done. A backhanded compliment from Katsuki meant he was metaphorically kissing the ground. Hitoshi walked on. Well, it's not up yet, Hitoshi said. I still haven't come up with a URL for it. Anti-Endeavor website is sort of basic, I think. Izuku opened his mouth to suggest something, but Katsuki was already pushing Hitoshi out of the way, typing on the keyboard and hitting submit before either of them could react. What did you? Hitoshi started, then paused. Wow, Sparky, I like your style. Izuku shifted Hitoshi out of the way to look at the screen. Fuckendeavor.com. Fitting, Izuku thought, grinning. Hush, Endeavor indeed. And no, Hitoshi, he was quoting, so it didn't count. The public was beginning to notice the changed methods of the villainous activity in Tokyo and its surrounding areas. There were many major public stunts and scares, but overall, heroes were able to save anyone from massive harm. Some theorized it was simply villain cockiness as of the new century, putting on a show and not being able to execute it. A lot of banks were getting robbed recently, but the activity for banks was also way up. It was like someone was recycling the money out instead of keeping it. Nobody really knew the source, as no villain had come to claim the, frankly, weird crimes. A couple companies had been exposed or had admitted to corruptness in their companies. The police were profiling a group of hackers who were blackmailing them. They completely ignored the kid who confessed to the crimes, as he was a well-known liar in the force. Dunkin' Donuts, strangely, started getting a lot more customers. It was known by almost everyone that the donuts there were shit, so their business suddenly booming was odd. Most people put it up to some type of challenge made by teenagers online, who always liked to eat food that wasn't actually food. However, nobody knew anyone who had actually tried Dunkin' Donuts, so there was no proof whether or not it was fatal. What was most baffling was the series of pranks being targeted at the Endeavor agency and the man himself. There was a new website gaining popularity online, Fuckendeavor.com, which was populated with photos of the number 2 hero yelling at fans and doing other, weirder, things. The header of the page had a photo of the hero picking his nose. The agency attempted to take down the website many times, but a hacker only known by the username SleepyCat69420 kept putting it back up. Some theorized that they were all connected somehow, but that idea was quickly shot down by the idea that they were villains, and villains weren't able to work in groups that large. They're already irresponsible as it is. Maybe Katsuki's theory about every adult being incompetent had some merit, after all. Katsuki stared at the building in front of him. Deku, did you just convert a building in the underground into a FING orphanage? Finally, they had done it. The thing that him and Hitoshi had planned since day zero. At this point, Izuku felt like he could do anything. Sure. Izuku put a finger to his lips, saying that isn't villainous enough. Yeah, like villain training for abandoned juveniles and daycare is even better than that. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. He had let Izuku choose the name. Shut up, it's not like they would have allowed it otherwise. Izuku crossed his arms. The name was genius, in his opinion. Tamura tried to burn it down already. Then we know it's perfect for the underground. Hitoshi snorted. When the hell did you even find the time to do this, Deku? Katsuki asked. Well, most of the work was done by the old ladies, he shrugged. There was a surprising amount of old ladies who were villains. They were absolutely terrifying. So you weren't joking? You're actually planning to train the orphans down here to become villains? Hitoshi looked at his best friend incredulously. Come on, it's not like you didn't do everything to get out of your orphanage when you were in it. I wouldn't want to become a villain, Hitoshi said loudly. Well, that's technically what you did do. God, shut up. Katsuki interrupted, rubbing away another headache. You guys fight more often than my parents. Dark man. Hitoshi chuckled. Anyways, Izuku drew attention back to the building in front of them. It's not actually going to teach kids to become villains, we just need people to think it does. How are you going to do that? Hitoshi asked. I'm not. Kaken's going to write the syllabus. Izuku looked over at the blonde. I'm going to what? Katsuki's eyebrow twitched. Hey, you're the best teacher here. You wouldn't want to be responsible for all of the kids coming down here becoming villains, would you? Izuku wore an innocent expression. Wow, using his hero complex against him. Nice. Hitoshi held up a high five, which Izuku took with glee. Jesus. You Deku. Katsuki sounded resigned. The orphanage was here. Izuku breathed in the realization. After all this time, it was finally here. They were the masters of community service. They did it. It was a normal day for Izuku. Really was. The teachers today had asked their class to start thinking about what they wanted to do when they were older, now that they were in their last year of middle school. They wanted them to choose high schools and jobs. Izuku, of course, put hero for his first option. For his second, he put down team manager, since that was technically what he was already doing in the underground, so he'd probably be good at it. For his last option, he put bank CO, since he thought that robbing the banks would honestly be easier with somebody on the inside. See, he literally just admitted he's a FANG bank robber. But Kugu, really, can't you see what a joke is? Izuku thought it was especially funny when he saw Katsuki's paper had teacher as the second option, photographer as his third. Katsuki just scowled at him, but Izuku knew he secretly really just liked his teaching job in the underground, however much he complained about it. Katsuki had never actually lied before. It wasn't hard to figure out what he was omitting. Hitoshi, for his second option, had put comedian. The purple boy smirked evilly at him when Izuku read it, his expression the same of the criminals hiding from the police. All I need is a verbal response to a question, remember? Izuku punched him in the arm, and the creepy smile broke into a playful grin. Hey, explosion boy! Hitoshi called from across the room, holding his bag. Katsuki scowled at the name, but looked up anyways. You coming? He gestured to the door, as they were the last ones in the room. Katsuki shook his head. I have evidence to put in. He held up one of Izuku's journals, which the green-haired boy could have sworn was just on him. Wow! Izuku asked, opening and closing his hands as if to try and grab it back. It would be a fruitless endeavor, he knew. You should really pay more attention, Deku. Katsuki scoffed, and set the notebook in his massive bag, then left the room. Hitoshi bumped him on the shoulder. How you should. Who knows, it only takes a second for a villain to come after you. Izuku stared at him. No villain's going to attack anyone who knows their mothers by name. He boasted, I think I've sufficiently wormed myself into the villain protection squad. Okay, he was wrong, Izuku thought, spitting the last of the slime from his throat onto the dirty pavement. On his way back, there was some type of villain. Izuku only remembers how large it was. He doesn't remember how he got out, though. Did Hitoshi save him? Brainwash the villain? Izuku decided he wasn't going to think about it too much while this villain was still inside his throat. All Hitoshi and him decided to do was take a slight detour back to the underground, and this was the treatment they got? Abysmal. Wait, Hitoshi. Toshi? Izuku questioned, choking off to spit another ball of slime down where it came from. Hey, yeah, Izuku, I'm right here, came a voice, and only then Izuku noticed the hand splayed protectively on his back. Can't you brainwash me to make me spit this up faster? Izuku gasped. I don't want to screw things up, Hitoshi scoffed, sounding almost amused by Izuku's suggestion. The green-haired boy's mouth twitched up in response, before prompting another coughing fit. Izuku looked at the slime in his hand with disgust. I just coughed up a man. Hitoshi made a sound between a laugh and a sob, and Izuku finally looked up to him. Hitoshi was shaking, slightly, to Izuku's complete surprise. Izuku frowned in realization. Even with all the time they spent in the underground or on raids, neither of them had ever actually been in danger, if you discount their first encounters. Before he could react, the other boy pulled him into a tight hug, breaking his airflow for the second time that day. You almost die, and that was the first thing to come to your mind. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow, but he sounded relieved. His voice was hoarse. Izuku laughed. Really, it's a unique quirk. Do you think he felt it when I coughed him up? Does it hurt when his slime separates like? A loud throat clearing interrupted Hitoshi's exasperated chuckles and reminding Izuku that, oh yeah, somebody must have saved him. Izuku jerked his head to the direction of the noise, blinked twice at the man standing there, then punched Hitoshi in the shoulder, hard. Ow, Izuku, what the hell? Hitoshi gripped the offended shoulder, too tired to be actually mad. All Might was standing right there. 10 feet from him. He was stuffing the sludge villain that attacked him into what looked like a soda bottle? Well, at least it's recycling. Anyways, holy freaking shoot. Katsuki is going to be so jealous. Even though Izuku almost died. Why did you not tell me All Might was here? You were a bit busy effing dying. I was getting to it. Wait, All Might, while you're here, I have a question to ask you. Hitoshi realized too late Izuku was going to do the stupid thing. He didn't know why he was so surprised. He could do nothing more than blink as his best friend was launched into the sky by the shittiest hero. Well, second shittiest, since Endeavor technically counted as a hero too. Because what the dude? All Izuku asked for were confirmations of their dreams, you know, the things they'd been working towards for around 4 years now in the underground, but no, the man told them to become police officers instead. Can I be a hero without a quirk? Sorry, kid. Katsuki was going to kill them. Then All Might. So it was perfectly understandable, in Hitoshi's opinion, why the green-haired lunatic would want to grab onto the hero's leg and get flown into Kingdom Come. Oh, scratch that. What the f was his best friend doing? This, Hitoshi said aloud to the empty area. He was going to go bother Katsuki at the station. It would certainly be more entertaining than staying here, stranded. Izuku's first thought, after doing the reasonable thing and grabbing onto this hero's leg, was, is that? Oh my god, Izuku stared. All Might? Did I kill you? What happened? Are you going to die? Don't worry, I know a healer. He's brought me back from the brink of death a lot of times. No, calm down, kid. It's an old wound from 4 years ago. Shrunken but still really tall, All Might told him, putting out a hand reassuringly. Your fight with Toxic Chainsaw? Izuku thought that guy was pretty weak, comparatively. He was gone before Izuku and his friends ever got into the underground, but no villain in the underground ever spoke fondly of him. All Might looked at him in surprise, then chuckled. You really are a fan then? You don't happen to have footage of that fight, do you? Izuku asked. I have this database, but I can only really assume what happened then, and considering your state right now, I could probably assume you lost. I did. Not lose, All Might interjected quickly, looking embarrassed. You don't know the whole story. That's why I'm asking. Nobody else knows. All Might told him, quickly, shutting Izuku up. It's just me and my mentor now. Izuku gaped. Really? And you can't tell anybody? All Might said, embarrassed. This type of information in the hands of the enemy, he trailed off. Izuku was sure, at least for the villains in the underground, it wouldn't be much change. They would probably just find worse ways to fail their mission. Still, this was All Might asking him to keep a secret? What was Izuku going to do? Not do that? Even if it wouldn't make a difference, if it brought the hero peace of mind, Izuku would keep his mouth shut. Of course not, Izuku shook his head emphatically. I'm really good at keeping secrets. All Might sagged with relief against the wall of the rooftop they were on top of. Thank you greatly, he paused. Remind me of your name again? Midoriya Izuku. Izuku told him, then pointed off the side of the building. My friend back there was Shinso Hitoshi. Yes, of course, All Might said, then grinned as if forgetting he was all weird-looking right now. You two will certainly do great things for the world. But, not becoming heroes? Izuku asked again, suddenly sour, remembering their previous conversation. Again, I'm sorry, kid, All Might said, but I don't want to encourage you out there sacrificing your life. Your friend, either. You were both incredibly brave back there, but villains in this world are vicious. Ruthless. Quirks you couldn't possibly understand. Izuku thought of the underground of Sensei and Shigaraki and Kurogiri and everybody else. He didn't like doubting All Might, who was objectively really cool, but it was kind of hard not to. Okay, was all he said in response. All Might nodded, sad but satisfied. Good then, he perked up, back into familiar territory. I better get this bad boy to the authorities, he trailed off, patting his pockets. I said I better get. All Might, Izuku asked with trepidation, where's the sludge villain? It must have fallen out of my pocket on the way here. Izuku put his hands in the air. Probably my fault, but you're the adult man. You should realize if you're jumping away, suddenly somebody's going to grab onto your leg. A loud explosion erupted from a couple of blocks away, the red fire visible from the top of their roof. "Oh shoot," All Might cursed, glancing once to Izuku as he transformed into his larger form. "Stay here, Midoriya, I'll take care of this, okay?" He jumped away, and Izuku stared at the spot where he was for a moment before another loud explosion rung out. That's weird, Izuku thought. The sludge from the villain certainly didn't explode. But those explosions sounded frighteningly familiar, and over to that way was the way to the police station. Izuku gripped the railing of the rooftop with the realization. Those. A block away from the police station. He recognized those flames. Katsuki. And he ran. "God, leave me the F alone." "Aw, you don't actually mean that, Bakugo, right?" A girl from his class cooed. She was under the impression he wanted their presence around him, but Katsuki still felt distinctly like he was being mocked. Going to the offices today was a bad idea, he decided. He didn't expect these FING extras to find him. Katsuki scoffed and walked faster, trying to get away from the group. He gripped his bag tighter, remembering he had evidence to deliver, still. A couple of his classmates called after him, but Katsuki made a point of ignoring them. As he was stomping away from the group, he felt his foot collide with something. A soda can? FING littering. Don't people know that's fineable? Katsuki grumbled, then stopped once he realized he was talking to himself. Deku could not rub off on him. Katsuki bent down to pick up the piece of trash, because he was a productive member of society. "Thank you very much," but his hand was suddenly jerked out of the way. Instinctively, he let out an explosion in his palm, but he didn't feel the signature heat that always came with it. What the fuck? He jerked his hand backwards, realizing it was trapped. Panicking, he pulled back with more strength, using the rest of his body to pull himself. There was a black, green substance holding his hand in place, feeling both as hard as concrete and completely liquid at the same time. Everywhere it was touching him felt slimy. He brought his other hand closer to the slime to try and explode the substance, which worked until it, too, was trapped in the sludge. Katsuki cried out in more earnest this time, feeling the slime traveling up his arms and only spreading faster and faster. His biggest defense was useless while trapped. Katsuki twisted his body, trying to get out of the binding grip. It was with startling clarity that he realized this was a villain attack, and he was the goddamned victim. "Hey! What the F dash?" Katsuki yelled loudly, trying not to lose his composure. Didn't being associated, not friends, damn it, with Deku mean he was part of the villain protection squad or whatever the F dash? Wasn't he immune? What the hell was going on here? He heard his classmates' screams, but he could only see them in peripheral, only able to crane his neck. "Oh, such power," a voice said directly into his head, and Katsuki jerked back harder. "What the hell?" "Yes, you'll do nicely." "Oh," Katsuki mocked, realizing, indeed this was a villain attack and the guy was a complete self-pretentious a-hole douchebag. "F you." He pulled back again, but only succeeded in getting himself more stuck. From what he could see, a group of people were gathering, watching him and doing nothing productive at all. Ruefully, Katsuki added another tally for adults around him that are completely incompetent. "Vingy hell," he thought, struggling more. Where the F were the adults when he effing needed them? Now, along with both his arms, his legs were trapped as well. He had no leverage to pull himself out from, but Katsuki didn't stop struggling, because goddammit if he was going to die, he was going to do it fighting. He heard police sirens, which usually grated him to no end, now just created a feeling of coming dread. He knew the police. He knew their idiocy firsthand. "You already know your fate, don't you, boy?" Christ, did this villain somehow train with Izuku's shitty, How to Be a Terrifyingly Amazing Villain textbook? He seemed very, very dead set on following his shitty pseudo-villain agenda, if he did. The slime was pulling back on his head, making him have to strain against the villain to see around him. Everything was so loud, and he could see some heroes he recognized in Izuku's god-awful journals wrestling with the crowd, also doing nothing productive. Again, Katsuki added a tally for incompetent adults, strangely feeling like he should laugh. The sludge had taken hold of his limbs now, and, Jesus Christ, it was heading into his mouth. At the first disgusting taste of the slime, Katsuki sealed his mouth tight and let out another distressed noise with his throat. On the rush of adrenaline and pure disgust, the blond boy freed a hand and let off an explosion at his side. It burned his arm, but it also separated a large portion of the villain. "You goddamn brat," the voice in his head said, but Katsuki ignored this in obvious favor of trying to get free. The sludge traveled up his face and then down into his nose. Katsuki jerked his head away, momentarily forgetting the task of struggling out. "Got you now, you FING brat." Katsuki opened his mouth, panting for air. The sludge lunged into it too fast for him to close it again. Every struggle for breath was helping the villain block out his air supply. What a loser but villain, Katsuki thought, attacking an opponent who wasn't even facing him. Cowardly BSTRD. "You'll pay for that." Katsuki felt the sick satisfaction of angering the fucker, knowing that at least he could fight against the BSTRD with his unfair advantage. He coughed, expelling from his lungs in attempt to rid himself of the slime. For a few moments he thrashed, instinctively trying to take back his lungs. And that was when he heard him. "Kaken! Goddamn it! FING! Damn it!" Izuku was running. He could feel the blood pounding in his skull. His throat felt the echo of the invasion of slime, and his eyes saw the same thing that happened to him happen to Katsuki. The noise of people calling out for him to stop passed through his ears, but Izuku focused on the blonde. It was all he could see. "Izuku!" A voice called, but Izuku wasn't paying enough attention to recognize it. He saw Katsuki's eyes rise in fury at seeing him, but behind that he could see his fear. For his own life or for Izuku's, Izuku wasn't sure. It's not like it mattered, anyways. Shrugging off his backpack, Izuku launched it at the villains. Hungry eyes. The villain must have not expected the attack because his entire body flinched back. Katsuki took a deep breath with the air supply, and then screamed, "Deku! Get the F back!" His foul language was never ending, even in circumstances like these. "I can't just leave you here," Izuku called back loudly. He was surprised Katsuki was still able to pull off a glare that murderous even with the slime pulling him in, seconds away from actually dying. He reached through the slime and grabbed onto Katsuki's wrist. He could feel the smile resisting him, but all he needed was to free the palm. Izuku shoved his second hand into the area, holding his first wrist, ignoring the slime man attempts to pull him in further. Izuku, unsurprisingly, was less scared of the man now he had been shoved into a soda can. A primal part of Izuku's brain said now would be a wonderful time for a sample of sweat from Katsuki, but Izuku pointedly ignored it. Finally, when he felt the pocket of air cradled by his palms, he looked up to Katsuki's eyes. "Blast, Kaken!" he yelled. The other boy's eyes widened in surprise and incredulity. It was unsaid, but Izuku could hear the words as if Katsuki was screaming them. "You'll get hurt too, you dumbass." "I know," Izuku yelled. "I don't care. Do it." Katsuki hesitated for a few moments before he scowled, resolving. Izuku braced his palms for the impact, pulling out at the last moment to allow the blast to tear through the slime. He felt a hot stinging on his palms, but it was probably nothing to what the villain got. Izuku, spotting the newly free area, yanked the blonde boy through, ignoring the pain it caused his hands. Katsuki really should have assumed Izuku would be mostly fireproof after having to deal with Katsuki's explosions for literally all of his life. Katsuki quickly joined him in pulling to get free, finding footing on the floor. Rapid explosions were coming from his palms. Izuku could hear the word "die" and "motherfucker" mixed in upon Katsuki's coughing. Finally, Izuku was able to pull both him and Katsuki free from the sludge, both of them landing in a tumble on the floor. Izuku was coming up with a plan for running away from the villain when a bright light burst into their vision. He recognized it from just a half hour ago. All might. There was a shockwave that stabbed through in Izuku's ringing skull before a strong wind. Looking up, Izuku noted the now clear sky. Did All Might's punch just change the weather? That was going to need to be investigated further, the scientist in Izuku thought dizzily. Katsuki was in a similar position Izuku was in earlier, with his body coughing up slime braced by his hands on the pavement. Izuku winced in sympathy, revering how disgusting the man was. Godify, holy Haled, damn it, shitty effing Deku, was the first thing Katsuki said when he got enough air in his lungs. You shitty FING nerd. Let me see your hands. Izuku has completely forgotten about them, but the reminder cued him back into the slight pain on his palms. Izuku stuck them out obediently. Katsuki cradled them using his own hands and studied them. He shook his head. It's not too bad. We have some burn salve back at my place. His gaze snapped up to Izuku's glaring. Don't ever do that again, FANG idiot. You, of all people, should know how my explosions work. Izuku didn't feel guilty. Sorry, Kaken, he said, anyways. A bit away, it looked like the two heroes who had failed to do anything, Kamui Woods and Death Arms, were walking forward to come speak to them. However, a couple seconds after Izuku glanced their way, a voice shrilly screeched out. Sparky! Oh thank God! Like some sort of wave, the police officers all crashed in. One of them, a young-looking woman, ran forward quickly and pulled the unsuspecting blonde boy into a tight hug. A few other of the police officers joined, running in and probably not doing their jobs in the process. Katsuki made a sharp noise of protest before he closed his eyes, sighing resignedly. Get the F off me, he grumbled, twisting out of the hold. Another officer ruffled the blonde's hair. Katsuki swatted away his hand and glared at him, but only got a laugh in response. Izuku couldn't help but snicker, himself. Oh! A police officer turned around, now addressing Izuku. Thank you so much for going after him, Midoriya. Izuku had joined Katsuki once or twice when he was visiting the police, mostly for scientific reasons. They also probably recognized him from the photos Katsuki had an endless supply of from the underground. Izuku looked to Katsuki in slight horror, an expression Katsuki returned with his, you deserve this, face. You've got to be more careful, Sparky, a tall officer said, patting the blonde boy on the back. Katsuki snorted and stared at Izuku. Yeah, I'm the one that has to be more careful. Izuku glared back. I couldn't just let you die, Kaken. Kaken, the tall officer said, mouth open. Katsuki shot the scathing glare he saved for any poor soul who dared to call him Kaken that wasn't Izuku. The officer smartly backed down. A parametric heaved through the crowd of officers then, finally having been able to make it to the victims of the villain attack. They went to where Katsuki was, in the center of the police's circle, and Izuku was swept backwards. Izuku jumped twice, trying to spot a glimpse of blonde hair. The crowd was taking him. There were so many people touching him from all sides. Izuku twisted and turned, trying to get back to where he was supposed to be. With Katsuki. Kaken. There was so much noise Izuku couldn't make out any sound. He jumped again. Another flash of blonde hair. And was that Hitoshi's purple over there? What was Hitoshi doing here? Izuku started to move forward to the figure. Curse his size. He knew he was strong, but how was he supposed to fight against the legs of 100 people? Suddenly, something grabbed his shoulder, yanking him out of the depths of the crowd. At the last moment, Izuku remembered Sensei's trainings and moved his neck to trap the hand on his shoulder while he brought his other elbow up to his attacker's face. He wasn't going to go down without a fight. Hey, butthole, take this. His elbow was caught, though, and suddenly everything about this felt too familiar. Izuku, a low voice said, face finally revealing in the crack between buildings they were tucked into, your form on that one needs more support from your lower body. Defense is about using all of your strength, not just parts of it. Sensei? Izuku was too surprised to be annoyed at Sensei correcting him. What are you doing here? It felt really strange to be pulled from the crowds out of nowhere, and the adrenaline was still piping through Izuku's body from both the sludge villain's attacks, All Might, and getting practically kidnapped from the scene of the crime because of lazy officers and pros. He had to blink in the darkness to readjust his vision to make sure he wasn't actually going crazy. I saw you and young Bakugo on the news, Sensei said. I wanted to come to make sure you guys were okay. It's on the news already? Izuku asked, then frowned. Never mind. Wait, how'd you get here so fast? There's a Dunkin' Donuts not a block away, Sensei said as an answer, and Izuku shrugged the point. Izuku blinked, then blinked again, shaking his head. He winced. Sorry, it's really weird seeing you outside the underground. The usually synthetic lights didn't exactly imitate the sun, and the orange-red walls in nearly every part of the underground always caused Sensei to have a different tint. Izuku had never seen him out of the underground. This Sensei looked really, really weird. I would suspect so, Sensei chuckled. There hasn't been much of a reason to leave outside of raids. Izuku shook himself out of it, remembering the situation. About that, what the heck is happening? I've never even heard of that villain before. Sensei shifted, posture becoming taller. Yes, he is a man named Hidaro Viren, who was a member from the underground before being arrested for murder charges around 6 years ago. 6 years? And that's why I've never seen him before. Correct, Sensei confirmed, but just this morning he was transferred to a new room that was lax to his quirk's special capabilities. He escaped? Izuku asked, and Sensei nodded. Izuku's brow crinkled in confusion, but he just attacked Kaken and I? In broad daylight? Wouldn't that be not the thing to do? His quirk allows him to possess others' bodies, taking on this power for himself. Sensei told him. He wanted to find a person to hide in, then. Izuku exclaimed in realization, then quieted quickly, looking around them to make sure nobody heard his sudden outburst. The crowd, media, and police were in disarray, unchanged. He turned back to Sensei sheepishly. Sorry? It's quite all right. Sensei said amusedly. I would suspect the appearance of a hero as revered as All Might would catch a crowd like this. Oh. Izuku remembered excitedly. Guess what, Sensei? I met All Might earlier today. You did? Sensei asked, and Izuku explained the situation with the sludge villain. Izuku was bouncing up and down by the time he told Sensei about how he grabbed onto his hero's leg. You could have led with the fact you were attacked, Sensei accused after he was done summarizing. The guy's arrested now, it doesn't really matter, Izuku said, and Sensei frowned. And when All Might saved you, you told him you were quirkless? He asked. Izuku shrugged. Yeah, I wanted to ask him if I could still be a hero without a quirk. Izuku, you know, I said. I know. Izuku finished, then scuffed a toe into the dirty floor of the alley. I mean, it's just you and my friends who say that, you know? I understand. Sensei nodded. He looked off in the distance. Izuku followed his line of sight to where Izuku and Katsuki fought off the sludge villain only a few minutes ago. Why are you? Izuku started. How long do you think All Might was here before you saved Bakugo? Sensei asked abruptly, cutting Izuku off. Izuku didn't know what to say to the weird question. I don't know, a while maybe? Nobody was really doing anything. Izuku couldn't really tell Sensei about All Might's shriveled form. Do you think he saw you save young Bakugo then? Sensei asked, but he was still looking out to the alley. Maybe. Izuku pursed his lips, then grinned, looking at Sensei enthusiastically. I hope he did. I totally proved to him I can be a hero, didn't I? Yeah, Sensei said, eyes finally glancing back to Izuku. He looked at him for a moment before looking up again, scanning the area. His brows were creased, like he was thinking about something very critically. Izuku noticed his fists were clenched. Why are you? Hey, Sensei said suddenly, breathing out. His fists finally relaxed. It seems like they're looking for you, Izuku. You better go. Izuku glanced once backwards to see the man was right. The heroes there were talking in hushed tones, frowning at their surroundings. Izuku sighed. Yeah, I guess. He looked back where Sensei was but found only darkness there. Izuku frowned, but did as he was told, coming back into the visible light. He answered a few of the paramedics and pros questions when Katsuki appeared next to him, out of breath. Kakanemi. Shut up, Katsuki hissed, clamping a hand over Izuku's mouth. They'll find me again. I'm glad I'm less annoying than them, Kaken, Izuku told him sweetly, voice muffled from the hand over his mouth. Katsuki was very trained in the language of Dao. Shut the F up, shitty nerd. A different paramedic raised her hand hesitantly and Katsuki reluctantly dropped his hand, wiping Izuku's spit onto his jeans disgustedly. Izuku beamed and a few minutes later the nice lady with the very interesting quirk had fixed Izuku's exploded palms. He was about to ask her about it when a purple blur sent him to the floor. "Ow," Izuku groaned. "You deserve that, you bithy," the blur said, angered. Izuku noticed there were cats rubbing against his ankles. "Hitoshi? How did you?" Hitoshi completely ignored him. Ungracefully, Hitoshi stood up, yanking the green-haired boy with him before prying Katsuki away with them, fully out of the eagled eyes of the police. "Shitface?" Katsuki asked with surprise. "When the hell did you get here?" He turned sharply to Izuku, pointing. "How the hell did you get here? Weren't you going to the underground?" At the loud exclamation of the underground, Izuku looked rapidly around before he calmed, realizing it was Katsuki who was screaming. Nobody would believe him. "Phew. I came to go annoy you at the police station, but I was here to see this but couldn't get through the crowd," Hitoshi explained. "I spent forever looking for you fuckers. The heroes tried to stop me from getting to you." Izuku sighed. "You brainwashed them, didn't you?" "Hey, I made them forget the memory." Hitoshi grabbed onto a shoulder from each boy, pulling the two until they were at arm's length. He alternated looking into each of their eyes for a few moments before he suddenly pulled both Izuku and Katsuki into his arms. After a second, Izuku realized he was crying. Hitoshi this emotional was incredibly strange for Katsuki and Izuku, who had only rarely seen the tired boy. "Hey, Izuku started hesitantly. "Are you okay? I should be asking you fuckers that," Hitoshi cried. Katsuki looked incredibly uncomfortable in the group hug. Hitoshi pulled back for a moment, composing himself, before shaking the blonde by his shoulders. "First Izuku and now you, Katsuki?" First name usage for Katsuki meant Hitoshi was stressed out. The purple-haired boy pulled back, running a hand through his hair with frustration. "Why both of you on the exact same effing day?" Sorry? In my defense, it wasn't like it was my fault," Izuku retorted. "Wait, what about Deku?" Katsuki sobered, blinking in confusion. "Oh shit, yeah." Hitoshi cringed, dropping Katsuki's shoulders. His misery from earlier was soon replaced with apprehension. Izuku covered his face in his hands. Shooting a quick apology to the officers and heroes still on the scene, Izuku and Hitoshi moved their group to a more secluded space. Hesitantly, they explained the situation to Katsuki, who just looked more confused the longer they continued. "Wait," he interrupted, not following. "So all of us, if we're counting Shitface being with Deku, got attacked by villains today? I thought we were all, on their do not attack list or some shit." "Huh, now I think about it you're right. No villains would even try and attack us, especially not in daylight like this." Hitoshi tacked on. "Oh yeah, about that," Izuku told them about Hidoro Viren. How he had just escaped from prison and went after random people for power. "Wait, and Sensei told you this?" Hitoshi asked. "When the F, did he have the time to tell you?" "He was here a couple minutes ago," Izuku said, also lost. "Christ," Katsuki muttered, "it's like the creepy BS can FANG teleport." He shook his head, shaking himself out of it. "So how the F did you get away from this BC when Deku was attacked? Did you brainwash it or something?" Katsuki asked. Hitoshi pursed his lips and Izuku and him shared a look. After they finished explaining, Katsuki told them loudly they were not going back to the underground or the police today, because, those guys, okay? Hitoshi and Izuku could only nod in confirmation, sharing the sentiment. "And All Might? I hope you're FING joking," Katsuki asked. "The guy was a total a-hole," Hitoshi said, hands flaring forward in annoyance. "He held onto All Might's leg as the pro flew through the FNG air? You're serious?" Katsuki scoffed. "Deku, you're a shitty idiot." "Hey, I do that all the time with your flying." "Not the same." "Wait, Zuku, when you went after him, what did he say to you?" Hitoshi interrupted, pursing his lips. "About the same, like with Sensei." Izuku omitted All Might's shrunken form, You know, about not being a hero and becoming a police officer instead. What? Katsuki was ignored. But Izuku remembered Sensei, then shrugged. I'm really not that beaten up about it anymore. And they say don't meet your heroes. Hitoshi scoffed. How's that feel, explosion boy? He turned to the blonde who now had his head in his hands. If not even All Might can convince Izuku and I not to become heroes, how do you think you could? I'm still processing this FING information. Katsuki didn't move his hands away. What? Don't tell me that was another point on your list of possible schemes you had? Final option, actually, Katsuki corrected. Hitoshi blinked. Izuku looked up to the newly cleared sky. Katsuki had planned to get All Might to convince Izuku not to be a hero. It seemed exactly like a thing he would too, if Izuku was being completely honest. You never stop, do you, Kaken? It's my defining characteristic. Well, that and Hitoshi's eyes bulged. Oh, shit, Katsuki, your camera, he exclaimed, voice serious. Izuku startled, following Hitoshi's line of vision to see the device cradled in Katsuki's hands. Katsuki glanced at him with contempt, noticing Izuku and Hitoshi's worry. Katsuki loved his camera, he didn't go anywhere without it. He had it before they left school that day, along with all the evidence he lugged around with him. Slowly, without breaking eye contact with the taller boy, Katsuki brought the camera up, holding it for a second before a divisive click came through. Hitoshi blinked in the flash. Huh. Katsuki stared at the camera front for a second before snorting, turning the device around for Izuku and Hitoshi to see. You look effing stupid. Hitoshi's startled eyes did, indeed, look stupid. That thing still works? Hitoshi asked, wasn't it just swallowed by a villain made of slime? Wait, don't tell me it was still running that whole time. Izuku tacked on, moving closer to inspect it. Was it filming the attack? Katsuki glared at both of them. Deliberately, he said of an explosion while the device was in his hands. He shook it a little. This thing's sturdy as F, and again, Deku, Katsuki turned to glare at him, you cannot have my camera for your shitty experiments. Izuku sagged down, fine. His breath caught, remembering something, wait, what about my journal? At his friend's confused looks, Izuku elaborated, you know, the one Kaken took from me this morning. It felt like weeks ago. Katsuki blinked, it's paper, Deku. And Izuku gestured at Katsuki's camera with a flop of his hand, that's metal. Oh well, I sort of see what you mean now I say it. No sheet. They were walking back together to Izuku's house. Izuku had offered a triple sleepover, which Katsuki, weirdly, didn't actually protest like he'd done all the other times before he eventually conceded. Izuku guessed his compliance was because his mother-hen instincts were flourishing in light of the attacks. He was walking a bit behind from Izuku and Hitoshi, fiddling with the new footage on his camera. Izuku took the time to check his phone and noticed with warmth the many people who had texted from the underground. They probably had the news on in the common area. There was nothing from Sensei. Izuku's eyes, amusedly, found the note from Shigaraki. Tamura, spleen, why the f are you and the liar on TV? Tamura, I wish he killed you. Izuku wrote out a quick reply then closed his phone, laughing slightly. Izuku, love, you got messages from the underground already? Hitoshi asked, unashamedly looking at his screen. Yeah, Katsuki answered for him, the shitty nerd and I are probably already front-page news. He clicked a button on his camera then scowled, shaking a bit of slime off the side of the device. Gross. Hitoshi snorted, eyeing the camera. Pfuff. Katsuki mumbled, shaking it again and dispelling more of the slime. Or was it man? Maybe Izuku should take a sample. Izuku was about to comment on it when a familiar figure came into his view, walking towards them. Izuku stopped, staring at the deflated version of All Might only a few meters away from their group. Hitoshi copied his movement, confused. Katsuki ran into their backs, still looking down at his camera. What the hell, guys? He trailed off as he looked up. Who the F are you? The hand not holding the camera sparked in warning. All Might put his bony hands up, a little threatened. Izuku's brain tried to comprehend the idea of Katsuki scaring All Might. Or threatening All Might. Actually, he might actually do that, considering how mad Hitoshi and him seemed at All Might's earlier comments. Mr. Izuku cut himself off at All Might's slight shake of the head. Izuku started again. Mr. Sir, why are you here? Hitoshi and Katsuki whipped their heads around to stare at him. You know this guy? Hitoshi asked. Izuku nodded. Katsuki's eyes bore into him. Is he? The blonde trailed off, then raised his camera to All Might. Katsuki thought he was a villain. Of course. Izuku snapped a hand on the lens, speaking quickly. No need. Izuku shook his head, then quickly glanced to All Might, who looked baffled by this interaction. This is a different kind of connection. Katsuki glared at him and didn't drop the camera. Young Midoriya. All Might spoke up for the first time, drawing Izuku's eyes back. Yes, sir? Izuku stood at attention. You mind if I spoke to you in private? All Might asked, eyeing Katsuki and Hitoshi, eyes lingering on Katsuki for a beat. He must have recognized him from the sludge villain attack not a few hours ago. For a moment, Izuku wanted to ask why All Might couldn't talk to Hitoshi and Katsuki, but soon realized that Hitoshi and Katsuki still didn't actually know they were standing next to All Might. Oh! Izuku's eyes dawned in understanding. Sure, follow me. Deku! It's cool. I'll be back in a minute. Why are we covering our lips? All Might asked, voice slightly muffled. Kaken can read lips, Izuku said back simply, stretching his gaze to the blonde, who was glaring at the hand over his mouth. Of course he would spy on them. He does that literally every day. Hitoshi, similarly, wasn't feigning his interest at their conversation. All Might's eyes widened as he followed Izuku's gaze. He turned around quickly once Katsuki's glare was aimed at him. So, Izuku started, this is probably about your other form, right? Since you couldn't talk to my friends? The hero nodded, that's right. What did you want to talk about? Izuku asked, frowning. All Might told him. Sorry, Izuku blinked. What? Izuku said. I was wrong before, I know I was. I think you are the makings of a great hero, young Midoriya. All Might repeated, will you be my successor? Would you like my quirk? Izuku blinked up at the man for the first time in his life, a complete loss for words. All Might continued, seeing Izuku's dilemma. He rubbed the back of his neck with his free hand. I know it's a tough decision, and you'll probably need a few days to think about it. But that's not how quirks work, Izuku said, completely dumbfounded. I mean, I got tested and everything, I can't get a quirk. You can't just give someone a quirk. Do I really have to explain this twice? All Might complained, my quirk's, ability, is for it to be passed down and grow stronger. It's what it does. But that's impossible, Izuku told him, quirks are genetic. You can't seriously think that they can just be given to someone without, some really sketchy surgery? 'Cause if that's the case I'm not sure I'd. What? Calm down, Midoriya, All Might told him frantically, it's nothing like that. It's one of the oldest quirks, since the beginning of all quirks, so that might be the reason it acts differently. Izuku pursed his lips, deciding to trust the hero since, it was All Might. Fine, then, Izuku beamed, suddenly filled with overwhelming joy. Okay then. Okay, you'll be my successor, okay? All Might asked. Yep. Izuku confirmed, then frowned. I might have to confirm with Toshi and Kaken first, though. He shrugged to the direction of his friends. We're kind of like a trio. You want to tell them about the quirk? I told you can't do that, kid. Hey, if I get a quirk out of nowhere that's suspiciously like yours after a suspicious figure who sort of looks like All Might talk to me suspiciously like this, I think they're gonna connect it on their own. Izuku shifted his weight, glancing back to his friends who were staring at them unashamedly with narrowed eyes. They just know me too well. All Might seemed to take in his words before he sighed, defeated. And they won't tell anyone? Izuku snorted. I told you, we're really good at keeping secrets. That's not ominous, All Might said. Hey, you already said I could be your successor, no take-backs. Stop threatening me with a pencil. I don't take it back. Where'd you even get that? It didn't take nearly as much explaining as Toshinori thought it would have. The three boys took the information in more surprise than disbelief, like they were used to the insane. There was the taller, purple-haired boy, Shinso, who threatened to kill him if he ever insulted Izuku or any other quirkless kid like he had. Toshinori didn't really defend himself, since the kid looked like he was serious. The statement made it seem like he wasn't quirkless himself, but Toshinori was a little too afraid to ask. The blonde, Bakug, was the boy from the sludge villain attack that Toshinori saved. He, thankfully, seemed to be fully recovered from the incident. But he was extremely peculiar. He spoke in riddles and lies. Almost everything he said didn't make sense, like he was deliberately trying to lead Toshinori on the wrong track. He mentioned a game called The Underground, when Midoriya introduced him as All Might. He certainly looked and talked scary, but Toshinori was sure that he was just as nice as that camera around his neck was off. Was it true what young Midoriya had said about his reading lips? What an interesting character trait. He was a liar, but a polite one. And Midoriya, himself, tying together the trio. Toshinori could admit he was wrong about him, about somebody quirkless like him becoming a hero. He certainly had the spirit and the smarts to do so, even if only in the boys' presence for this little time. Toshinori could notice that. He knew his choice as Midoriya for a successor was weird and slightly rushed, but it felt fitting, right? No Midoriya. He had no intention of taking it back. The sun was setting as he watched the three boys continue down the street, chatting amiably. There was something about them Toshinori couldn't place. It was like they were destined to change the world. Izuku jumped around the corner, bouncing on his leg as he barged open the door to the office. The man was facing away from his desk, the chair turned in a sensei. Sensei. The door fell close behind him as Izuku jumped forward. You'll never guess what happened. Oh my. He asked you to be his successor. Slowly, Sensei's chair swiveled back to face Izuku and the door. The villain's skull mask was on, bleeding seamlessly into his neck brace, creating the impression of a devil walking upon earth. Didn't he? There was a sting to the words. Well, Izuku thought. Maybe he could guess.